This girl is fierce. Just after being reborn, she beat up her cousin. This was something she always wanted to do in her past life, but never dared. Her name is Landia. She's the illegitimate daughter of the Lombardi family's second son in the empire. In her first rebirth, she was born into the incredibly wealthy Lombardi family. Just as she was rejoicing at finally being born into a good family, she realized things weren't so simple. Her father, although the second son of the Lombardi family head, had a mother who died giving birth to her. Her mother was a commoner with no status. Fortunately, her father and grandfather doted on her and allowed her to bear the Lombardi name. But because her mother had no official standing, she was constantly bullied by her two cousins. You could say she grew up being beaten up by them. Landia learned from her humiliation and constantly studied. After her grandfather fell ill, Landia, due to her outstanding talent, helped her grandfather manage the family business. But shortly after her grandfather's death, her two spendthrift cousins squandered the family fortune. It only took her two cousins 2 years to bankrupt the once incredibly wealthy family. Watching the family she had poured her heart and soul into disappear. She drank a lot that night. As she stumbled home drunk, a carriage came speeding towards her. She was hit. Before losing consciousness, she summarized her 2 lives with one sentence. In my last life, I was hit by a car, and this time it's a carriage. This is ridiculous. But when she opened her eyes again, she saw her deceased father sitting right next to her. Landia was startled and sat up abruptly, bewildered. What's going on? I was just hit by a carriage. How did I suddenly end up in the family library? And this chair is way too tall. And isn't father already dead? Could this be the legendary final flicker of life? Or was I reborn again? I need to get out of here. Thinking this, Landia hurried out. Behind her, she heard her father's concerned voice, Tia, don't run. Be careful not to fall. Landia ran into her room and found a mirror. Standing in front of it, she was stunned. Although she had guessed, she was much smaller than she expected. And why is my body so weak? I'm already exhausted after running for just a bit. Wait, how old am I? I remember falling and getting seriously injured on my 8th birthday. Landia rolled up her pant leg as she spoke. No scar. That means I'm not yet 8. After confirming she was alive, Landia became happy again. Haha, I've been reborn and time traveled. Those trees outside are still there. That means that good-for-nothing uncle hasn't become the head of the family yet. A bunch of ordinary people. Father may be frail, but his knowledge is vast. Even the Academy's scholars can't compare. Thinking of this, Landia clenched her fists. If father hadn't died so early, things wouldn't have. But then she suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Father died when I was 11 in my past life. But a few years later, a cure for that disease was developed. That means I still have a chance to save him. Thinking of this, Landia's eyes filled with tears. Yes, save father. I can't lose him again. I must save him. It's unbelievable, but I've returned with all my memories and knowledge. I can definitely do it, and this time, can I protect everything here, including the Lombardi family? But suddenly, Landia remembered the trauma those people inflicted on her in her past life and cowered slightly. But the next moment, she encouraged herself. Calm down. Nothing has happened yet. The first thing to do is to prevent Uncle from becoming the head of the family. His wife and the first prince's mother are sisters, so he will definitely support the first prince and persecute the second prince. And in my past life, it was the second prince who eventually became the crown prince. Then, Landia remembered what her grandfather said before he died. If I had discovered your abilities earlier, I would have entrusted this family to you. Thinking of this, Landia gulped. I'll try. No, I must try. With that thought, Landia straightened her back and lifted her chin. I'll give it a try. This time, I'll be the head of the family. What happens if an older brother bullies his younger sister? How should I retaliate? Should I headbutt him? Or should I whack him with this book? Little Landia borrowed a book from the library and came to wait for her father outside grandfather's meeting room. While she was nuzzling the book against her face, a very discordant voice rang out. Hey, little bastard. Little Landia turned to look and saw the miniature versions of her 2 good-for-nothing cousins from her past life standing not far away, looking at her. Little Landia was startled at first. Then, remembering what these 2 wastrels had done in her previous life, she burst out laughing. The 2 cousins, seeing the little girl they usually bullied now laughing at them, were dumbfounded. What's so funny? Is she crazy? Little Landia realized she had lost her composure. Oh no, she thought. I laughed at them the first time we met. They're definitely going to be angry. Thinking this, she said, sorry, you too. But before she could finish, her good-for-nothing cousins' voices cut her off. You little bastard. How dare you laugh at us? Little Landia's face darkened. She remembered how, in her past life, she was constantly called a bastard by her cousins because her mother was a commoner. Meanwhile, the two cousins, seeing little Landia's face fall, said smugly, "Look, the little bastard is angry." So what if she's angry? Is she going to cry and wet her pants again? Ha! Little Landia was so angry she was panting. She walked towards her two cousins, asking as she went, "Barasa, how old am I?" The two cousins were taken aback by little Landia's sudden question. Then little Landia tilted her head and asked again in a commanding tone, "I'm asking you again, how old am I?" Barasa, being questioned, immediately got angry. "Are you a pig? You don't even know that. Aren't you 7?" he shouted. Hearing this, little Landia finally confirmed that she was indeed 7 years old. Then, standing tall, she said, "That's right, I'm 7 years old." "And you're 10. Asta is 8. You're both so old. Why are you still so childish? I'm your cousin. You shouldn't always tease me and call me a bastard." Barasa laughed maliciously. "Cousin, childish." Saying this, he strode towards little Landia. "I think you're really crazy." He raised his hand to hit her. Little Landia, seeing this, was not afraid. She stared at her older cousin. Barasa was a little unnerved by little Landia's stare, but then he mustered his courage and slapped her. "You lowly thing. How dare you glare at me? You deserve it, you little bastard. How dare you lecture me?" He grabbed little Landia's hair and shook her. "Don't think that sharing our last name makes you our equal. You're not a Lombardi at all. Go back to your slums." Little Landia, being bullied, didn't cry. Instead, she looked up at her cousin's hand, gripping her hair, and said, "I warned you. Don't call me a bastard again." Then she suddenly jerked her head up and headbutted Barasa. A thud echoed, and Barasa clutched his chin and cried out. Asta, seeing this, panicked. He was hesitating about whether to help when little Landia turned and glared at him. Asta immediately abandoned the idea of helping. By this time, Barasa had gotten up and said to little Landia, "You're crazy." But before he could finish, little Landia interrupted him. "Do you think I'll let you off?" Barasa was startled. Little Landia, with a glint in her eyes, walked up to him. She started whacking him with a book in her hand, saying, "Barasa, you ill-mannered brat, you clueless little twerp. Today, Annie's going to teach you a lesson." Asta, witnessing this scene, trembled with fear. Little Landia, however, grew more and more excited as she hit him. "You keep calling me a bastard. If you dare to call me that, you should be prepared to get beaten." Barasa, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was now sobbing. Just then, the people in the meeting room, hearing the commotion, came out. They were met with the sight of little Landia, who was usually bullied, pinning her much older cousin to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Then Barasa's father exclaimed and rushed forward, pushing little Landia to the ground. Seeing this, little Landia's father hurried forward and picked her up, asking with concern, "Oh my, Landia, are you hurt?" Meanwhile, Barasa, seeing his father arrive, cried even louder. Little Landia stared at him sullenly, thinking anyone who didn't know better would think he'd broken an arm or a leg. "Crying like that, he's more of a girl than I am." Seeing his son's beaten state, Barasa's father roared at little Landia, "Apologize to my son now." Little Landia snorted and turned her head away. Barasa's father was immediately enraged. He muttered, "What an ill-mannered girl," and reached out to grab little Landia. But just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop this at once." Can you believe it? This boy bullied his sister and got soundly thrashed by her. When the adults arrive, he plays the victim. The head of the Lombardi family looked at Asta, who had been watching the commotion, and asked, "Asta, tell me, what happened?" Asta, startled, hid behind his father, but his father betrayed him. "Come now, Asta, grandfather is asking you a question." Asta reluctantly said, "Barasa and I were just walking past her. Suddenly Landia, she just lunged at us. She kicked us down first and then started hitting me with a book." As he spoke, Asta glanced furtively at little Landia. Little Landia was stunned. They were twisting the story. It seemed the only one who could give her justice was grandfather. Thinking this, little Landia closed her mouth and stared wide-eyed at the old man. Grandfather, after hearing his second grandson's account, asked skeptically, "Is that so? Are you saying Landia attacked you and Barasa for no reason?" Asta became nervous. Just then, Barasa, seeing this, quickly interjected, "Landia always hated us." Grandfather glared at him. Barasa, don't interrupt. Where did you learn such bad manners? Barasa was immediately frightened into silence and hid in his father's arms, crying again. Little Landia, seeing this, inwardly celebrated. Barasa, the idiot. Grandfather hated being interrupted. Just then, grandfather turned to little Landia. Landia, tell me what happened. Little Landia, hearing this, nervously hugged her father. But then she remembered her previous life, how she had been too timid and constantly bullied by her two good-for-nothing cousins. Her expression hardened. She stood up and said, I did nothing wrong. I was sitting here quietly, waiting for my father. They called me names, and when I told them to stop, they attacked me. Grandfather looked at his granddaughter, so unlike her usual tearful self. He asked pointedly, attacked you? Who attacked you? Little Landia took a deep breath. She pointed. Barasa, he called me a low-born thing and told me to go back to the slums. So you hit him. Little Landia shook her head. No, I hit him because he said I wasn't a Lombardi. I am illegitimate, and my mother wasn't recognized by the family. But even so, I am a Lombardi. I am recognized by you, grandfather, as a Lombardi. Remembering the schemes of those wastrels in her past life, little Landia felt even more certain that she had more right than anyone to be a Lombardi. After she finished, grandfather asked, so you're saying you weren't angry because they called you lowborn, but because they said you weren't worthy of being a Lombardi? Little Landia clenched her fists. Yes, grandfather, I am your legitimate granddaughter. Grandfather frowned. He then asked, does your leg hurt? It hurts, so why aren't you crying? I heard you're a crybaby. Little Landia looked up. I will cry, but I wanted to say what I needed to say first. I'll go back to my room and cry later. Grandfather paused, then burst out laughing. Just then, little Landia's father spoke. Father, I need to take Landia to have her injuries looked at. Yes, good. Take her. Barasa's father, Vij, exclaimed angrily, wait. Father, are we just going to let this go? Landia beat your eldest grandson like this. Shouldn't she be punished? After hearing this, grandfather glared at Vij. Are you questioning my decision? Vij panicked immediately. No, that's not what I meant at all. Before he could finish, grandfather interrupted him. I said my piece. You're all dismissed. Little Landia's father bowed to grandfather and then said to his older brother, since father has spoken, I apologize, brother. We'll take our leave. By the way, brother, children fighting amongst themselves is quite normal. Why make such a fuss? Vij was stunned. These were the words he himself had spoken after his own child had bullied Landia. Now, they were being thrown back at him. This is the most ambitious little girl I've ever seen. At only 7 years old, she aspires to lead the imperial family and even place the second prince, whose background is similar to hers, on the throne. Little Landia wasn't punished after beating up her cousin. Although little Landia won the fight, she was also injured and was carried back by her father for treatment. Looking at her wounds, little Landia sighed, thinking to herself, it seems I'll have another scar. If things go as they did in my past life, I'll be injured here again on my 8th birthday. After bandaging the wound on little Landia's leg, the doctor asked, Miss, does it hurt anywhere else? Little Landia extended her wrist and said, it still hurts here. The injury on little Landia's arm wasn't caused by Barasa. It happened when Barasa's father, Vij, pushed her down. Fortunately, after examining her, the doctor said that her wrist wasn't seriously injured and would heal in a couple of days. Little Landia's father, Gailhan, who had been anxiously standing by her side, finally relaxed. He thanked the doctor and then dismissed him. After the doctor left, Gailhan placed his hand on his precious daughter's hand with concerned warmth. Those little brats have been bullying you. Why didn't you tell Daddy sooner? Little Landia looked at her father's worried eyes and replied, they said they'd hit me even harder if I told on them. Gailhan was instantly furious. I'll teach those little punks a lesson. He abruptly stood up, but little Landia grabbed his clothes and said with a smile, it's okay, father. I taught them a lesson today. They won't say those things again, and I won't put up with it anymore. If they dare hit me again, I'll hit back. If I can't beat them, I'll cry and tell the adults. So you don't have to worry too much about me. I'll be fine. Hearing little Landia's sensible words, Gailhan was overcome with emotion. His nose tingled, and tears of heartache nearly welled up. He then bent down and hugged little Landia tightly. Good, that's how it should be. But Landia, why did you suddenly start calling me father? Can't you call me daddy like before? Little Landia was startled. That's right, in her past life, she was still calling him father at this age. Thinking of this, little Landia looked at her caring father with a smile and sweetly called out, Daddy. Gailhan happily replied, my good girl. Just then, little Landia looked up at her father and said, Daddy, we must always live happily together. Galehan dotingly picked little Landia up. All right. However, he didn't know the true meaning behind little Landia's words. In her past life, he had left his precious daughter forever when she was 11. This time, little Landia wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. She would protect her daddy and protect the Lombardi family. But for little Landia, an illegitimate daughter, this wouldn't be easy. Little Landia sat on the sofa, lost in thought. First, I need to do something that will attract grandfather's attention and earn his approval. Although Uncle Vij is foolish and incompetent, he is still grandfather's eldest son. For this reason alone, many people inside and outside the family already see him as the next head of the family. And Uncle Rollace has long been in cahoots with Vij. Father only knows how to read books all day. And because grandfather wasn't at ease, he always handled family matters himself, eventually overworking himself and falling ill. So before that happens, I need to quickly show grandfather my worth. But I'm an illegitimate child, and a girl at that. Thinking of this, little Landia lay down on the sofa with a headache. Even if I become the heir in the future, these weaknesses will always hinder me. The only person who can help me then is the second prince. So I need to build a strong relationship with him now and do everything I can to help him ascend to the position of crown prince. That way, the future emperor won't annihilate the Lombardi family like in the past, but will become our ally. Come to think of it, this is around the time second Prince Perez's mother passed away. Because she was merely a servant, the empress refused to allow her to see a doctor, even on her deathbed. After the second prince became crown prince, he repaid the empress in kind. He confined her to the inner palace, and she didn't even know how she died, let alone receive medical attention. It seems the second prince has quite the temper. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted little Landia's thoughts. When she saw who it was, she bolted upright with effort. Corafan, why is he here? Isn't he grandfather's right-hand man, managing the Lombardi trading company? Little Landia wondered why such an important person would come here. Corafan turned to little Landia and said, I'm here to see Miss Landia. Hearing this, little Landia broke out in a sweat. This little girl had taught her teacher a lesson. It all started when she used a certain book as a makeshift weapon while hitting her cousin. Grandfather saw little Landia holding the book but didn't say anything at the time. Instead, he later summoned Corafan, the tutor for the family's heirs. Grandfather told Corafan that although little Landia was an illegitimate daughter, she might not be so simple. But Corafan disagreed. He thought a girl under 10 couldn't possibly appreciate such a book. Perhaps she just saw the cover and mistook it for a fairy tale. Grandfather responded with a knowing look an ordinary child would, but Landia might be different. From now on, let Landia attend classes with the other children. Keep an eye on her. Corafan reluctantly replied, I must reiterate, Miss Landia is too young. Children her age simply can't sit still. To assess Miss Landia's level, I will administer a test. Even if it's the head's order, I won't allow her to attend classes if she fails. This thought lingered in his mind, even when he saw little Landia. But the next moment, little Landia surprised him. The 7-year-old politely curtsied, smoothing her skirt, and said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Corafan. My name is Landia Lombardi. Corafan was taken aback by little Landia's composure. Then she asked, did I do it correctly? I curtsied just like the book showed. Galehan, standing beside her, beamed with pride at his daughter's actions. Corafan asked, may I ask you a few questions? There's no need to be nervous. Little Landia obediently replied, okay, then I'll begin. I heard you obtained this book yourself. Little Landia gasped softly. She thought, could it be that grandfather noticed the book when I was hitting my cousin? This is a chance to get his attention. With this in mind, little Landia looked up and answered, yes, I started reading it yesterday. May I ask what it's about? Little Landia answered all of Corafan's questions with ease, even turning the tables on him. Corafan held up 3 fingers. The author, Mr. Robelai, is rumored to have. Before he could finish, little Landia interrupted, wait, Mr. Corafan, you're mistaken. Robelai is a woman, not a man. Corafan was once again surprised. Little Landia flipped open the book and pointed to a passage. The preface clearly states her full name is Barna Robelai. She's a female scholar. Corafan hurriedly took the book and flipped through it, thinking this well-known research text. I naturally assumed the author was male. Was I prejudiced against her? Did I assume a child couldn't understand such a specialized book? He closed the book and returned it to little Landia. Classes begin next Saturday. Little Landia beamed. It seems I'll learn many new things. Galehan, overjoyed, hugged his daughter. Korofan excused himself and left. He paused after stepping out, looking back at the room. He had planned to resign from his tedious position as tutor. Should he reconsider? Perhaps teaching her would be interesting. What would it be like to experience a nurturing fatherhood? Worried that little Landia wouldn't want to go back to the hospital for a checkup, her father prepared a delicious meal and suggested a picnic, with a quick stop at the hospital to check on her injuries from the fight. Landia, well aware of her father's true intentions, obediently replied, "Okay, I was thinking the same thing." Dr. Ma was instructing his students at the hospital when Galehan walked in carrying Landia. Upon seeing Dr. Ma's students, Landia's eyes lit up. Before Dr. Ma could introduce them, Landia climbed down from her father's arms and walked towards Asti, one of the students. Grabbing Asti's clothes, Landia said, "Daddy, I want this older sister to treat me." Galehan replied, somewhat embarrassed, "But Dr. Ma is right here." Landia showed no intention of letting go, firmly stating, "No, I like this older sister. I want her to treat me." As Galehan hesitated, Dr. Ma smiled and said, "It seems Miss Landia is quite fond of Asti. Let Asti treat her. She's an excellent student. Don't worry, Mr. Galehan. I'll be supervising as well. Is that all right, Miss Landia?" "Of course," Landia replied. She was clearly delighted, as the older sister whose clothes she was clutching was indeed more than just excellent. After little Landia was settled, Asti carefully lifted her injured hand, her movements stiff with nervousness. Seeing this, Landia, wanting to ease Asti's tension, launched into chatterbox mode. "Is your name Asti?" "Oh yes, it is. Your name is so pretty." "My name is Landia. My dad is Galehan. What are you learning here with the doctor? Will you become a doctor too?" After Landia's barrage of questions, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, and Asti finished examining her injury. Dr. Ma then instructed Asti to fetch the medicine. Shortly after, Asti returned with a bottle filled with green liquid. Landia was startled. Wait. What is that? Why is the color so strange?" She stared nervously at the liquid in the bottle. Galehan smiled. "Drink it, Landia. After you finish, we'll have your favorite chocolate cookies." Knowing they had her best interests at heart, Landia obediently closed her eyes and drank the green liquid. Tears welled up in Landia's eyes after she finished drinking, but she politely offered her cookies to Dr. Ma and Asti. After her injury was treated, Galehan carried her away. As her father carried her, Landia looked back at Asti by the door, thinking seeing Asti was an unexpected bonus. Maybe next time I'll just go straight to her. That's how you navigate the world. Speaking of which, something should be happening back at the house by now. Just as Landia thought this, a carriage sped past. Meanwhile, grandfather was having a heart-to-heart with Korofan. "Tell me, what are your impressions after meeting my granddaughter? I think I understand why you spoke so highly of her. And I've also noticed something. No one around Miss Landia, not even Mr. Galehan, seems to have realized she's a genius. When I mentioned she was qualified to attend classes, Mr. Galehan seemed utterly astonished. Perhaps Miss Landia has been hiding her abilities." Grandfather took a sip of tea after hearing Korofan's words. Hiding her abilities, indeed. I had my suspicions about that as well. It's a pity, really, a young girl having to hide her abilities. It shows how incompetent my third son is. Grandfather looked up at Korofan. "Landia is in your hands now. After each lesson, you are to report to me personally on her progress." As Korofan was about to take his leave after receiving his instructions, a voice called out from the doorway, "Father, the people from the Dur Trading Company are here." This little boy was about to bully his younger sister, but the little girl's twin brothers unceremoniously shoved him aside. Today was Landia's first day of class. When she opened the door and entered, the other children in the classroom all stared at her curiously. Barasa, whom Landia had previously beaten up, was the most surprised. Seeing Landia walk in, he abruptly sat up and asked, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Landia glanced at him dismissively. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here for class." Barasa pointed at her incredulously, looking like he hadn't been beaten up enough. "Don't lie. You're taking classes with us." Landia smirked. "Yes." Grandfather allowed it. "You're lying. You liar. Like you're even worthy." Landia ignored him and sighed. Just as she was about to find a seat, a pair of twins suddenly appeared and shoved the boisterous Barasa aside. Then, the two greeted Landia amicably. "Landia, you're here." When Landia saw that it was Gio and Melon, she tensed up. "What's going on with these two brats? In my past life, they didn't care about me at all. Why are they suddenly being so ingratiating?" Just then, the two brothers said, "Landia, we heard you beat Barasa." Barasa, upon hearing this, immediately protested. You must have heard wrong. Just you wait. I'm going to tell Sister Sue. Gio and Melon ignored him completely and continued to question Landia. How did you win? What did you use? Landia was sweating profusely. What's going on? What is happening? At that moment, Korafan entered the room. You're all here. Then return to your seats. Everyone else obediently returned to their seats, but Landia felt awkward. Gio and Melon sandwiched her between them as they walked inside. Landia thought to herself, bewildered, why are my aunt's twin sons clinging to me so tightly? This is nothing like my past life. Back then, they wouldn't even come near me. Even if they saw Barasa and Estrada bullying me, they would just ignore me and walk by. Why are they suddenly clinging to me like glue? It's really uncomfortable. While Landia was pondering this, Gio and Melon were already nuzzling her head like puppies. Meanwhile, there was an even more pathetic sight. Barasa, the eldest grandson of the family, was already snoring, occasionally scratching himself. Strangely, the teacher clearly noticed Barasa's state, but said nothing. Just as Landia was puzzling over this, Korafan looked back at her and smiled meaningfully. Landia immediately understood. Korafan wouldn't explicitly emphasize or encourage a positive learning attitude, but after class, he would report everything that happened during class to the family. Okay, since that's the case, I'll just pretend to be a good student. Thinking this, Landia put on the appearance of a well-behaved, attentive student. Class ended soon after. Barasa also woke up from his dream. Korafan pointed to a log placed to the side and said, I have an assignment for you today. Everyone looked curiously at the log. Korafan continued, your assignment is to sell this log and bring back the earnings. You can turn it into anything you want as long as you sell it. However, you cannot use your status to force a sale. You must sell it to someone who needs it. Just then, Barasa's sister, Laura, shyly asked, do we have to carry the log back ourselves? No, this is just a sample. The logs you need to sell have already been delivered to your accommodations. Laura breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the teacher's answer. Landia observed this and thought to herself, they're both born from the same mother, but why are they so different? As Landia was pondering, a discordant voice rang out, no way. Everyone looked over to see Barasa lounging with his legs crossed, acting spoiled. Why should I do this? Money is so vulgar. Things like buying and selling should be left to the servants. Seeing Barasa like this, Landia sighed inwardly. This kid is hopeless. The aristocratic ideas instilled in him by his mother are deeply rooted. Korafan, however, just smiled faintly. Well, there's nothing I can do. Barasa, you'll receive a 0 for this assignment. Upon hearing this, Barasa's spoiled temper flared. He shouted, a 0. Why a 0? Can't you give me a different assignment? Korafan ignored him and addressed the others. You can keep the money you earn from selling the logs. Furthermore, the person who earns the most will receive a bonus. The ignored Barasa couldn't take it anymore. He stormed out of the room in anger. After Gio and Melon said goodbye to Landia, they also left. Once they were gone, Landia began to think, how can I turn this log into something more valuable and sell it? After pondering for a long time, she was struck with inspiration when she saw the large tree outside the window. After saying goodbye to the teacher, she also left. Korafan watched Landia's departing figure with anticipation. Having 2 clingy older brothers was quite bothersome. They would bring their newly captured 7-colored sky-swallowing python to Landia to try and please her, only to scare her into screaming. At mealtimes, Gio and Melon would sandwich Landia between them, constantly stuffing her with food. As a result, Landia ended up eating like a bird. When Landia tried to leave, they would grab her skirt, preventing her escape. Landia had to pull her skirt up with all her might to keep it from being pulled down by the 2 of them. Even during class, they would suddenly appear and cling tightly to Landia. Their behavior made Landia think they weren't her cousins, but more like her own unweaned babies. On her first day of class, she'd gained 2 little rascals as followers. After class, the teacher assigned them homework. They were each tasked with selling a wooden log. Whoever sold it for the highest price would receive a reward. After much deliberation, Landia came up with a plan. She asked her father for something, her mind filled with hopeful visions. After receiving what she wanted, she hurried out. Seeing Landia run off, Galehan said caringly, Tia, be careful not to fall. Sure enough, not long after Landia ran out, she tripped and fell face first. Dusting herself off, Landia muttered, could Dad have the ability to see the future? After cleaning the dirt off herself, Landia continued towards her destination. She headed towards the village outside the Lombardi estate where the servants lived. The people living here were specifically employed by the Lombardi family. Landia came here looking for someone. After searching for a while, she couldn't find who she was looking for. So, she decided to tend to her scraped wrist with some water. But when she arrived at the well, she discovered that her small stature prevented her from reaching the water. Anxious, Landia peered into the well. Just then, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and lifted Landia up. As Landia wondered who it was, the owner of the hand spoke. "What are you doing? Didn't your parents tell you it's dangerous to play by the well?" Landia looked back and was startled. It was the very person she was looking for. Elfie John. In her past life, he was a genius sculptor who only rose to prominence at the age of 30. She hadn't expected to find him so easily. Seeing Landia hadn't spoken, Elfie put her down and continued, "Don't be mischievous. Be careful when you play." After being put down, Landia first expressed her gratitude and then introduced herself. "Thank you. My name is Landia." Elfie looked puzzled for a moment, then suddenly panicked. "See, could it be? I am so sorry, Mississippi. I was blind to your status and have offended you." Landia quickly waved her small hand in front of Elfie. "It was my fault just now. By the way, your name is Elfie, right?" Finally, charmed by Landia's cuteness, Elfie offered to carve her portrait for free, but Landia declined. After making her arrangements, Landia returned to her room to read. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Gio and Melon rushed to Landia, each grabbing one of her arms. "Let's go play. Come play with us." Landia was exasperated. "Play what?" "Hide and seek. Eagle catches the chicks." "No, imbusi." Hearing this, Gio and Melon looked at Landia with Ichi da Baoqing. "Wow, you're so mean." "Landia, you're lying. You're obviously not busy." Landia was at her wit's end and, like coaxing a child, held out her pinky finger. "Let's make a promise. I'm really busy right now. I'll play with you when I'm free." Only then did Gio and Melon stop fussing. They asked excitedly, "Really? So we have a deal?" "Really? Pinky swear." After receiving Landia's confirmation, Gio and Melon left contentedly. Watching them leave, Landia muttered to herself, "Even so, I have a feeling they'll be back tomorrow." From the first day of school, the two had become her shadows. Not only did they bring her strange animals, but they even followed her during meals. They even acted like human tripwires, nearly pulling her skirt down. Why do they keep coming to find me? In my past life, they were indifferent to me. After Aunt Shauna's divorce, they went with their father, Maxim Hughes, and severed ties with the Lombardi family. While Landia was pondering this, Gailhan rushed in from outside. "Tia, look, Daddy's new book is finally finished." To match her father's excitement, Landia feigned an enthusiastic expression. But then she remembered her past life, where her father, despite writing dozens of books, never made it onto the bestseller list. But even so, father was still very happy. Thinking of this, Landia looked curiously at the book her father had written. What on earth had he written? When she opened the first page, the first sentence that caught her, "I was looking forward to customizing a debutante gift for my dear daughter." Flipping through the pages, there were all sorts of dress designs. Seeing this, Landia's tears flowed uncontrollably. In her past life, her father had never lived to see her debut. After her father passed away, she was like air in this house. No one ever paid attention to her, and she spent all her time busy with the work assigned to her. By the time she finally gained a foothold in the family, the place where she had lived with her father had long been emptied. The books her father had written were also nowhere to be found. Thinking of this, Landia softly called out, "Father, you must choose a dress for me." Saying this, she hugged her father tightly. Gailhan patted Landia affectionately and said gently, "Of course, we'll pick one out from this book. Definitely. I hope that in this life, you can see me at my debut. I'll be wearing the dress you picked out for me, holding your hand as we attend the banquet together." Just then, the sound of a passing carriage suddenly came from outside the window. Hearing this, Landia suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on her father. "Father," she said, "I want to go for a walk in the garden now." Gailhan was a little taken aback by Landia's sudden action. Now, so suddenly, before Gailhan could react, Landia had already grabbed his hand, thinking to herself, it's time to help father gain a foothold in this family. Every man's success may have a woman pushing him from behind, and this woman could also be a little girl under 7 years old. As Landia imagined herself wearing a dress and accompanying her father to banquets in the future, the sound of a passing carriage outside the window startled her from her fantasy. Landia pulled her father and ran outside. Meanwhile, Vij, the eldest son of the group leader, was arrogantly telling the other trade group leaders what a great leader he had found. Although the old man didn't understand, he also felt that the goods weren't very good. However, considering that the trade group was backed by the Empress, he couldn't say anything. In Vij's mind, as long as he got the family to cooperate with the trade group, he could get on the Empress's good side. But he never considered that if the deal failed, the family would not only have to bear the responsibility, but also offend the Empress. Just as the group leader was hesitant, a small head peeked out from behind the carriage. Wow, so much cloth for making clothes. When the old man looked over, he saw Landia standing on tiptoe, peering into the carriage. Seeing this, Vij shooed her away, saying, "The adults are working. Go play somewhere else." But Landia ignored him and ran straight to the old man, hugging him. Vij trembled with anger, seeing this little girl not only interrupt his business, but also treat him like air. But Landia didn't care about any of this and sweetly asked the old man, "What is this? Why is there so much of the same cloth?" The old man picked Landia up and explained kindly, "This is a kind of cloth made from grass. The adults here are discussing how to sell it and make money." "Oh, so that's how it is," Landia said, but thought to herself, "Make money. This business will end up losing everything." But she knew no one would believe her if she said that, so she decided to leave this task to her father. Just then, Landia's father, Gailhan, caught up, panting. "Landia, why did you run so fast?" Seeing her father arrive, Landia waved and called, "Father." Grandfather said he wants to sell this cloth. Hearing this, Gailhan hurriedly stepped forward to take Landia away. "Landia, don't disturb the adult's business. Come over here with father." But Landia pointed to the cloth in the carriage. "But father, look at this. They said it's cloth made from grass. But how can grass be used to make cloth? It's amazing." Gailhan couldn't help but look at the cloth in the carriage. Cloth made from grass. This is cloth woven from koroi. This is the first time I've seen this kind of imitation. The texture is indeed as rough as the rumors say. Vij coughed twice, his face darkening. Gailhan immediately understood what was going on and turned to Landia. "Landia, let's go." But Landia hadn't achieved her goal yet, so how could she leave? Just then the old man spoke. "Gailhan, tell me more." Gailhan said hesitantly, "I know about that too. Not very well, but I know it. This kind of thing has been around for almost 100 years. Because it's easy to make, it's very popular with commoners." The head of the trade group, who was standing to the side, stepped forward and grabbed Gailhan's shoulder. "How can that be?" he said. "Someone recommended it to me, saying that both nobles and commoners liked it." Gailhan calmly continued, "It seems you've been deceived. This material is not only rough to the touch, but it also has another drawback. Because it's extracted from plants, it has a shelf life." He then pulled apart the top layer of fabric. The fabric underneath had already started to mildew. Seeing this, the trade group leader was shocked. "What am I going to do?" Gailhan, seeing the trade group leader's anxiety, felt a little sympathetic. This type of weaving grass is very common. As long as you find the raw materials nearby, you should be able to reweave it quickly. However, I have another suggestion. If you want to sell this fabric to nobles, you can add velvet during the weaving process. This will make the woven fabric both soft and cool. Just then, Landia's grandfather interjected, "But blended velvet is a high-end technique. It also requires weavers skilled in this technique. Our Lombardy Weavers Guild has both." Hearing this, the trade group leader, without any further ado, pulled Korofan aside to discuss cooperation. Gailhan picked up Landia. "It's really time to go now," he said. "Landia, say goodbye to your grandfather and uncle." Landia thought anxiously, "We're leaving." Just like that, after doing all the work for someone else. This won't do. Just as Landia was feeling extremely anxious, her grandfather said, "Gailhan, you'll be in charge of this business." Vij was stunned when he heard his father's words, then became agitated. "Father, how can this be?" But her grandfather, like Landia, chose to ignore him. He said to the trade group leader, "I think the head of the trade group also needs someone who understands this area. What do you think?" The trade group leader beamed. He stepped forward and shook Gailhan's hand. "Young Master Gailhan is so knowledgeable. If I can work with you, I'll feel much more at ease. Let's go and rewrite the contract." "Young Master Gailhan, this way please." Vij, who had been ignored, was trembling with anger. He then turned and left. Landia watched Vij's departing figure and thought, "Success. Your father's abilities will definitely solve this problem. With this achievement, he's bound to receive an invitation to the palace. And there's someone in the palace I need to see as soon as possible." The second prince pairs. This is the most scheming girl I've ever met. The teacher assigned homework to sell a wooden stump. Other children either didn't do it, or they chopped the stump into firewood and burned it. The best they did was make charcoal and sell it. But Landia, she carved the stump into a statue of her grandmother and gave it to her grandfather. When her grandfather saw the statue, he involuntarily reached out and touched the statue's face. Landia, seeing her grandfather's reaction, thought to herself, "In my past life, grandfather went blind in his later years. He could never see grandmother's portrait again. It grieved him deeply. But with this statue, even if he can't see in the future, he can still remember grandmother by touching it." Just then, her grandfather said, "This is your gift to me." Landia replied obediently, "Yes, do you like it?" "I like it very much. But gifts can't be given without expecting something in return." Landia thought, it seems grandfather knew all along this was homework. But she still said, "As long as grandfather likes my gift, that's enough. If grandfather is happy, I'm happy." Her grandfather chuckled, then stroked his beard and asked, "But I can't accept such a wonderful gift for nothing. I'm not that shameless. Is there anything you want?" Hearing that her grandfather was going to give her something, Landia smiled inwardly. "Just a small favor. I can't ask grandfather for money. That would be too foolish. Grandfather values talent the most. If I recommend a genius like Elfie John to him, he'll definitely remember my contribution." Thinking this, Landia looked at her grandfather with wide eyes. "Grandfather, this statue was carved by my friend, Elfie John." Not long after, Landia's second class began. Korafan looked at the students and said, "All right, let's see the results of your homework." Then he started calling on them. "Young Master Barasa, you go first." Barasa said timidly, "Yes." After hearing this, Korafan ignored him and turned to Geo and the other soldier. "And what about you two?" "I sold it to the servants. I sold it as firewood. I didn't force anyone to buy it." That's right. We sold it to people who really needed it." Korafan then turned to Barasa's sister, Laura. "Miss Laura, what about you?" Laura replied shyly, "Well, I made it into charcoal and sold it to the blacksmith. I gave some of the earnings to the servants who helped me, so I only made 15 copper coins." Korafan smiled approvingly. "You did a great job. You turned the log into charcoal and sold it to someone who needed it." Having received praise from her teacher, Laura looked happy, clutching her money pouch tightly and saying, "Thank you." Laura's performance impressed Landia. She hadn't expected the usually quiet and cautious Laura to be so proactive. Lost in thought, Landia was startled when Korafan called her name. "Lastly, Miss Landia, you didn't fail to complete the assignment, did you?" Landia replied sweetly, "Of course not. I took it very seriously." Korafan looked at Landia curiously. "So, where's the money you earned?" Landia pointed to the gemstone on her chest. "Here, I carved the wood into a statue. The person who received the gift was so happy that they gave me this emerald brooch." Barasa, hearing Landia's words, blurted out accusingly, "You're lying. Who would give a gemstone for a wooden statue? You must have taken something valuable and are trying to trick us." Landia looked at Barasa with a disdainful smile. "Grandfather received the statue. You can ask him if you don't believe me." She thought to herself, "Barasa, you call me a lowly, illegitimate child and say I'll live like my mother forever. From now on, I'll make you slowly experience what it's like to be crushed by the person you mocked. This is just the beginning." Ever since Landia beat up her older brother, no one had dared to challenge her. But today, some boy had not only ordered her around, but also called her Shorty. Although Barasa was arrogant, his sister, Laura, was completely different. Laura was not only gentle and shy, but also had a good business sense. After class, as Laura was about to leave, Landia called out to her, "Laura, you did a great job on your assignment today." Laura blushed at Landia's praise. "Oh, it's nothing. You did much better. You even got a brooch." But the teacher said that Laura's approach is the core of business, Landia replied. Laura was flustered by the compliments. Seeing Laura like this, Landia couldn't help but recall Laura's fate in her past life. When Laura came of age, she was married off to a much older nobleman. He not only didn't cherish her, but even the servants bullied her. Her own family was also indifferent to her plight. In the end, she died of depression. Landia's only memory of her was Laura's hysterical cries as she was taken away, desperately pleading not to leave the Lombardy estate. Back then, I thought she was just a timid, fragile flower. But now, it seems she's much smarter than her useless brother and those twins. Thinking this, Landia extended her hand in friendship. "Can we get along from now on? This is my second class. I hope you can help me more in the future." Laura was stunned for a moment. Then she shyly took Landia's hand. Seeing Laura like this, Landia secretly decided to nurture her. Perhaps she could become a valuable asset to the Lombardi family. So, in this life, I will never let her leave like that. Meanwhile, in the old man's room, Landia's two uncles and aunt were waiting for him. Just then, Landia's father, Galehan, burst in, flustered. "Sorry I'm late. Where's father?" Landia's aunt, Shauna, replied, "Father isn't here. He's in a meeting with the head of the Lombardi Bank." Vij, on the other hand, was annoyed at the sight of Galehan. He said resentfully, "You're really lucky." Galehan, seeing his older brother's unfriendly gaze, took a couple of steps back. "I'll be more careful next time, brother." Just then, their second brother, Rollet, said innocently, "What have you been busy with lately? I heard you snatched a deal from Big Brother." Vij nearly choked on his own spit. "Rollet, are you mocking me?" Rollet was startled. No, I didn't mean that. How dare I mock you, brother?" Before Vij could respond, Galehan quickly added, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. If you want to do it, I can give it back to you now." Vij almost spat out his drink. He stepped forward and grabbed Galehan's collar. "Something father personally entrusted to you, and you wanted to take it back. Galehan, you're mocking me." Just then, with the sound of a teacup smashing against the table, a stern voice rang out. "Enough!" The three men turned, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Shauna glared at Vij. "Vij, you're too loud. Father will be back soon. Do you intend to keep carrying on like this?" Vij released Galehan. He then stormed out, muttering to himself. Rollet followed. After they left, Galehan straightened his rumpled clothes and said to his sister, "Thank you, Shauna." Shauna replied, "I just wanted some peace and quiet. Why are you still so timid? I heard your daughter is quite sensible. How can you protect her if you're so timid?" Galehan lowered his head in shame. Meanwhile, Landia was playing with her two brothers. "Go hide," she said, "but don't leave the main building and don't go anywhere dangerous." The two boys agreed and ran off to find hiding spots. After they left, Landia sat down with a sigh. "Ouch, my legs." Finally feeling a bit better. "I'll rest for a while before I go find them." Suddenly, Landia heard footsteps approaching. She turned and saw a richly dressed young boy walking toward her. Just as Landia was about to tell him he wasn't allowed there, the boy snatched off his hat and threw it on the ground. Landia stopped short, the words dying on her lips. She was about to turn and leave when the boy noticed her. "Hey, shorty," he called out. Landia stopped and looked back. The boy smirked and beckoned her arrogantly. "I'll grant you the opportunity to serve me. Come and show me the way." This little girl, only 8 years old, was already betrothed, and when they first met, she almost. Landia was playing hide-and-seek with Gio and her brothers. She unexpectedly encountered a lost boy. She didn't expect him to call her shorty. Landia, who hadn't intended to get involved, stopped in her tracks and turned around. The boy smirked and beckoned her arrogantly. "I'll grant you the opportunity to serve me. Come and show me the way. Pick up my hat and take me to the main gate." Landia refused. "I don't want you to get lost, so I can show you the way. But you have to pick up your own hat. It's right there next to you. Why should I pick it up for you?" The boy, the crown prince, had never been contradicted before. He was taken aback, then snorted. "You have no idea who you're talking to, you ugly girl. Pick it up now, and I might let you off the hook." Landia was speechless. Seriously, are these clueless people mass-produced? He acts just like Barasa. So obnoxious. She continued to refuse. "I said no. You could have picked it up yourself by now." Then, as if remembering something, her eyes widened. "Wait a minute. His hair and eyes are yellow, and those clothes are unusual." As Landia pondered, an anxious voice called out, "Your Highness. Your Highness, where are you?" The boy, Alamu, glared at Landia. "Now you know who I am. Apologize for your rudeness and do as I say." Landia wasn't intimidated. "So what if he's the crown prince? I'm from the Wolf Emperor's family." "Sorry," she said flatly. The crown prince was momentarily confused. "What? You heard me." Just then, Landia pointed at the ground. Your hat flew away again. The crown prince was exasperated. "Pick it up. Did you hear me?" Landia calmly replied, "If it's so important to you, you shouldn't have thrown it on the ground in the first place." The crown prince was trembling with rage. "I'm not picking it up for you. I'm not your servant." Landia snorted and walked away. Watching Landia's departing figure, the crown prince gritted his teeth and yelled, "How dare you? You dare ignore me. I order you to come back here." But Landia didn't even glance back, skipping away from the scene, leaving only the crown prince on the verge of exploding. Just then, a maid rushed over in a panic. "Your Highness, this is the Langba D estate. You can't wander around alone." The crown prince glared at the maid, then slapped her across the face. A series of screams followed. The two maids nearby, witnessing this, didn't dare to breathe. After venting his anger, the crown prince flexed his wrist and asked, "Where are the knights?" When they arrived and heard the crown prince's words, the maid who had been slapped tried to dissuade him. "But your highness, this is the Langbadi estate, according to the rules." Before she could finish, the crown prince cut her off. "Everything in the empire belongs to his majesty, and I am his majesty's firstborn son. What is Langbadi? Why should I respect their rules? Go get the knights. Now." Immediately, the maid had no choice but to run off and call the knights. After she left, the crown prince sneered, "You dare ignore me. Just you wait. When the knights get here, you'll—" Meanwhile, in the empress's palace, the merchant leader was reporting to the empress about Galehan. The third son of the Langbadi family, although introverted, is smarter than his older brother, Vij. The empress smiled meaningfully. "That's quite interesting. I hear he has an 8-year-old daughter named Landia." The merchant leader quickly replied, "Yes, your majesty. I met her once. She's very pretty." The empress's smile widened. "Good. Alamo went to the Langbadi estate today, to Vij's son's place. When he returns, I'll ask him if he's lacking a girlfriend." Elsewhere, after Landia left, she found Gio and his brother and continued playing. But they hadn't been playing long when two people suddenly burst into the room. When Landia saw who they were, she was instantly alert. That lunatic, the crown prince, actually sent royal knights to search the Langbadi estate. The first time this little girl met the crown prince, Alamo, she almost fought with him. Alamo, relying on his status as crown prince, tried to bully Landia, but Landia wouldn't put up with it. Showing no fear, she turned and walked away. But the arrogant crown prince wouldn't let Landia go, ordering his men to search the Langbadi estate for her. When Landia realized someone was looking for her, she was startled. The crown prince dares to have people search the Langbadi estate, but there was no time to hesitate. Grabbing Gio and his brother, she ran. The two brothers were confused by the sudden situation. "Landia, what's wrong? What happened?" Landia replied as she ran, "No time to explain. Just run to grandfather's office." With that, she pulled the two brothers towards the door. But when Landia opened the door, she froze. The crown prince and a group of people were standing right outside. Seeing Landia walk right into his trap, the crown prince laughed triumphantly. Well, we meet again." Seeing this, Landia took 2 steps back. She remembered that even the emperor had to be respectful of the head of the Langbadi family. This little prince, not even the crown prince yet, dared to act like this. Thinking of this, Landia gulped nervously. Seeing her like this, the crown prince said smugly, "Get on your knees. Beg for mercy, and I might let you go." Gio and his brother immediately protested, sandwiching Landia between them. "Who are you? Why should Landia kneel to you?" The crown prince ignored them. He ordered the guards behind him, "Get them out of here." Landia panicked and stepped forward in front of the twins. "Don't touch them. You know the oath between the Langbadi family and the royal family. You dare lay a hand on a Langbadi child in the Langbadi estate. Do you want to die?" Landia glared at the 2 guards. The guards hesitated. Just then, Landia saw a group of people approaching in the distance. An idea struck her, and she started to cry. The crown prince was taken aback. "Why are you crying? Do you think crying will solve anything?" After hearing this, Landia looked up, tears streaming down her face, and glared at the crown prince. The crown prince was startled by her look. What's with that look? Are you looking down on me again?" Just then, the old man, who had just arrived, asked, "What are you doing in the Langbadi estate?" The crown prince panicked and stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. "And master, that." Shauna stepped forward and coldly ordered the 2 guards move aside. The guards didn't dare disobey and immediately made way. Shauna then went forward and embraced her 2 sons, asking with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Gio and his brother replied, "We're okay." But that bad guy scared Landia. "Landia was protecting us just now." Hearing this, Shauna looked at Landia. "Landia, thank you. You must have been scared too." Landia shook her head politely and replied, "No, Aunt Shauna, I'm fine." Seeing this, Shauna wiped the tears from Landia's face and praised her. "That's good. It seems Galehan has raised you well." Then she glared at the crown prince. "Compared to you, crown prince, the difference is vast. Your highness, I heard you were coming, but I didn't expect you to act so thoughtlessly." The crown prince's face turned as red as a baboon's backside. "No, it's not like that. I was just acting." At this moment, the old man looked at the crown prince. "Your highness, you don't know about the oath between the Langbadi family and the royal family, do you?" The crown prince stammered, "I know, but that was a long time ago, wasn't it? There's actually land in this empire where royal soldiers aren't allowed to enter. How could my father allow such an absurd rule? It wasn't your father who established it. It was the first emperor, Romatiri, and the head of the Langbadi family at the time, Banos, who made the oath. The crown prince was stunned that the head of the Langbadi family was on equal footing with his own father's name. The old man then ignored him and looked at the group behind him. The crown prince is inexperienced and ignorant, but how could you all join him in this nonsense? The attendants trembled and apologized. The crown prince was dumbfounded. This was clearly a veiled criticism, implying he was being unreasonable. The old man continued, "Normally, this matter should be reported to the royal family, but considering the crown prince's young age and ignorance, I won't pursue it." The crown prince, who had never been treated this way, tried to explain, but she was the one who disobeyed. She disobeyed my order to take off my hat and even mocked me. The maid felt that the crown prince was not in the right and hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Your Highness, if His Majesty finds out about this, it won't be good for you." The crown prince couldn't hold back anymore and angrily snapped, "Useless bunch." He then stormed out. Landya watched him leave and muttered, "Such behavior." Just then, the old man called her name, "Landya." Landya's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, I'm going to be scolded. I was reckless this time and almost got the twins involved. I finally managed to get into Grandpa's good graces." Thinking of this, Landya cautiously replied, "Yes, Grandpa." This little girl not only offended the crown prince, but also almost got the twins into trouble. As she waited for her grandfather's scolding, he gently patted her head. "Well done, Landya. Our family doesn't need to cater to an unreasonable crown prince." Landya's previous disappointment vanished upon hearing the praise. Landya was already asleep when Aunt Shauna brought her back. Just then, Gale Han, having heard that his daughter was almost bullied, rushed in. "Sister, you're here too." Seeing her brother rush in, Shauna put a finger to her lips. "Shoo, be quiet. Do you want to wake your daughter? It seems you dropped everything to come back." "I was planning to leave after putting her down. Since you're here, let's talk." Galehan nodded. "All right, sister." Shauna then began her lecture. "Galehan, I understand you're busy, but Landya still needs someone to look after her. How can you, as her father, leave her alone at home?" Galehan lowered his head in shame. "It's my fault. Should I?" He didn't finish his sentence. Shauna interrupted him. "Don't tell me you're planning to abandon your work and stay by Landya's side. Have some ambition. Don't forget you're a member of the Langbadi family. Take today, for example. It was because father was here that Landya wasn't wrong. But father will eventually grow old. And while Vij might be a fool, he's very ambitious. Once father retires and he takes control of the family. It's like today, your daughter was bullied. Do you think Vij would feel sorry for her? Or would he think she's in his way, hindering his chance to get close to the royal family?" Galehan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Shauna continued, "Fortunately, you're clever and pleasant to look at. As long as you're a little more proactive, interacting with people won't be difficult for you. Take advantage of your father's reign to strive, girl. Also, starting tomorrow, when you're not home, send Landya to my place. I'm not that busy. Taking care of one more child is no problem." Saying this, Shauna turned around and smiled at Galehan. "After all, I'm that child's aunt." After seeing his sister off, Galehan went to Landya's bedside. Looking at the sleeping Landya, Galehan felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Landya. You lost your mother as soon as you were born. I thought that as long as I gave you enough love and care, you would live a happy life. But now it seems I haven't done nearly enough. I promise you, no matter what, I will protect you." Meanwhile, in the Empress's palace, it was a different scene. The crown prince, so arrogant during the day, was now cowering, listening to his mother's scolding. "Your Highness, I warned you to be mindful of your words and actions at the Langbadi estate. In the next 2 days, take an apology gift and go to the Langbadi estate again." The crown prince was shocked. "I'm a crown prince. I actually have to apologize to them." But before he could finish, the Empress's hand gripped his tightly. "Do you think today was humiliating?" The crown prince shamefully turned his head away. "Yes. What made you feel so humiliated?" The crown prince clenched his fists. "I'm going to be the crown prince, the one who rules this country." But before he could continue, the Empress interrupted him. "They treat us as if they're the masters of this empire. The Langbadi family is like that. Relying on their wealth, they've lost their respect for the royal family. So you must remember today's events, including that child named Landya. She will regret her disrespectful behavior towards you today. No matter what, mother will avenge you. This father is so strange. He wants to give her a horse for her birthday." Landya was shocked. "I was kicked to death by a horse in my past life." Her father, completely oblivious to Landya's horrified expression, continued, "Wait until the pony grows up and you can ride horses with daddy across the Red Plains. Since we're talking about it, I'll go buy it now." Saying this, Galehan stood up to leave. Seeing this, Landia grabbed her father's arm and said, thank you, Daddy. But then, the pony will be separated from its mother. The pony will be very sad. Galehan's heart ached at Landia's words. He hugged Landia. I'm sorry, Daddy didn't think it through. Then let's bring the pony's mother along too. Landia was surprised. Finally, Landia had a compromise. Then, her father took her to the old man to report on the immeasurable rope. Landia became interested in the absorbent cloth on the table. Putting down her water cup, she picked up the cloth and felt it. Although it was a bit thick, it was very soft. Its water absorption must be excellent. Listening to her father worrying about promotion, Landia took note. Her eyes fell on the teacup on the table. Then, pretending to reach for something on the table, she knocked over the teacup. Seeing the teacup spill, Galehan quickly picked Landia up, concerned. Landia, are you all right? Are you burned? Landia, held in his arms, kept her eyes on the teacup. I'm fine, Daddy. But Daddy's. Galehan lovingly stroked Landia's face. It's more important that you're not hurt. The cloth can be made again. At this moment, the old man picked up the soaked cloth and said in astonishment, incredible. Such a small piece of cloth absorbed all the water on the table, and the documents underneath aren't even wet. It seems we should include this when supplying the clothing stores. Gu Jia said this would be more appealing, but this wasn't what Landia wanted. Anxious, she clenched her fists. Then, feigning curiosity, Landia said, Daddy's cloth is so magical. It actually drank all the tea. If everyone could try it once, they would all love it. Galehan suddenly realized. Landia, what did you just say? Landia looked up at her father seriously. Isn't it? Something so magical and soft. Once you touch it, you want to keep touching it. After hearing this, Galehan pondered. A trial run. Yes, for something this good, as long as people know its value, it should have a good effect. But it's not long before the product launch. If it's used for everyday items, it will delay the launch. Just as Galehan was worrying about this, Landia suddenly said, make all kinds of things for me. Cut into small pieces and embroidered with lace. It will be very nice. The old man, upon hearing Landia's words, nodded in agreement. This is good for everyday items. It doesn't need special processing, just needs to be cut appropriately. After receiving the old man's approval, Galehan left Landia with him and hurried off. Landia sighed as she watched her father leave. Oh, a child worrying about an adult. After Galehan left, the old man smiled and said to Landia, since that's the case, Landia, have dinner with Grandpa tonight. Hearing her grandfather's words, Landia nodded vigorously. Then you'll have an unexpected surprise. Thinking of this, Landia excitedly replied, okay, Grandpa, I want to eat meat. At the dinner table, Landia ate with great relish, tears streaming down her face. My goodness, I didn't expect the food here to be so different from the food in our room. It's great to have a royal chef. Just as Landia was eating with gusto, the old man suddenly said, by the way, Landia, is there anything you want? I heard you like reading. How about I build you a library? Landia was stunned. This gift was too extravagant. The old man, however, said that his granddaughter's birthday must be celebrated in style. After thinking for a moment, Landia said, Grandpa, a private library is wonderful, but I want a different gift this time. The old man, intrigued, stroked his beard and asked, oh, what do you want? It's not something difficult, is it? I want Grandpa to grant me one request in the future. As she said this, Landia nervously clutched her skirt. The old man, after hearing this, said, do you know, the gift you're asking for now is much greater than a library. Landia laughed awkwardly. The old man looked at the adorable Landia and sighed, saying somewhat helplessly, all right, let's do it that way. Hearing her grandfather's words, Landia almost jumped for joy. Not long after, thanks to Landia's idea, Galehan's fabric business achieved great success. But just when it should have been expanding rapidly, Galehan chose to withdraw. Upon hearing this, the head of the merchant guild spat out the wine he had just drunk. Galehan, looking at the stunned merchant guild leader, explained, I have the life I want to live. And this business has nothing to do with the Langba D Merchant Guild. In fact, Galehan did this not because he wanted to retire, but because of what his sister had said to him not long ago. He needed to step out of Langba D and build a foundation for his daughter. This was the only way to provide the greatest security for his daughter. The head of the Merchant Guild, upon learning Galehan's reasoning, couldn't help but raise the young man's status in his heart to a new level. He thought to himself, I must speak to Her Majesty the Empress again and ask her to pay attention to this man. Since Galehan's business had achieved unprecedented success, Landia's status within the family had also risen significantly, as she carried a lunchbox to Dr. Estee. The servants she encountered became very respectful. Although this made Landia happy, what she wanted was far more than this. You would never guess that the dirty little boy eating grass in front of you is actually the Empire's second prince. And he's doing this just to survive. Landia's birthday soon arrived. Landia, who received gifts, was initially very happy, but her joy was interrupted by the arrival of the crown prince. When the crown prince appeared, he had shed his previous arrogance. Upon meeting Landia, he immediately took her hand. The crown prince not only brought a birthday gift for Landia, but also an invitation from the royal family to a banquet for Landia's father. When Landia saw this invitation, she realized that her chance to get close to the second prince had arrived. After the banquet, Landia learned etiquette from her aunt. But as they were learning, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Landia's aunt and uncle started flirting right in front of her. Seeing how adorable Landia was, her uncle even suggested to her aunt. Seeing this scene, Landia realized she was a bit of a third wheel and quietly slipped away. Before leaving, she also got some emergency medicine from Dr. Este. She was to deliver the antidote to the second prince in the palace, who was being persecuted by the empress. The day of the banquet quickly arrived. Landia and her father boarded the carriage towards the palace. On the way, her father trembled with fear, as this was his first time attending such an event. Seeing his anxiety, Landia sat beside him and comforted him. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Two royal guards approached aggressively, stating they needed to inspect the carriage to ensure the palace's security. Landia panicked. She was carrying the medicine, and if it were discovered, she wouldn't be able to explain it. While her father was talking to the guards, Landia secretly slipped out to find the second prince on her own. Not far from the carriage, she noticed movement behind some bushes. As she quietly crept closer, she saw a small boy in ragged clothes pulling up grass. Curious, she approached. The boy, hearing the noise behind him, turned around abruptly. At that moment, Landia recognized him as her target, the second prince, Perez. Seeing that it was a girl about his age, the second prince relaxed his guard and dejectedly returned to eating the grass. Shocked, Landia grabbed the second prince's wrist and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why are you eating grass?" The second prince's expression remained indifferent. "Because my stomach hurts. It started hurting a while ago. A book said eating these leaves would stop the pain." Hearing this, Landia's tears flowed uncontrollably. So this was how he survived. His mother was dead, his father had forgotten him, and he was all alone, relying on his limited knowledge to find herbs to ease his pain. I have medicine. You don't have to eat that stuff anymore. The second prince looked curiously at the small pouch Landia offered. "Who are you?" "I'm Landia." He took the pouch. "I see. I am Perez." But seeing Landia crying, he stopped and asked, "Why are you crying?" Landia quickly wiped her tears. "Don't misunderstand." Before she could finish, the second prince interrupted. "Do you pity me? It's all right. My mother, my wet nurse, and everyone else felt the same way. They said I had a hard life, but now they're both gone." Landia's tears flowed again. Damn it, how could such a young child say such things so calmly? What has he been through? She asked. "Even your wet nurse is gone." "Why?" "She was sent away not long ago. She didn't want to leave, but the soldiers dragged her away." Landia thought with horror, the Empress is truly cruel. In my past life, I thought the second prince was too cruel when he finally got his revenge. But now I see it wasn't like that at all. Seeing Landia silent, the second prince offered the medicine back. "So don't help me. Take it back. Otherwise, you might die too." Who would have thought that this boy kneeling on the ground, eating grass, was the emperor's son? Abandoned by his father, imprisoned by the vicious empress, and recently losing the only family he had left. When Landia found him, he was kneeling, eating grass just to ease his stomach pain. Seeing him like this, Landia couldn't help but cry from the bottom of her heart. She had thought the second prince, who became emperor in her past life, was a cruel and violent person. She never imagined he'd been so vulnerable as a child. It truly fit the saying, "Don't judge a man until you've walked a mile in his shoes." The second prince's stomach pains were caused by slow-acting poison given to him by the empress. Landia had come to deliver the antidote, but the second prince refused to eat. Anyone who had ever been kind to him had either disappeared or died. He didn't want this kind girl to suffer the same fate. Landia, hearing this, patted her chest and declared, "I won't die." After hearing this, the second prince glanced at a palace in the distance. He shook his head and said, "Everyone who's been kind to me has died, so you should leave. You can't stay here." Landia became anxious. Silly, if that's the case. But before she could finish, she deflated, clenching her fists and whispering, "You should trust me. No one can hurt me. My grandfather is very powerful. He'll protect me, so you don't need to worry about me." Saying this, Landia rummaged in her small bag. She then tossed a tin of candy to the second prince. "Here, and listen carefully. Time is short, so I'll be quick. There are two things you need to do from now on. The first is this. You must eat these every day. The second thing is, when others see you, you must act like you're getting better. You said you were eating grass because of stomachache. You have a stomachache because someone gave you something bad. But if you suddenly recover, this person will try a different way to harm you. Of course, I know this is our first meeting, so it might be hard for you to trust me." But before Landia could finish, the second prince suddenly said, "I believe you, that you'll help me. Besides my wet nurse, you're the first person to say that to me. Anyway, I can't do anything now. Even if you gave me poison, it wouldn't make a difference." Landia was initially pleased, but then became angry at his last words. "This is medicine. It really is medicine." As she spoke, tears welled up in Landia's eyes. Seeing this, the second prince, a little flustered, offered the candy back to her. Why are you crying again? Do you want some candy?" "No, it's for you." Landia wiped the tears from her face. Just then, a voice called out, "Landia," from nearby. Hearing this, Landia said anxiously, "I have to go. I've taken too long looking for you. Don't forget what I told you." The second prince's face fell at the news of her departure, like a puppy being abandoned by its owner. "You're leaving." Landia stepped forward and patted the second prince's head reassuringly. "Take your medicine and don't get sick. Next time I come, I'll bring you some things you need." The second prince's spirits lifted slightly at the promise of her return. After making a pinky promise with the second prince, Landia left. The second prince lay on his ragged bed, unable to sleep. After those watching him left, he took out the medicine and candy Landia had given him. Following her instructions, he took the medicine. But the moment it entered his mouth, he started coughing from the bitterness. He only stopped coughing after popping a candy into his mouth. Then, the second prince couldn't help but savor the sweetness. So sweet. Although it was just a candy, it was a luxury for him now. The second prince clutched the gifts Landia had given him to his chest and lay back down. He recalled her words from earlier that day. "I won't die, because my grandfather will protect me. I will help you. I want you to live. Don't be so pessimistic. I think you should live." Thinking of this, the second prince couldn't resist savoring another couple of candies. "So sweet," he murmured. After returning home, Landia sought out Dr. Estee. She wanted to get this future medical genius into the best medical academy. As soon as she saw Estee, she excitedly said, "Go get your letter of recommendation." Estee was taken aback. Looking at Estee, Landia thought to herself, Estee is Dr. O'Malley's prize student. Besides her pharmaceutical skills, her urbanity and meticulousness are constantly praised by the doctor. He definitely won't refuse to write a letter of recommendation for his beloved apprentice. But when they found Dr. O'Malley, they were shocked. It turned out Dr. O'Malley had already given his recommendation to someone else this year. With things like this, Landia dejectedly led Estee away. Once outside, Landia sighed. "Careless of me. Dr. O'Malley's recommendation, as the Langba D family physician, is practically a guaranteed admission. How can anyone else have beaten me to it?" Just as Landia was secretly blaming herself, Dr. Estee suddenly said, "Miss, it's okay. I heard that to become a researcher at the academy, you not only need profound knowledge, but also sufficient ability. Although I'm Dr. O'Malley's student, I'm still young and lack the necessary skills." That's probably why he gave this year's recommendation letter to someone else. After saying this, Estee awkwardly scratched her cheek. Landia was stunned at first, then grabbed Estee's hand tightly and said, "Listen to me. No matter what, I'm going to get you in this year." Landia took Estee to Dr. O'Malley to ask for the recommendation letter. Unexpectedly, the doctor had already given it to someone else. But how could Landia give up? This was a matter of her father's life. After the two returned to Estee's room, Landia seriously asked, "Estee, I just want to ask you, why do you always think you're not good enough?" Estee was startled by the question and nervously scratched her cheek, replying, "Well, didn't I say? I'm still young." Before Estee could finish, Landia interrupted her. "But you're already a student of the Langba D family's head physician. With your abilities, you could even brag about being a genius. I've been here several times, and I've seen a lot, so I know. The medicine the doctor uses for treatment is all made by you, right?" Estee stammered, "But that actually it's nothing. Anyone can do it if they know the formula. After saying this, Estee blushed and lowered her head. Landia put down her teacup. This medicine you made, it's your skill. Why do you make it sound so insignificant? Estee stared down at her teacup. Miss, I'm just being self-aware. Landia frowned. Then, after a moment, her expression softened. Estee was so similar to her past self. The reality of their situations made them shrink back time and time again. In the end, even the positions they earned through their own efforts felt like they were reaching too high. Thinking of this, Landia slowly exhaled. Then she comforted Estee. I know, I'm a bit too fixated on this. Even without me, you could excel at the academy and achieve amazing things. I know whatever I say is useless. After all, I'm not an adult, nor am I a professional. But Estee, you must know this one thing. Then Landia's tone shifted abruptly. So how about this? Estee was taken aback. Landia suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Estee. I said I'd get you a recommendation letter, right? Since Dr. O'Malley's recommendation letter was given to someone else, I'll get grandfather's recommendation letter. Estee was dumbfounded. Then, with an incredulous expression, she said, What? The head of the families. Landia folded her arms and nodded seriously. That's right, but the Langbadi head's recommendation letter isn't something just anyone can get. So, Estee, you need to prove your worth. Prove that you're qualified to receive the Langbadi. Family's letter. Estee stood up abruptly, agitated. That's too difficult. How could I dare? Just then, Landia added, I'm not trying to force you. If you feel pressured, then I'll give up on this. But the reason I'm telling you this is because I believe you can do it. If you fail, the worst that can happen is you enter the academy a year later, like you said. So, trust yourself for once. See how far you can go. Wouldn't that be good? By now, Estee had clenched her fists tightly. Meanwhile, in the old man's office, he was discussing the construction of Landia's library with her fourth uncle. Landia suddenly pushed the door open and poked her head in. She looked around and said, Grandfather, fourth uncle is here too. Fourth uncle smiled at Landia and greeted her. Hello, Miss Landia. Hello. I'm discussing official business with the head of the family. So, before he could finish, the old man interrupted. Landia, what is it? Are you here to play with grandfather? Fourth uncle was shocked by the old man's words. Was this really the same head of the family? Landia had already run into her grandfather's arms. Grandfather, I want to ask you for something. The old man stroked Landia's hair affectionately. Oh really? How could grandfather refuse his granddaughter's request? Landia laughed happily. Really? Then I want a recommendation letter for the academy with grandfather's name on it. The old man froze. Fourth uncle coughed. Miss Landia, if you'll pardon my interruption, the head of the family's recommendation letter isn't something just anyone can. Landia abruptly turned to look at him. He's not as amazing as fourth uncle. Fourth uncle was stunned into silence by Landia's words. The little girl's single sentence had rendered the two experienced old men speechless. Although the old man valued his granddaughter highly, it wouldn't be easy for Landia to get a recommendation from him. But Landia wouldn't give up easily. While the old man was trying to comfort her, Landia spoke up. Let me prove it to you. The two old men were taken aback by Landia's words. She continued, I know it's hard for you to believe in Estee's mission based on just my words. So I'll let you see for yourselves how skilled Estee is. But we have to agree beforehand. If you're satisfied, you must write a recommendation for her. Both of you. After making this agreement with the two old men, Landia returned to her room. Despite her outward confidence, she was actually quite nervous. One of the old men was the head of the Langbadi family, and the other was a former professor at the academy. They both had exceptionally high standards. To get them to acknowledge Estee, she would have to show them something truly special. Landia began to worry, but she still had another matter to attend to. Her father had been muttering to himself for a while now, occasionally sighing. This was distracting her from figuring out her plan. So Landia tugged on her father's clothes and asked curiously, Father, why are you sighing? Is something bothering you? Hearing his daughter's concerned words, Gale Han pulled her into a hug. No, nothing. Just thinking about some other things. Landia stared at her father with an unconvinced look. Gale Han felt so guilty under his daughter's gaze that he started sweating. Finally, under Landia's wide, blinking eyes, he gave in. Well, Daddy is thinking about starting a new business, but I'm hesitant because I don't have any experience. Landia's eyes lit up. Oh, not pastries. What is it? I want to hear. Gale Han shyly began to explain. After listening, Landia covered her mouth in shock. Goodness, that sounds so difficult. Could my dad be a genius? If this succeeds, it could revolutionize the entire empire's commerce. While Landia marveled silently, Gale Han stroked her hair and said soothingly, It's okay if you don't understand. I'm happy you listened so attentively. Suddenly, Landia's eyes widened as if she had thought of something. She looked at her father. Father, did you ask Professor Corlevin about it? Galehan paused at Landia's words, then recalled the cold, critical man he remembered. Landia continued, whenever we ask him questions we don't understand, Professor Corlevin always answers kindly. Galehan fell into thought. Landia looked at her father intently. Professor Corlevin has an incredibly sharp mind for business. If you want honest feedback, no one is better suited. After considering for a moment, Galehan said, all right, I'll listen to our Landia. Landia laughed happily. Professor Corlevin likes things organized. If you write down your ideas for him, he'll be very pleased. But as she said this, she suddenly stopped. That's right. It's not just unique, groundbreaking things that become popular. Sometimes, the ordinary things we take for granted can have unexpected results. Those two old men are getting on in years, and they sit for long periods. Thinking this, Landia abruptly stood up. As Galehan wondered what she was about to do, Landia turned and ran outside. Father, I'm going to see a friend. I'll be back soon. Not long after, Landia arrived at Este's lab. The moment she saw Este, she rushed forward and hugged her. Este, your dream, and my dream, will definitely come true. That Dr. O'Malley is horrible. He's willing to ruin his protégé's future just because of someone else's gossip. He even accused you of being a bad influence. Landia had gone to Dr. O'Malley for a letter of recommendation, but he had already given his recommendation to someone else. And the recipient of Dr. O'Malley's recommendation was the son of that pompous man. Upon learning that Landia was helping Dr. O'Malley's commoner protégé, Este, secure a recommendation from the Langbadi family, the pompous man feared that Este would overshadow his son if she got into the academy. So, he called for Dr. O'Malley. He said, I heard you have a commoner student who's trying to get a recommendation from the Langbadi family. Dr. O'Malley gave a dry laugh and replied, the young lady's having a moment of youthful enthusiasm. Besides, she's not skilled enough. She'd just embarrass herself in front of the head of the family. The pompous man nodded to his servant, giving a subtle signal. Then, wiping his mouth, he said with feigned concern, completely disregarding her own teacher, acting so recklessly. Truly presumptuous. By then, the servant had placed a box in front of Dr. O'Malley. Dr. O'Malley looked at the dazzling gemstones inside the box and turned back to the pompous man, asking, head of the Poulin family. Seeing this, the pompous man let out a hearty laugh. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Don't feel burdened. It's just that I'm worried about your student. If this continues, she'll not only ruin your reputation, but also damage the Academy's prestige. People should know their place. Commoners should have the self-awareness of commoners. I hope you can advise her properly. Meanwhile, Este was preparing the medicine according to Landia's instructions. Just as she reached a crucial step, there was a sudden knock on the door. Este, are you there? I'm coming in. Before Este could react, Dr. O'Malley barged in. Este hurriedly stood up and said, Teacher, why are you here? Dr. O'Malley, now sporting the gemstones the pompous man had given him on his tie and dressed in expensive clothes, said, I won't stay long. You carry on with your work. Having said that, he began to surreptitiously eye the medicine on the table. After looking it over, he found nothing unusual except for the unknown pink powder in a pouch. He then asked, what are you making? Este immediately became nervous. Nothing. Just a simple experiment. Dr. O'Malley's face turned cold. A simple experiment. Then it shouldn't matter if I ask you to stop, right? Este instantly broke out in a sweat. The old hypocrite put on a show of sighing dramatically. I've heard that under Miss Landia's constant urging, you've been led astray. Este immediately became anxious. No, that's not it. Teacher, Miss Landia just. But before she could finish, Dr. O'Malley took 2 steps forward and interrupted her. That's right. I am your teacher. How could a teacher allow their student to run wild? Saying this, he patted Este's shoulder and began his manipulation. I'm sorry, Este. I didn't realize you wanted to go to the academy so badly. But everything I do is for your own good. Your abilities aren't sufficient to be a researcher yet. How could I watch my student go out there and embarrass herself? Don't think too much about it. Just study diligently here with me. Next year, or the year after, I'll naturally write you a recommendation. Though he said this, he was actually thinking this child has always been obedient. I made it this clear. She should understand. As for the recommendation, I'll just find another excuse to refuse next year. After hearing her teacher's words, Estee said dejectedly. I understand, teacher. Just as Dr. O'Malley, hearing Estee's reply, thought his lecture had changed her mind, Estee added, but I still want to try my best. Dr. O'Malley was stunned. This isn't the same disciple who wouldn't dare say two if I said one. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth. He roared furiously, Estee, even after all I've said, you still don't understand. Estee flinched back in fear, but then clenched her hands tightly. Please, she pleaded. Teacher, I don't want to disappoint Miss Landia. I won't disrupt the fairness of the process. If I fail, I'm willing to admit my foolishness and accept any punishment you deem fit. Dr. O'Malley glared at Estee furiously, his eyes nearly bulging out. But Estee, no longer as timid as before, patted her chest and declared, so, just this once, please let me repay Miss Landia's trust in me. Dr. O'Malley gritted his teeth, looking at Estee in disbelief. You've grown some wings, haven't you? He then bellowed, fine. I don't need an ungrateful student like you. Do as you please. With that, he turned and stormed out. After Dr. O'Malley left, Estee looked at her hands, trembling from the tension. Have I made an irreversible mistake? She murmured. I just wanted to fight for a chance for myself. Thinking this, Estee clenched her fists tightly. No, I have to try. Even if they call me foolish, I don't care. Estee's gaze then firmly landed on the medicinal herbs on the table. Should honest people be suppressed and looked down upon? Dr. O'Malley, having accepted the head of the Poulin family's gems, decided to help him suppress his own prize student. But Estee, usually obedient and compliant, today acted completely out of character. For herself and for Landia's trust, she decided to give a try. What she couldn't understand was why her teacher so vehemently opposed her, even to the point of severing their teacher-student relationship. After Dr. O'Malley left, Estee looked at her hands, trembling with emotion, and silently resolved to give it her all, no matter what. As it turned out, Estee did not disappoint Landia. Before long, she had prepared the medicine according to Landia's instructions. Landia looked very pleased upon seeing the medicine. Now everything was ready, and all they needed was the right opportunity. Landia looked at the medicine in her hand and thought, now all I need to know is which of grandfather's legs is affected. Estee, seeing Landia's excitement, asked with some concern, Miss, are you all right? Hearing Estee call her Miss, Landia turned around and smiled awkwardly. Just then, Estee rolled up her sleeve and said, just in case, I've been testing it on myself for several days. It hasn't caused any side effects like rashes, and my wrist used to ache often, but it's much better now after using it. As she spoke, Estee moved her arm. My skin seems smoother too. Landia pondered this. It seems that with a few adjustments, it could also be used as a skincare product. While Landia was lost in thought, Estee asked hesitantly, Miss, will this ointment really satisfy the head of the family and Lord Brooke? Landia smiled slightly and replied with a question. Estee, is there anything else you want besides the letters of recommendation? Estee was taken aback by the question. Landia continued, trading this medicine for just 2 letters of recommendation is a huge loss for you. Estee finally understood and said in surprise, yes. By then, Landia was already walking towards the door. Just before leaving, she looked back at Estee. Just wait and see, Landia said, turning and leaving. As it turned out, Landia's prediction was correct. Estee's ointment was a success. After the 2 old men used the ointment, their old ailments were completely cured. They were both thrilled and astonished. As a result, Landia not only received letters of recommendation from both of them, but also planned to mass-produce the ointment and sell it to those in need. She would also give Estee a portion of the profits to help her complete her studies. Soon, Estee would be heading to the academy for further education. At their parting, Estee looked at Landia and couldn't help but cry. Miss, how will I ever repay your kindness? Landia laughed. What kindness? This is all a result of your own abilities. Although Landia said this, Estee knew in her heart that without Landia's help, she would never have achieved such progress so quickly. With tears in her eyes, Estee looked earnestly at Landia and said, after I go to the academy, I will study even harder and never betray your trust. Landia held Estee's hand and nodded affirmatively. I believe in you. You can definitely do it. So, Estee, if you can, would you grant me a request? Without hesitation, Estee replied, of course. Mississippi Landia looked at Estee seriously. There's a disease called Tebrin. You know about it, right? At this point, Landia recalled the description of the disease. It's a terrible disease. It starts with the loss of feeling in the hands and feet. Then the muscles gradually harden throughout the body. Finally, the patient dies because they can't breathe. In her past life, this disease had taken her father's life. The reason she was so determined to help Estée was not only because Estée was a genius, but also because she didn't want to lose her father again in this life. With this in mind, Landia continued. In the region where the academy is located, there's a special herb called rosin. I hope you can help me use it to create a medicine to treat Tebrin. Estée looked at Landia in disbelief. How did you know that herb could be used to treat Tebrin? But before she could finish, Landia suddenly looked up at her with a gaze that was both resolute and pleading. Seeing Landia's expression, Estée nodded firmly. I'll do my best to try. As for whether I'll succeed. Before Estée could finish, Landia tightly grasped her hand and said firmly, you can do it. I believe that if anyone can, Estée, it's you. Landia was so certain because the medicine that cured this disease in her past life was developed by the girl in front of her, Estée. This is precisely why Landia insisted on sending Estée away. Landia was being watched, not only by the head of the family, but also by Karivan. This guy was seriously staring at Landia for almost 10 days straight. Landia was getting creeped out by Karivan's gaze. Just as Landia was thinking about leaving quickly, Karivan suddenly stopped her and said he wanted to take her somewhere. Landia was startled. Finally, after learning that Karivan was taking her to meet her father to discuss business, she agreed to go with him. But Landia never expected Karivan to pull a fast one on her. During the meeting, Karivan uncharacteristically started saying thanks to someone unreliable. Landia was so shocked that the water she had just taken a sip of went down the wrong way. Finally, unable to listen any longer, Landia excitedly voiced her own opinion, and this played right into Karivan's hands. Hearing Landia's words, Karivan revealed a wicked smile of triumph. Landia was instantly bewildered. What was going on? Although Karivan didn't say anything at the time, this incident left Landia feeling uneasy, so much so that when the second week of school started, Landia was still thinking about it. When Landia opened the classroom door, she was stunned. The classroom, which should have been bustling, was completely empty. Just as Landia was puzzled, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The others won't be coming. Landia was startled and turned around. She saw Karivan standing behind her, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Karivan looked at Landia and said, I informed the others that today's class was canceled, because I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Landia's hair stood on end. Nervously, she said, what do you want to talk about? Karivan pulled Esté's ointment from his pocket and handed it to Landia, asking, do you know what this is? Landia was stunned. Isn't this Esté's ointment? How could I not know? This is Miss Esté's ointment, developed to earn the head of the family's recommendation. And the person who discovered Miss Esté's potential and strongly recommended her was you, Miss Landia. Landia's heart skipped a beat. She chuckled nervously and explained, I just thought she was too talented to be overlooked, so I put in a good word for her with grandfather. Karivan's tone shifted. Did you know about this? A few days before Estée developed the ointment, Dr. O'Malley was extremely agitated. Not only did he publicly belittle his own star pupil, but he also went around slandering you, saying that you had tricked Estée again. Cold sweat dripped down Landia's face. Inwardly, she cursed Dr. O'Malley for several generations. Karivan continued, thinking about it. The Chloe IGA velvet fabric deal was the same. I initially saw no hope for that deal. But then you coincidentally brought in Gail Hahn, who understood the fabric, and the problem was solved. By this point, Landia was so nervous she didn't know what to say, only managing a strained smile. Suddenly, Karivan crouched down and stared at Landia, asking, in a meeting with me and Gail Hahn, you objected to my proposal. How do you explain that? It was only then that Landia realized what had happened. Damn that curly-haired schemer. She had been suspected and manipulated by Karivan because of her talent. Landia decided not to hide anything anymore. Everything is just as you suspect. Although Karivan had already guessed, he was still taken aback when he heard Landia's confirmation. Just as Gail Hahn was about to say something, Landia stopped him. The clothing business currently being planned is entirely my father's idea. I merely suggested he consult with you. Karivan pondered. Is that so, Gilon? But why would you suggest he consult with me? Landia replied confidently, because I believed you wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. And I was certain that you wouldn't just offer advice. If you saw its potential, you would become an excellent partner. And look, isn't that exactly what happened? Karivan looked deeply at Landia, then smiled and said, indeed. But if that's the case, why didn't you actively showcase your own abilities? I heard some family members often bully you. If you gain grandfather's favor, this won't happen anymore. Lanya sighed after hearing this. It's not the right time yet. Teacher, let me ask you something. Can one become the head of the family based solely on their own abilities? Of course not. But now, while grandfather still holds power, gaining his support will make things smoother. Lanya agreed with a hum of affirmation. You're absolutely right. But I'm still young, and father's prospects aren't very promising yet. In this situation, being deeply favored by grandfather, I'm afraid I might not even live to adulthood. Karivan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Indeed, I didn't expect Miss Lanya to have considered this so thoroughly. While Karivan was still pondering, Lanya continued, Teacher, do you remember my answer to the second assignment? I believe that for a merchant, the most valuable asset is people. So, before seizing power, I want to gather trustworthy people around me. As she spoke, Lanya extended her hand towards Karivan. I can prove my abilities at any time, but I don't want others to judge me simply by saying I'm talented. I want an unshakable position. As she said this, Lanya clenched her fist tightly. Karivan was so stunned by Landia's words that he couldn't speak for a while. After a moment, he asked Lanya, Aren't you afraid I'll tell Gailhan about your thoughts? Lanya laughed after hearing this. I'm not afraid. That will never happen, because I know you love Lombardi. Karivan smiled after hearing Landia's words. He then stood up, walked over to Lanya, and brushed off her clothes. I have a request. Please allow me to become your person. Lanya looked at the kneeling Karivan and said without hesitation, All right, but following me might be difficult. Are you mentally prepared? Karivan was bullied again. Last time it was a child who bullied him. Now it's an adult. He was pushed directly to the ground. And the one who pushed him was the twins' father. Lanya was bewildered. I didn't offend him, did I? What's going on? Previously, Lanya had unexpectedly recruited her teacher. This unexpected surprise made Lanya very happy. Today was the Lombardi family gathering. Although Lanya dressed beautifully, she didn't really want to attend. It wasn't only pointless, but she also had to see those she didn't want to see. But seeing her father meticulously dressed for the banquet, Lanya still acted happy. Just as Lanya and her father were about to leave for the banquet, they ran into Karivan on the way. Karivan was looking for Gailhan. He had an urgent matter to discuss with him. Gailhan looked at Lanya after hearing this, looking a bit at a loss. Seeing this, Lanya considerately said, Father, I'll go play with Dio and Melon first. You can come find me after you're done. After saying goodbye to Karivan, Lanya left on her own, humming a song as she walked. Every time she recalled Karivan becoming her person a few days ago, Lanya felt very happy. But just then, a figure appeared behind her. As this figure passed by Lanya, they shoved her. Lanya fell directly to the ground. She was stunned. What's going on? Who was that? When Lanya looked up, she saw her uncle looking at her coldly. He then scoffed disdainfully, turned around, and left. Lanya was shocked by this. Just then, the twins rushed over and helped Lanya up. They asked with concern, Lanya, are you all right? Are you hurt? Father probably didn't see. Let's go inside quickly. Although the twins said this, Lanya was certain her uncle did it on purpose. Thinking about this, Lanya felt uneasy. Did I do something wrong? Why does it feel like Uncle hates me and is angry with me? The twins pondered for a moment, then explained, Father never really liked our cousins. Lanya couldn't help but ask, What do you mean? The twins looked at each other and nodded. And he said he only told me. Dad said he hates the Lombardi family. He said they're all a bunch of fools. But not Lanya. Dad said, this is a secret between the men of the Hughes family. You can't tell anyone. Okay. Dio made a shush gesture as he spoke. Lanya was shocked, but she said, Okay, I won't tell anyone. She then followed the twins towards the banquet hall, but her mind was far from calm. The men of the Hughes family. Does Aunt Shauna know? She wondered. No, Aunt Shauna definitely doesn't know. Knowing her personality, if she knew, she'd rather break ties completely than put on a show. Lanya sat at the banquet, lost in thought as she looked at her aunt and uncle across the table. Just then, a grape flew towards her. Lanya flinched, then looked up. She saw the Balesa twins holding grapes, grinning mischievously. Before she could react, another grape came flying at her. Lanya was being bullied again. Even after being beaten by Lanya, Balesa still hadn't learned his lesson. At the family banquet, he was actually throwing grapes at her. This was unbearable. Just as Lanya was about to retaliate, a voice rang out, Balesa, what are you doing? You're being so noisy. It was Balesa's mother. Landia's father looked over as well, asked to burst out laughing. Look at Lanya. She can't even handle a little teasing. Looks like she hasn't even learned basic table manners. Right, brother. The others joined in the mocking laughter. Vij and his wife, seeing the opportunity, looked at Landia's father and said sarcastically, Gailhan, instead of gallivanting around, perhaps you should pay more attention to your daughter's upbringing. So unrefined. She needs to learn some etiquette. Someone chimed in, haha, I can recommend a good teacher for you. Landia glared at them, her hand clenching tightly around her fork. Then, Aunt Shauna spoke up. I heard that when you went to see His Majesty the Emperor the other day, Balessa tripped on his cape and fell. Even Landia, who's younger than him, wouldn't make such a mistake. I heard everyone there was quite startled. Vij and his wife broke out in a cold sweat. Balessa's mother forced a laugh. Sister, why bring that up here? It's natural to be nervous in front of His Majesty, isn't it? Shauna sighed. Then he should have paid more attention when learning etiquette. But your son only thinks about skipping class. Vij interjected, he's just a child. It's perfectly normal. We all learn from our mistakes, don't we? Shauna clicked her tongue. Yes, of course. She then turned to the others and continued. He says children can make mistakes. Landia, touched by her aunt's defense, thought, Aunt Shauna is clearly trying to protect me. Just then, the twins mimicked the Balessa brothers from earlier. Oh, really? Balessa fell down in front of everyone. Did it hurt? I heard Balessa cries when he's hurt. Must have been embarrassing. The twins burst into laughter. Balessa's face turned as red as a beet. Landia covered her mouth, giggling. Vij nearly ground his teeth in frustration. In the end, Balessa had become the laughingstock, and in front of Gailhan's bastard daughter, no less. This wouldn't do. Vij looked at the old man and walked over with his wine glass. Father, allow me to offer you a toast. After refilling the old man's glass, Viega raised his own. It's all thanks to you that Balessa has become the prince's companion. Balessa's mother chimed in, thank you, Father, for giving Balessa such an opportunity. Thanks to you, he doesn't have to wait until he's 11 to freely enter the palace. The old man raised his glass to his lips. There's no need to make such a fuss. Consider it a birthday present a few months early. However, the palace is not like our Lombardy estate. He must be careful with his words and actions. Vij quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Father. Seeing how much you value Balessa, the Emperor readily chose him as a companion. So, I doubt anyone in the palace would dare to look down on him. Landia, watching her uncle's fawning smile, thought to herself, that's not what grandfather meant at all. Landia was almost bullied by Balessa again. Thankfully, Aunt Shauna stepped in to defend her this time. In the end, Balessa became the laughingstock of the banquet. Vij, trying to save face for his son, brought up Balessa's appointment as the crown prince's companion. Landia scoffed at this, seeing through their insincere flattery. It was nothing more than sucking up to the future ruler. In her past life, it was the second prince who ultimately became the crown prince. Just as Landia was lost in thought, grandfather suddenly called out, Landia. Startled, Landia hurried over to her grandfather. What is it, grandfather? Grandfather took a necklace with a key pendant from a servant girl. He placed it around Landia's neck. This is your 8th birthday present, the key to your very own library. Vij and his wife nearly popped their eyes out at this sight. Stroking the key, Landia felt puzzled. The birthday gift I asked for from grandfather was a future wish. Did he forget? Grandfather looked at Landia and said with a smile, this is one I prepared myself, so it's a little late. Landia's eyes lit up with excitement. So this is a bonus gift. She quickly said, thank you, grandfather. I'll study hard and read lots of books. Grandfather chuckled and patted her head. Good. If there's a book you want, just tell Lub see you. The twins looked on with envy, while Vij's face twitched with anger. He then said sarcastically, say, Gailhan, are you short on business opportunities? Opening a shop in the commoner's market. Don't you think it's beneath the esteemed Wang Ba Di family name? I've heard about it too, haha. While I respect my brother-in-law's choices, Before the twins' father, Este, could finish, Balessa's mother chimed in, Gailhan, you really shouldn't hesitate to ask if you need funds. My family could easily set you up on Golden Road. Gailhan gave an awkward laugh. Thank you for your concern. I want to try relying on my own abilities without family support. Thank you for your kindness. Just then, grandfather wiped his mouth and suddenly said, Gailhan, work hard. I'll be watching. Vij was stunned. Father, what do you mean? His father sounded almost expectant. Gailhan, upon hearing his father's words, replied with a hint of bitterness, I will do my best, father. Vij was trembling with rage. Landia, watching their faces darken, thought smugly, just wait until father's shop opens. Their faces will be even more unsightly then. After the banquet, Landia skipped over to the library her grandfather had given her. When she opened the door, she was stunned by the interior. Her jaw dropped. Touching the library furniture, Landia thought wistfully, "This is the room I used when I managed the household for grandfather when he was ill in my past life. I never thought I'd return like this." There was a knock at the door, and Gale Han entered. Looking at Landia, he said, "This place is really nice." Landia replied with a smile, "Yes, it's perfect for studying." Enough already. Landia was being teased by her spendthrift older brother again. Just now, Landia, determined to become the head of the family, decided to study etiquette. But when the tutor brought out the basic texts, Landia was shocked. Looking at the thick etiquette books, she was filled with questions. What? This is basic. All of this. By the time Landia finished reading, she was exhausted. Meanwhile, Galehan was busy preparing for the opening of his new business. The commotion attracted the attention of many commoners. When they heard that the clothes here were cheap, they were stunned, then looked skeptical. Seeing this, the store manager, Roland, confidently assured them. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. In the imperial palace, the empress was lamenting to her maids about the second prince still being alive. She decided to add more poison to his food. But how could they know that the second prince has been able to hold on until now because Landia gave him the antidote? Soon, the day of Galehan's clothing store opening arrived. As soon as the store opened, people lined up to buy clothes. Sales increased day by day, but now they faced a problem. At this rate, they would have nothing left to sell in a month. Clifton smiled after hearing the store manager's report. Then he took out a contract and handed it to Roland. Store manager Roland was stunned when he saw the contents. It turned out that the head of the Lombardi family had given all the servants clothing orders to the store. He even hired the family's tailor for them. And the one who facilitated this order was Landia, who wasn't even 10 years old yet. Since the last family dinner, Landia's treatment within the family had greatly improved. Even the family servants treated her much better. This made Landia uncomfortable. To avoid becoming like Balessa, Landia decided to go to her library. After giving the servants some instructions, Landia slipped away. After Landia ran out, she didn't go to the library. Instead, she had a sudden change of plan and decided to go play with the Geo twins. As Landia happily walked forward, a ball suddenly appeared and hit Landia hard on the nose. Blood immediately started flowing. When Landia turned her head, she saw Balessa standing not far away, laughing excitedly. What had Landia done wrong to be bullied by Balessa again and again? Just now, Landia was planning to go find the Geo twins. Unexpectedly, on the way, Balessa hit her nose with a ball. Seeing that Landia was bleeding, Balessa not only didn't show concern, but laughed triumphantly. Landia couldn't tolerate Balessa. Ever since he became the crown prince's companion, he had become even more arrogant. Thinking of this, Landia started to fight back. "You mutt, what are you doing?" Balessa was instantly furious. Except for the last time he was beaten, the person he had always bullied without resistance dared to talk to him like this. He couldn't stand it. "What did you call me?" Landia retorted without hesitation, "Yeah, calling you a mutt is an insult to dogs." Balessa's temper flared. As the eldest grandson of the Lombardi family, he had never been called such a name. Immediately, Balessa reached out to grab Landia's hair, but Landia wouldn't let him succeed. She grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at Balessa. Balessa, with dirt in his eyes, screamed. Landia stood up and looked at the screaming Balessa, silently cursing him. But the next second, she felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a thud. Balessa recovered and then fiercely grabbed Asta's wooden sword. He yelled, "You lowly bastard," and swung the sword down at Landia, who was lying on the ground. Just as Landia was about to brace for the impact of Balessa's wooden sword, another wooden sword suddenly appeared, spinning and hitting Balessa. It was the Geo twins who had arrived. When the twins saw Landia's condition, they were shocked. They rushed forward and helped Landia up. Seeing the blood on Landia, Geo was so angry, he gritted his teeth. He was about to go after Balessa, but Landia grabbed his clothes and stopped him. Before Landia could say anything, she fainted. The Geo twins panicked and immediately carried Landia to the hospital. Along the way, tears welled up in their eyes. They silently vowed to avenge Landia. Soon after, the grandfather, having received the news, arrived at the hospital with a grim expression. He was followed by worried servants. After learning about Landia's injuries, the grandfather's face became even more somber. It turned out that Landia's nosebleed wasn't serious. However, because the injury was to her head, she needed long-term observation. The twins, who had been staying by Landia's side, rushed to their mother when they saw her arrive. Dot and tearfully told on Balessa and Asta. After swordsmanship class, we were going to find Landia. As we passed through the courtyard, we heard Landia's voice. When we arrived, we saw Balesa hitting Landia with a wooden sword, so we rushed over. When Shauna heard that Balesa was hitting Landia with a wooden sword, the sweat instantly poured down her face. Grandfather, after hearing the twins' account, said coldly with a grim expression, "John, bring Balesa and Asta to my office immediately." This spoiled brat, who bullied Landia again and again, finally paid the price. Not only was he scolded by Grandfather, but the twins didn't let him off either. Just now, Landia was simply walking down the road. When Balesa put her in the hospital, Grandfather was furious when he found out. He called the culprit, Balesa, to his office. But Balesa, who has always been spoiled, not only didn't admit his mistake, but was also defiant. Seeing this, Grandfather frowned even more deeply. "It seems you have no intention of repenting. Since you've made a mistake, you must pay the price. The harm caused to Landia will be repaid by your father. From now on, you're not allowed to go near Landia. If you do it again, I will reconsider your qualifications as a member of the Lombardi family." Balesa was stunned after hearing this. He never thought that he, as the eldest grandson of the Lombardi family, would be expelled. Meanwhile, Asta, who was standing beside him, didn't escape punishment either. Grandfather revoked his inheritance rights. After the punishment, Grandfather drove them both out. After coming out, Asta walked back while wiping his tears with grievance. Balesa, however, clenched his fists tightly. He felt extremely resentful. But when he recalled the look in Grandfather's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. After glancing back at the empty hall, Balesa revealed a ferocious expression and punched the wall, venting his anger. He blamed everything on Landia. He wanted revenge on Landia. But what he didn't know was that someone else would be coming to settle the score with him. Balesa walked away with heavy steps. But he hadn't gone far when he tripped and fell flat on his face. Balesa, sprawled on the ground, hadn't yet figured out what happened when someone grabbed his clothes and turned him over. It was the Geo twins who were looking for trouble. The Geo twins looked at Balesa on the ground and taunted, "How's it feel, Balesa? Does it hurt? How could you be so careless and fall down on your own?" Seeing the twins, Balesa no longer dared to show his previous arrogance. The twins continued to taunt the terrified Balesa. "Does your injured arm hurt? I heard a broken bone must be very painful. What would happen if your leg were broken?" Geo placed the wooden sword in his hand on Balesa's leg. Balesa's face turned white with fear. The Geo twins continued, "Speaking of which, if your leg were also broken, you wouldn't dare to do any more bad things, right?" "Probably." After finishing their sentence, the twins looked at Balesa with grim expressions. Balesa was scared out of his wits. The twins before him were the only companions he dared not provoke. He backed away while apologizing. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again." But the twins didn't intend to let Balesa off the hook. They continued to look at him with a smirk, mocking him. "It seems Balesa is not only weak, but also stupid. You've got the wrong person to apologize to." Balesa hurriedly explained, "But Grandfather forbade me from going near her, so I can't go to Landia." The twins looked at the terrified Balesa and chuckled. Although they hadn't achieved their ultimate goal, the effect was there. Moreover, Grandfather had already decreed that he stay away from Landia, so the twins had to let it go. After leaving behind the words, "Stay away from our Landia," the twins left laughing. But as soon as they left, Balesa gritted his teeth again. Meanwhile, Balesa's father, Vij, stormed into Grandfather's office. When he arrived in front of Grandfather, thought he slammed his hand on the table. This man actually slammed the table in front of his own father. And the reason for his anger was that he felt Grandfather was being unfair to Balesa. Vij really thought of himself as the eldest son, his son the eldest grandson, and believed they deserved preferential treatment. He not only looked down on Landia and her father, but also felt justified in bullying them. He acted self-righteous, believing he was bringing in a valuable asset for the family's benefit. But Grandfather didn't buy it. He directly threw down an ultimatum, forcing Vij to choose between the queen and the family. Then he kicked him out. When Vij emerged, he was deflated. Grandfather's words couldn't be ignored. On one side was his foolish younger brother, and on the other, the queen he'd been currying favor with. As the saying goes, behind every successful man is a woman who pushes him forward. But sometimes, that woman can also push her husband into the abyss. Finally, under his wife's urging, Vij chose the queen, accepting her invitation and foregoing the family award ceremony. Meanwhile, the unconscious Landia woke up. Upon learning of Balessa's punishment by grandfather, she immediately perked up. After her father left, Landia cheered. Although she had intended to use her beating as a lesson for Balessa, she hadn't expected things to turn out so well. This was beyond her expectations. Soon, the Lombardy Awards ceremony arrived. Vij, as expected, didn't show up. Landia seized this opportunity, using the Lombardy informant, Caitlin, to reveal information about the second prince to grandfather. When grandfather found Landia, she invoked the birthday wish grandfather had granted her, asking him to help the second prince. After Landia left, grandfather, after careful consideration, decided to commence a long-planned operation. Landia, who had just fallen asleep, was suddenly awakened by her father. It turned out grandfather had come to see her again. Grandfather then took Landia into a carriage and headed towards the royal palace. Their destination was the second prince, confined to the cold palace. Seeing his precious granddaughter embraced by the second prince upon arrival, neither her father nor grandfather could stand for it. He immediately separated them. Although grandfather had heard of the second prince, before helping him, he still needed to assess what kind of person he was. Grandfather then proceeded to provoke the second prince with words, informing him of his wet nurse's murder. In the end, the second prince didn't disappoint grandfather. He sensed a certain ruthlessness in the young man. This solidified his decision to help him. Grandfather then sought out the emperor. He not only revealed the poisoning of the second prince, but also exposed the queen's unchecked embezzlement of royal funds. This forced the emperor to take notice. Yet, even then, he hesitated. Seeing the emperor's indecision, grandfather decided to play the villain himself. Meanwhile, after grandfather left, the second prince took Landia to his room. Landia emptied out everything she had brought. Among the items was a scarf that resembled a dog's tail. Perhaps Landia had sensed the second prince's puppy-like potential during their last encounter, so she had spent 2 months' allowance on this scarf. When Landia put it on him, her eyes lit up. They really are a perfect match. The second prince also expressed his satisfaction with the scarf. Not only that, but Landia also brought him a wooden sword and a book about swordsmanship. After explaining everything, Landia, having been sleep-deprived, lay down for a nap. The second prince looked at the snoring Landia with an expression of profound gratitude. Then he too fell asleep. When Landia awoke, the first thing she saw was the second prince holding the wooden sword she had given him, practicing with a guard sent by the emperor. Beside the guard stood Caitlin, who had also been dispatched. It turned out that after hearing grandfather's words, the emperor finally realized the second prince's importance. He rewarded him with a new palace and assigned Caitlin and the guard, Kates, to assist him. When Landia saw the palace bestowed upon the second prince, she was stunned. Wasn't this a bit excessive? But after the second prince arrived at the new palace, he became silent. Even his hand holding the cutlery trembled. It turned out the second prince was acting this way out of fear. Although he was the emperor's son, he had never received such treatment since birth. Then, under Landia's comfort, the second prince began to devour his food. But then, the second prince learned some difficult news from Landia. According to Lombardy family rules, Landia might not be able to visit the second prince in the palace again until she turned 11. Finally, after Landia mentioned they could exchange letters, the second prince's expression recovered somewhat. Meanwhile, the queen, upon learning that the emperor had gifted a palace to the second prince, became restless. She stormed into the emperor's presence. "I heard you rewarded the second prince with a palace." But the emperor's next words stopped her short. "Yes, he's over 10 years old now. It's time he had his own residence." After saying this, the emperor escorted grandfather out, leaving the queen standing there. The queen was filled with immense regret. Damn it, she thought, why didn't I just kill the second prince back then? Follow for the next season, everyone. This older brother bows to his younger sister every time he sees her. And every time, his sister blushes. Cliven does this because, like Landia, he is an illegitimate child. Ever since Landia and the second prince parted last time, they began exchanging letters, sharing their lives with each other. Time flew by. After moving to the new palace, the second prince began learning swordsmanship under Kate's tutelage. Not long after, he even cultivated sword chi, surprising his teacher, Kate's. After instructing the second prince not to tell anyone, Kate's hurriedly left. During this time, Landia also received a pony from her father, and so time passed slowly as they exchanged letters. Today, Landia was reading a letter from the second prince. Just then, a young girl rushed in. This young girl, who had become Landia's friend, was Roland. She was also Cliven's younger sister. As soon as Roland entered, she complained about the long journey, saying she was often late. She also complained about her mother constantly trying to set her up with young noblemen, which bothered her greatly. She hoped Landia would let her stay, but Landia refused, as she had some matters she couldn't let Roland know about yet. Just then, Roland saw the letter from the second prince on the table. Her girlish curiosity was immediately piqued. Despite Roland's repeated, coquettish inquiries, Landia still didn't tell her. At that moment, Cliven opened the door and walked in. Upon seeing him, Roland abruptly stood up to greet him. But upon seeing Roland, Cliven first bowed and then politely greeted her. Roland blushed immediately, looking awkwardly at her brother. "Oh, when will you treat me like a sister? It's just you, brother, and Miss Landia here." Landia smiled and looked at Roland. "I'm about to start my lessons. If you'd like, you can take some snacks and wait in the reception room." Roland agreed dejectedly and went out. The reason Landia didn't let Roland stay was that she and Cliven were discussing business matters under the guise of lessons. After Roland left, Landia looked at Cliven and asked, "She just wants to be closer to you. Just a form of address shouldn't be a problem." Cliven shook his head sadly. "But I'm not worthy of the name Deland. How can the eldest daughter of the Deland family call me brother before I earn my own name?" Landia sighed helplessly and then brought up business matters. Actually, the first time Landia heard Cliven say he was an illegitimate child of the Deland family, she was shocked. This also made her understand why Cliven chose her as his partner, and why, in the previous life, Cliven was so desperate to prove himself through success. Landia was actually poaching her own grandfather's employees. Just now, Cliven and Landia were discussing business. Landia suddenly said, "Have you prepared your resignation letter yet?" Cliven was startled by her words and swallowed nervously. He asked, "Have I done something wrong?" This question completely baffled Landia. Then Cliven suddenly knelt down and continued, "Miss Landia, if my abilities are insufficient and I haven't assisted you well, I will work harder. So please don't abandon me." Landia froze, stunned. She couldn't bear to let such a capable person go, let alone dismiss him. Flustered, she quickly explained, "I'm turning 11 soon, and then I can officially take over the merchant group. I'm asking you to resign from your Lombardy position. Then you can focus on assisting me." After understanding the situation, Cliven awkwardly adjusted his glasses. Just then, the door suddenly burst open. Both of them turned to look. They saw Gellerhahn stumble in, breathless. He collapsed to the floor as soon as he entered. Seeing this, Landia rushed towards her father. Cliven took the opportunity to gather the documents he had been looking at. Then he slipped out. Landia looked at her collapsed father and anxiously asked what had happened. Gellerhahn exhaled deeply and abruptly looked up, saying, "I'm going to be awarded a medal." It turned out that Gelleran's affordable clothing stores had greatly improved the lives of the Empire's citizens. Therefore, the Emperor had decided to award him a medal at the Founding Day ceremony. Landia had already heard about this from her grandfather. And this time, the 4 families chosen as Lords of the North, South, East, and West would also attend the ceremony. This celebration was destined to be anything but simple. But how could Landia miss such an occasion? Therefore, she decided to wear clothes from her father's store to the ceremony. Gellerhahn was stunned. Then, upon learning why his daughter wanted to wear clothes from his store, Gelleran's nose tingled with emotion. He reached out and hugged Landia tightly. In the palace, the emperor summoned the second prince and informed him to attend the Founding Day ceremony in 3 days. The second prince agreed. He looked at the self-satisfied emperor, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The girl, just 11 years old, was to be betrothed to the first prince by the emperor. The emperor was doing this to provoke the second prince. He wanted to use the second prince as a pawn against the empress by bringing him to the Founding Day ceremony. But the second prince, despite having lived alone in the Dark Palace since childhood, was not foolish. He understood that he was merely being paraded in front of everyone as his father's tool against the empress. He immediately refused, but the emperor was not pleased. He stared at the second prince with a cold laugh, crushing the wine glass in his hand. He said indifferently, "Second prince, don't misunderstand. You think you have the right to refuse." Then, the emperor changed his tone and said deliberately, "This year's ceremony is of great significance. Not only will the 4 lords of the empire attend, but the Lombardy family's 3rd son and his daughter will also be present. Speaking of which, I haven't seen their daughter in 3 years. I wonder how she looks now. She and the first prince are about the same age. I think it would be a good opportunity for Aram to get acquainted with her. Saying this, the emperor glanced meaningfully at the second prince. The second prince was startled by these words. Seeing his reaction, the emperor sneered. He had said this to incite conflict between the second prince and the first prince. But the reason for the second prince's reaction was that he had heard from the emperor that Landia would also be attending the banquet. The self-satisfied emperor thought he had everything under control. He was unaware that the person he believed he could manipulate had long since slipped from his grasp. Although the second prince was unwilling to be used as a pawn, he decided to attend the ceremony for the chance to see Landia. At this moment, the second prince's mind was completely filled with thoughts of Landia. Thinking about seeing the girl he dreamt of, his face flushed. The day of the ceremony arrived quickly. Many carriages filled the imperial capital, bringing attendees to the celebration. The Lombardi family carriage was among them. However, unlike usual, this time it wasn't the eldest son, Vizier, in attendance, but Landia's father, Gellerhan. Gellerhan's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention, and when Landia stepped out of the carriage, it caused a stir. Everyone admired Landia's beauty. Grandfather, looking at Landia, gave her some concerned instructions. Today, you just need to stay close to your father and me. If any strange people try to talk to you, just ignore them. If they still bother you, just kick them away. I'll take care of the consequences. Saying this, Grandfather coughed twice into his fist and added, "This girl is just too cute." Landia laughed happily after hearing this. Then, holding her grandfather and father's hands, she walked inside. The actions of the 3 generations attracted the attention of many. Some were commenting on how beautiful Landia's dress was. Some were surprised at how much the Lombardi head pampered his granddaughter. And some were directly setting their sights on Landia. Among them were some women who were also interested in the single Gellerhan. Some even fainted just because Gellerhan smiled at them. Seeing this, Landia sighed with a headache. If being handsome is a crime, then my father is a sinner for the ages. Just then, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. It seems the protagonist of today's banquet has arrived. Landia, her father, and grandfather turned to look. They saw the queen standing behind them, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the 3 turn around, the queen smiled sweetly and continued meaningfully. "It's been a while, head of Lombardi and Lord Gellerhan." The malicious queen had set her sights on Landia. As the sworn enemy of the Lombardi family, the queen actively tried to get close to Landia at the banquet. This made Landia suspect that this woman had ulterior motives. Sure enough, the queen's next sentence revealed her purpose. "As far as I know, the Lombardi children's engagements are always rather precocious." Landia's face darkened. "I knew it. This woman definitely has something up her sleeve." Just as Landia was wondering what to do, her grandfather walked over and placed his hand on her shoulder, saying coldly, "My children don't need that." The queen's expression remained unchanged, but her hand tightened around her folding fan. She gave a dry laugh. Well, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. There's still plenty of time, isn't there?" Just then, the emperor's arrival interrupted their conversation. Accompanying the emperor was the second prince, Pears. Landia was surprised to see the second prince. Although the emperor had previously granted the second prince a palace and acknowledged his status, the queen and her family had strongly opposed him appearing in public. They didn't want the nobles to be aware of the second prince's existence. But now, the emperor had personally brought the second prince to the founding day ceremony. This was equivalent to formally acknowledging the second prince's right of succession in front of everyone. It also meant that the emperor and queen had completely fallen out. Thinking of this, Landia decided to keep a low profile to avoid being caught in the crossfire. But just then, the second prince called out Landia's name. Landia shook her head vigorously, signaling the second prince not to acknowledge her, to pretend they didn't know each other. The second prince understood and suppressed his smile. Landia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't let the queen know about her relationship with the second prince yet. Otherwise, given the queen's personality, she would definitely be targeted. After arriving, the emperor completely ignored the queen, turning instead to Landia's father and grandfather and chatting and laughing with them. Landia observed the emperor's actions. She understood that the emperor was deliberately snubbing the queen in front of everyone. Then Landia looked at the queen. The queen, who had just been cold and frosty, now acted as if nothing had happened and left. This made Landia deeply aware of how formidable this woman was. Just then, Landia felt someone watching her. When she turned her head, the second prince was not far away, staring intently at Landia. She was speechless. She'd asked him to pretend he didn't know her, and now he was just staring. Honestly, this guy. Just then, the emperor smiled at Landia. "Do you remember me?" he asked. Landia respectfully curtsied to the emperor. To Landia's surprise, the emperor then presented the second prince and introduced him. Landia smiled faintly and greeted the second prince. Thus, the two, who hadn't seen each other for 3 years, met again in this manner. The emperor then awarded Gellerhan a Medal of Honor. He then took a scroll from a guard, unfurled it, and continued, "I hereby declare that from this day forward, Gellerhan Lombardy is the Lord of Servily." As soon as the emperor spoke, the quiet hall erupted in noise. Even Landia's jaw dropped. The four heads of the empire's great houses were arguing over Landia's dress. This was exactly what Landia had hoped for. At the celebration, when the emperor announced that he was granting the Servily territory to Gellerhan, the hall instantly became noisy. Even Landia hadn't expected the emperor to do this. While being awarded a medal at the Founding Day celebration was significant, it was ultimately just an honorary title. But now the emperor was granting Gellerhan land. Granting land to someone who wasn't a founding hero was unprecedented in the empire's history. Gelleran's legs went weak as he accepted the scroll from the emperor. Landia rushed over to him. Gellerhan looked at her and said, "Landia, what should Daddy do? I've received such a wonderful gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called out, "What should you do?" Live with a grateful heart, of course. Gellerhan looked over and, recognizing the newcomer, nervously called out, "Aunt." Landia also recognized the woman, the head of the Xerxes family. She was the owner of the empire's primary ancient warehouse district and plant production area. She was also Landia's grandmother's family. Gellerhan patted Landia's shoulder. "Landia, quickly greet your great-aunt." Landia looked at the woman who approached, smiled politely, and curtsied. "Hello, Lady Xerxes. My name is Landia Lombardy." Lady Xerxes, looking at the well-mannered Landia, praised good. Perhaps because she's Gelleran's daughter, this child also looks a lot like Bex. Gellerhan blushed. "That's not true. Landia is much better than me." Lady Xerxes glared at him, as if anyone didn't know you were her father. "Are you bragging about your child to me?" Landia stealthily observed her great-aunt, who, despite her age, was quite imposing. She thought to herself, although the empire didn't forbid women from becoming heads of families, it was incredibly rare. This woman, after losing her 2 children and husband, had finally been recognized as the heir. Afterward, she used her iron will to quell those who coveted her family's power, finally securing her position. Thinking of this, Landia's eyes sparkled. To become the head of the family one day and lead the Lombardy family, perhaps she should take Lady Xerxes as a role model. This little girl, from a young age, aspired to be the head of the family. Seeing the strength of her great-aunt, a female head of family, she took her as an example. Just then, Lady Xerxes looked at Landia and suddenly said, "By the way, your dress is beautiful. I heard it's also from Gelleran's clothing store." Landia was delighted, as this was exactly what she'd hoped for. She quickly replied, "Yes, today is a good day for father, so I personally decorated the dress he made." Lady Xerxes seemed surprised. "You decorated it yourself?" "Yes. Is there something strange about it?" Lady Xerxes shook her head. "No, I think it's very beautiful, especially this part." Xerxes produced silk used in such a way. Lady Xerxes touched Landia's dress. Landia smiled awkwardly. This combination technique was supposed to appear 3 years later and become a trend throughout the empire, and the design was originally her great-aunt's. She had completely plagiarized her great-aunt's future creation. Lady Xerxes looked at Gellerhan and asked, "What do you think? Just based on your daughter's craftsmanship, the silk produced by our Xerxes family and your ready-to-wear clothing should blend together very well." But before Gellerhan could speak, the heads of the other 3 great families, who had been observing the situation from afar, suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. The gems on that dress are emeralds from our Iban mine. The lace decorating the silk is a specialty of the East. And the headpiece the young lady is wearing is made with our northern metalwork. Saying this, several people surrounded Gellerhan. This scene was exactly what Landia had hoped for. She had put a lot of thought into the dress she was wearing today. When Landia first showed the dress to Lorraine, Lorraine wasn't impressed. But after Landia decorated it, that it instantly dazzled Lorraine. Landia had done this to push her father into the spotlight at the banquet. Landia was meticulous in her planning. To use the National Foundation Day celebration to advance her father's career, she not only wore a dress from his shop to the celebration, but also decorated it with specialties from the four great families. In the end, thanks to Landia's efforts, everything went according to her plan. Now, her father was surrounded by the heads of the four great families and their entourage. Gellerhan, who wasn't good at socializing, suddenly felt immense pressure. He excused himself and passed the buck to Corinne, who was standing nearby. While Gellerhan was overwhelmed, Corinne handled him very well. After a brief, meaningful exchange with Landia, Corinne led the group away. Watching them leave, Gellerhan breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Landia's great-aunt patted her shoulder and said, "There are only adults here. Landia, you must be bored. Children your age rarely come to places like this. Why don't you go and look around?" Landia was a little puzzled. The other boisterous family heads had all gone to find Corinne, but her great-aunt not only stayed behind, but was now sending her away. Did she want to talk to her father about something? Thinking this, Landia politely agreed and turned to Gellerhan. "Father, can I go play for a while?" After receiving Gellerhan's permission, Landia skipped off. Watching her go, Lady Circeu praised, "What a lovely child." Gellerhan immediately perked up and excitedly agreed. "Great aunt, you think so too." Lady Circeu nodded firmly and continued, "And I heard she decorated that dress herself. It seems she has quite a talent for it. It's a good thing she didn't take after her father." Gellerhan, who had just been so excited, was suddenly embarrassed. "Everyone who sees Landia says, 'She looks just like me.'" Lady Circeu scoffed. "That child resembles a soft persimmon like you. Please, you two are completely different. If she resembles anyone, it's her mother. That child's mother was." Gellerhan's face grew serious as his great-aunt mentioned Landia's mother. "I'm not just saying this because she's my daughter, but that child is truly intelligent." Lady Circeu rubbed her forehead. "You weren't so subdued when you were boasting about her earlier. I thought landing such a big deal would have given you some backbone, but you're still as soft as ever." Gellerhan looked aggrieved at his great-aunt's scolding. Lady Circeu continued, "Especially at your age, still stomping your feet like that. Natalie's meekness seems to have been passed down entirely to you." She looked around. Changing the subject, she asked, "Shauna said the children suddenly caught colds and couldn't come today. But what about Vij, Agi, and Rollis? Why aren't they here either?" Gellerhan scratched his face awkwardly. "Well, my brothers are very busy." Lady Circeu snorted. "Busy doing what? Vij clearly can't stand seeing you in the spotlight, so he didn't come from the start. As for Rollis, he's probably too afraid of his older brother's anger to show up. So spineless. Why can't they be happy for their younger brother?" Gellerhan was starting to sweat. He tried to explain, but his great-aunt glared at him. "I watched you all grow up. Don't try to fool me. That Vij has been useless since he was a child, greedy and gluttonous. He'd stuff his face with all the cookies, even Rollis and mine, until his jaw dislocated, and he'd still want more." Gellerhan muttered, "That was when we were children." Lady Circeu sighed. "Just because I'm in a remote territory in the south doesn't mean I don't hear what's going on here. You brothers haven't changed a bit since then. So, Gellerhan." Lady Circeu looked at Gellerhan seriously. Gellerhan looked up at her. Although Servali isn't large, the surrounding land is fertile and the crops grow fairly well. It's enough to support a family. Now you have your own land, and you don't need to rely on others anymore. I know even if you become more powerful, you're not the type to step on your brothers to rise to the top. So, when the time is right, take your daughter to Servali. The South is warm and suitable for a child to grow up in." After hearing his aunt's words, Gellerhan was so moved he nearly burst into tears. He knew that the reason he was granted the territory was entirely due to his aunt using the emperor's hand to transfer it to him. Thinking of this, Gellerhan bowed deeply to his aunt. "Thank you. Truly, thank you so much." Lady Circeu rolled her eyes at Gellerhan. "This isn't free, you know. If you're truly grateful, then use our Circeu family's silk for your clothing store's next line of products." Looking at his aunt, Gellerhan's eyes welled up. This wasn't a demand. It was clearly her helping him. Seeing Gellerhan's expression, Lady Circeu smiled. "You're a lord of the South now. Isn't it natural for those who share the land to help each other? Landia, standing not far away, observed the situation. She then turned and left, thinking about how to utilize the Xerxes family's fabric to create suitable clothing. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Landia, pulling her outside. After seeing who had pulled her out, Landia froze. The second prince greeted her warmly. The second prince, assertive in front of everyone, was as docile as a puppy in front of Landia. After being pulled out, Landia said, "You didn't mention in your letters how tall you'd gotten." The second prince froze, quickly asking, "Am I too tall? Should I shrink a bit?" Landia rolled her eyes. "You've already grown. How can you shrink back? You're such a tease." The second prince, upon hearing this, actually started counting on his fingers in all seriousness. "Eat less, sleep less." Landia was amused by his behavior. "Just live comfortably. But it seems you're doing well. You filled out compared to 3 years ago." Saying this, Landia reached out to touch the second prince's head, but even on tiptoe, she couldn't reach. Seeing this, the second prince lowered his head. "Since I'm doing well, praise me." Seeing him like this, Landia thought, this guy a royal, how can he lower his head so easily to others? Despite this thought, Landia still reached out and stroked the second prince's hair, smiling. "You're great, Pears. You're really doing well." But then, Landia reluctantly removed her hand, muttering as she did, "Why does a boy have such nice hair? I wonder what shampoo he uses. I'll have to ask Caitlin next time I see her." Just then, the second prince suddenly said something and placed something in Landia's hand. Landia brought the gift before her eyes and examined it. Looking at the lustrous, rose-shaped ruby, Landia was secretly startled. "You just sniffed it and gave it to me. This clarity, this luster. How much must this be worth?" Then Landia cautiously asked, "This couldn't be something you carve yourself, could it?" The second prince softly replied, "For you." Hearing his answer, Landia was shocked. She hadn't expected the second prince, who was always busy practicing swordsmanship and studying, to find time to carve a gem for her. Thinking of this, Landia said, "Anyway, thank you really. But how did you carve it?" Seeing Landia's expression, the second prince smiled faintly, explaining casually that he had simply infused his small knife with sword energy and carefully carved it bit by bit. However, upon hearing his answer, Landia's mood suddenly dampened. She felt the gift was too precious. But then Landia paused. "Wait, do I have any reason to feel burdened? This guy being able to live well like this, eating and drinking well, is all thanks to my desperate efforts 3 years ago. And if he becomes emperor in the future, this gem will be priceless." Just then, the second prince took out a necklace. "May I put it on you?" The second prince had secretly pulled Landia aside. Not only did he give Landia the rose-shaped ruby he carved himself, but he also personally placed it around her neck. Seeing Landia wearing the gem, the second prince couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Landia fiddled with the gem around her neck, agreeing, "Yes, your craftsmanship is really good." Hearing this, the second prince muttered softly, "That's not what I meant." Then he said, "Isn't there a way for us to meet occasionally? Your birthday is coming up soon, and I hope to be able to chat with you face-to-face in the future." Landia looked at the second prince, puzzled. It was strange. Caitlin had said that Pears rarely confided in anyone. She hadn't expected him to express himself so directly. Thinking about this, Landia asked, "Aren't we writing letters? After all, some things can't be conveyed through letters." Hearing the second prince's reply, Landia thought he was afraid others would see the private matters in the letters. So she smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, Pears. Caitlin won't open your letters without permission. Besides, from the palace to Lombardy, the carriage is Lombardy's. No one can steal our letters." After hearing Landia's words, the second prince said softly, a little dejectedly, "All right, since you've said so." Then the two prepared to return to the banquet. Landia cautiously opened the door and looked around. She pulled her head back and whispered to the second prince, "We can't be seen together, so you go back first. I'll keep the necklace safe." The second prince obediently nodded and went back inside. But when Landia went in, 2 girls walked towards her. When the girls approached, they greeted Landia. "Hello, Miss Landia. I'm Philia from the Gus family, and this is my sister, Helia." Landia politely replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Landia Lombardi." The 2 girls were startled and quickly said, "Please, don't be so formal. We're just from an earl's family. We can't accept such courtesy from a Lombardi." Landia smiled. "My father's new territory is next to yours. and this is my first time in a place like this. Please, just be casual with me. Landia's approachability made the two sisters' fondness for her soar. They quickly expressed their friendliness. Looking at the friendly pair, Landia asked, "So, it seems like you have something to ask me." The older sister stammered, "Well, the dress you're wearing is just so beautiful. If you don't mind, could we ask which dress shop it's from?" Hearing their question, Landia smiled to herself. This was what she had been waiting for. The reason she dressed like this today was to be a model, not only to provide information to investors who wanted to cooperate with Jelleran's clothing store, but also to attract the attention of high-end clothing consumers. Thinking of this, Landia said, "Of course, this dress is a new design from Jelleran's clothing store." As soon as she finished speaking, the noble women who had been watching the situation couldn't help but exclaim, "You mean this dress is ready to wear? It's so beautiful. How is that possible?" Then they surrounded Landia and started discussing the dress. But just then, a voice rang out, "Wait a minute, Miss Lombardi. You said that dress was personally embellished by you." Everyone turned to look. A beautifully dressed young woman was walking towards them. She had once been the daughter of a noble family. After her family's decline, in order to support them, she transformed herself into a singing golden nightingale. The young woman, with her beautiful voice, brought her family countless riches and warm meals. But she also became the object of ridicule for other noble ladies. However, when she faced hardship, the family she had supported abandoned her without hesitation. When Landia saw the young woman, she couldn't help but recall what had happened to her in her past life. Lost in thought, Landia didn't hear the young woman say haughtily, "Miss, it seems you can't hear me." Before Landia could explain, the noble ladies around her all began to criticize the young woman's rudeness. However, because of the young woman's extreme beauty and her current occupation of singing for money despite her former status, their words were filled with sarcasm and mockery. Listening to their malicious words, the young woman was about to retort angrily. Just then, Landia quickly called out, "It's because you're so beautiful." Hearing Landia's words, the young woman swallowed her angry retort. Landia continued, "Miss Julie, your voice is so beautiful. I was completely captivated. I'm truly sorry if I offended you." The young woman never expected Landia to say such a thing. She looked at Landia incredulously. Are you mocking me?" However, Landia continued sincerely, "Of course not. I was hoping to meet you. I didn't expect you to come to me. I've been wanting to meet you. After my aunt saw your performance, she couldn't stop praising you. She said it was the most beautiful singing she had ever heard." The surrounding noble ladies murmured amongst themselves after hearing Landia's words. They all thought Landia had taken a liking to the singer, but they had no idea that Landia had just made everything up. At this moment, a daring idea sprang into Landia's mind. As the young woman watched in surprise, Landia walked up to her. Landia grabbed her hand excitedly and said, "Miss Julie, if you don't mind." From a moment Landia first laid eyes on the icy beauty Julie, a bold idea had taken root. While everyone else mocked Julie's beauty, Landia was incredibly warm and friendly towards her. When Landia expressed her desire for Julie to become the spokesperson for Jelleran's clothing store, Julie couldn't help but feel surprised and confused. With so many people around, Landia couldn't explain much, so she called over Karivan, who wasn't far away. When Karivan came over, Landia said, "Teacher, didn't father say last time that he wanted to find a sincere model for promotion?" Karivan looked bewildered. When he saw Landia frantically winking at him, he understood. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his demeanor and said, "Oh yes, there was indeed such a thing." Hearing this, Landia took Julie's arm and pulled her forward, saying, "Perfect. What do you think of this blonde lady?" The onlookers, seeing this, all started murmuring amongst themselves. Landia continued, speaking with a double meaning, "Well, I heard that opera stage costumes are incredibly ornate. I think this perfectly fits father's requirements, doesn't it?" Landia looked at Karivan inquiringly. Upon hearing stage costumes, Karivan was a bit puzzled. But how could he disobey his boss? He pushed up his glasses and declared in a serious tone, "Lord Gellerhan has also been considering this aspect." Then Gellerhan extended a formal invitation. "Miss Julie Vino, as the general manager of Jelleran's clothing store, I would like to formally discuss this with you. Could you spare me some of your valuable time?" The ladies present were all stunned by Jelleran's words. Julie then followed Gellerhan to the meeting room. Watching Julie's retreating figure, Landia couldn't help but sigh with respect, remembering her past life. To support her impoverished family, Julie, disregarding her noble status, performed publicly to earn money. Although the nobles looked down on her for it, no one could deny her talent and beauty. They not only secretly collected the clothes and accessories she wore, but also imitated her style. Julie's talent also caught the attention of the Empress. Trapped in a difficult situation, Julie couldn't refuse the olive branch offered by the Empress, who had ulterior motives. This led to her becoming a pawn for the Empress's family. Only after Julie's death were her story and her family's shameless actions exposed, making her an object of pity. Thinking about this, Landia remembered that in her past life, Julie received the Empress's support after the celebration. Lost in thought, a guard approached her and said, "Miss Lombardi, Lord Lombardi has asked me to escort you." Landia then followed the guard. Not far away, the first prince, who had been watching Landia, saw her leave. He sneered. Landia had been called a bastard once again. But even if it was the first prince, Landia wouldn't indulge him. Just now, guided by the guard, Landia arrived at the lounge to wait for her father and grandfather. After the guard left, Landia collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, thinking, "I thought grandfather had finished talking before calling me over. It seems he was worried about me getting tired of my first banquet, so he specifically had me come here to rest." Thinking of this, Landia giggled, hugging the soft pillow and nuzzling it. But then she became curious about the conversation in the meeting room. Turning to look at the closed door, Landia's curiosity intensified. What are they talking about? A conversation between the emperor and the head of the Lombardi family. Listening in would probably be very helpful for my next move, right? With that thought, Landia's ears perked up and her eyes gleamed. Landia quietly approached the door of the meeting room, just as she was trying her best to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. The lounge door was suddenly flung open. Landia turned to see the first prince looking at her with a smirk. Faced with the malicious first prince, Landia chose to ignore him. However, the first prince pressed his advantage. He walked behind Landia, grabbed her clothes, and yanked her back, snarling, "You bastard. How dare you pretend you can't hear me?" Landia's face darkened. Seeing this, the first prince laughed. "Looks like Belurza was right. Call you a bastard, and your true nature shows. I hear your mother was a lowly commoner." Hearing the first prince's words, Landia's face grew darker and her fists clenched tighter. The first prince pressed his hand against her forehead, pushing her back. "You ungrateful thing, crawling into a nobleman's bed. Just like your mother, you don't know your place." Landia couldn't take it anymore. She slapped the first prince's hand away. He was stunned. He hadn't expected this lowly thing to defy him. Rage flooded his mind. He grabbed Landia's clothes. "I thought you were pretty, so I was going to let it go. But you dare." Landia was now furious. She decided to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. With that thought, Landia grabbed the first prince's hand and fell backward. The meeting room door burst open as they both tumbled to the floor. The bewildered first prince got up and started to curse at Landia. But when he looked up and saw who was in the room, his face went white as a sheet. The emperor glared at the first prince. "Aram, what is the meaning of this?" Panicked, the first prince scrambled off Landia without answering. Looking at Landia lying on the floor, the first prince recalled a similar incident from his childhood. A chill ran down his spine. Enraged and reckless, he drew his sword. He swung at Landia. The three people nearby were horrified, but too late to intervene. They could only watch as the first prince's sword descended. Landia, still on the floor, couldn't dodge. She closed her eyes in fear. The first prince brought his sword down. Landia's family and the emperor could only watch, too late to stop him. They watched helplessly as the sword came closer and closer. Even Landia thought she was about to die. Suddenly, another sword blocked the first prince's blow. The second prince looked coldly at his brother. "Put down your sword." The first prince's face twisted in fury. "You lowly wretch, how dare you interfere with me, the empire's rightful heir?" Before he could finish, the second prince's blade pressed closer, silencing him. Gellerhan rushed over and helped Landia up. The second prince sheathed his sword, but the first prince sneered, "Birds of feather, I see. Is it because you both have lowly mothers? Is that why you sympathize? Die, you bastard." He lunged at the second prince. Without flinching, the second prince swung his sword, shattering the first prince's blade into pieces. He looked at the stunned first prince with disdain. This display of skill shocked not only the first prince, but also the adults present. They had seen only the blur of the second prince's sword. The second prince pressed his sword against the first prince's throat. Apologize. Apologize to Landia for what you did. Landia is about to be betrothed again, this time to the second prince. After the second prince rescued Landia from the first prince, the emperor confined the first prince. Faced with Landia's furious family, the emperor was forced to apologize for his son. He had hoped to smooth things over, but Landia's grandfather wasn't about to let it go. Seeing this, the emperor pushed the second prince forward. All right. In any case, thanks to him, no one was hurt, right? Although he said this, the emperor was puzzled. His second son, who usually showed no interest in anything, had drawn his sword without hesitation and even manifested sword chi. After being pushed forward, the second prince feigned ignorance. I just happened to be passing by and saw the urgent situation, so I rushed in. This is the first time I've realized I have sword chi. The emperor looked at the second prince meaningfully. Then, patting the second prince, he praised him. In any case, it's good that everything is all right. It doesn't matter when you learned it. Excellent. My son has actually mastered sword chi. It seems this founding celebration is full of good fortune. The emperor then laughed heartily. Landia rolled her eyes at the laughing emperor. Good fortune, my foot. I almost died just now. The emperor continued. My son just saved Gellerhan's daughter. This is fate. Since that's the case, Gellerhan, why don't we celebrate another joyous occasion here in the imperial city? What do you say? Gellerhan looked at the emperor with some confusion. The emperor explained, look, your daughter and my second son are about the same age. Why don't we have them become companions? They seem quite well matched, don't they? Hearing this, Landia couldn't help but straighten up. Companionships between members of the same sex would become political alliances. And if a man and a woman become companions, it's equivalent to an engagement. At this point, Gellerhan shielded Landia behind him. I'm sorry, your majesty, but Landia. Before Gellerhan could finish, Landia's grandfather spoke up. This won't do. The first prince has already become companions with my granddaughter. If the second prince also becomes companions with my granddaughter, the other nobles will be displeased. Moreover, the most important thing now is that my granddaughter has been terrified by the first prince's violence. Please allow us to take her back so she can rest properly. Hearing this, the emperor didn't try to persuade them to stay. After bidding farewell to the emperor, they prepared to leave. But just then, Gellerhan suddenly collapsed. Landia's heart sank at the sight. What was bound to happen was happening. Landia looked at her father in silence. Her heart was heavy. Finally, with Lombardi's help, Gellerhan was able to leave the palace. After returning to the Lombardi residence, Lombardi summoned Dr. Ma. However, after examining Gellerhan, Dr. Ma lowered his head. Seeing this, Lombardi urged him to speak, but Dr. Ma seemed very hesitant. Then, Dr. Ma asked Gellerhan about his condition again. Landia remained silent, watching her father, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, revealing her anxiety. Her heart was heavy with understanding. Recalling her past life, Landia knew that even Dr. Ma was helpless against her father's illness. His medicines only prolonged sleep and lessened the pain of the paralysis. A month later, her father's other leg would become paralyzed, followed by his right arm, then his left arm. Finally, everything below his neck would become rigid. By then, her father would die painfully from being unable to breathe. And all she could do then was pray. Eventually, seeing her father's suffering, she even began to hope he would die sooner, so he could be released from his pain. As Landia recalled her past life, Gellerhan noticed her distress. He brought her back from her memories. Looking at his somewhat frightened daughter, Gellerhan stroked her hair and comforted her. It seems I frightened my daughter. It's all right. Daddy just has a little problem with the muscles in his leg. Don't worry too much. Daddy's fine, my sweet girl. Gellerhan pulled Landia into a hug. Landia pressed her lips together tightly. This time, she would never let her father leave her again. With this thought, Landia pulled away from her father's embrace and looked at him maturely. Okay, Daddy, so our planned picnic has to be postponed, right? Gellerhan smiled gently and nodded. Then Lombardi sent Landia out. As soon as Landia left, her expression turned serious. She said to Karivan beside her, wait for me to change. Prepare paper and pen for me, and also find someone responsible for sending letters. After Landia left, Lombardi asked Dr. Ma, now you can tell us the truth. What illness does Gellerhan have? Dr. Ma sighed and slowly said, I believe it's a type of disease called trembling. After hearing this, Landia's grandfather yelled excitedly, "Nonsense." Dr. Ma continued, "I know it's hard for you to believe, but all the symptoms match that disease. As you know, this disease is very rare." Landia's grandfather still couldn't believe it and questioned, "Since it's such a rare disease, how can you be so sure just by looking?" Just then, Gellerhan softly called out to his father, "Father, Landia just left a short while ago. And Dr. Ma, as far as I know, trembling is incurable. If that's the case, how much time do I have left?" Dr. Ma hesitated after hearing this and adjusted his glasses. Seeing this, Gellerhan said, "Just tell me the truth." Dr. Ma pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Generally speaking, after the onset of symptoms, it's usually no more than 6 months." After hearing Dr. Ma's words, Gellerhan remained silent for a long time. Then he said, "I understand. But even for a doctor, it's difficult to make a correct judgment based on a single diagnosis. If you don't mind, I'll undergo another diagnosis tomorrow during the day." After that, Dr. Ma excused himself and left. As soon as Dr. Ma left, Landia's grandfather collapsed on the ground. He covered his face in pain and sobbed, "No, impossible. How could you have trembling? It must be a misdiagnosis by Dr. Ma. Tomorrow, we'll find another doctor to diagnose you. You're still young. It's impossible for you to have such a terrible disease." Seeing his father like this, Gellerhan felt terrible. But at this moment, the person he was most worried about was Landia. He wanted to make arrangements for his precious daughter before he died. He didn't want Landia to be bullied after he was gone. Looking at his still softly murmuring father, Gellerhan said, "Father, I have something to tell you. If I can't recover." But before he could finish, his father interrupted him excitedly. Gellerhan slowly closed his eyes and continued, "Please take care of Landia for me. She's still so young." Seeing his son like this, Landia's grandfather trembled with heartache. Fighting back the tears welling up in his eyes, he turned and said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear those words. As a father, how can you have such thoughts?" After saying this, Landia's grandfather turned to leave. Seeing this, Gellerhan called out, "Father, if the disease I have really is trembling, then from now on, I have many things to organize and prepare." At this point, Gellerhan clenched his fists tightly. If I could, who wouldn't want to watch their child grow up? Who would willingly entrust their child to someone else? For Landia, I have to live well too. I must use the remaining time I have to do something for Landia. Thinking of this, Gellerhan continued to address his father. "Father, I'm sorry. Please help me." After hearing this, Landia's grandfather remained silent for a long time. He sighed and said, "Landia is my beloved granddaughter, and she has also received Lombardi's favor. Even if something really happens, I will protect that child." Hearing this, Gellerhan smiled. "Thank you, father. It's nothing serious, father. I'll get better soon." Hearing her father's comforting words, Landia felt a pang in her heart. She knew her father was worried about her and afraid, which was why he said that. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Landia like this, Gellerhan hugged her tightly. Landia hugged her father tightly. She clearly remembered how much pain her father had been in when he died in her past life. Landia secretly resolved that in this life, she absolutely wouldn't let her father leave her so easily. Elsewhere, ever since the second prince used his sword Aura to defeat the first prince at the founding ceremony, the second prince's reputation had spread throughout the imperial palace. While the second prince was practicing his swordsmanship, the empress barged in. As soon as the empress reached the second prince, she slapped him across the face, viciously yelling, "You dare deceive me. You lowborn thing. You dare look down on me. You lowborn thing, go to hell." Saying this, the empress raised her hand to slap him again. But when she saw the murderous look in the second prince's eyes, that she instantly broke out in a cold sweat, her hand frozen in midair. The empress never imagined she would be frightened by a child's gaze. She gritted her teeth and angrily rebuked, "You should have disappeared long ago, along with your lowly mother." But just then, a voice came from behind her. "Those words are a bit too much, wouldn't you say?" The empress turned around. The emperor had arrived at some point. However, as he passed by her, he ignored her completely and walked towards the second prince solicitously. "Let me see, are you all right? Quickly, summon the imperial physician." As the empress, how could you be so cruel? Hearing the emperor's words, the empress trembled with anger. Then the emperor turned to the empress and questioned, "You just called the second prince a lowborn thing. Half the blood flowing through the second prince's veins. You're implying our royal bloodline is inferior. Seeing the second prince tear up the emperor's personal letter. In him doing that, it was all to avoid putting Landia in a difficult position. Upon learning of the second prince's visit to Lombardy, Landia wasn't happy. Instead, she worried about the second prince's safety. Although the second prince proved his worth during the founding ceremony, because of that, he also became a thorn in the empress's side. He's safe within the imperial city, as it's the emperor's domain. But outside, it's a different story. Soon after, the second prince arrived at Landia's home. Landia went out to greet him. Although they'd known each other for a long time, in front of everyone, they had to maintain an appearance of unfamiliarity, because among these people, many were spies for others. After receiving the second prince, Landia, hesitant since her grandfather already had a prior engagement, brought the second prince to her own residence. When only the two of them remained in the room, Landia spoke, inquiring about the purpose of the second prince's visit. The second prince immediately blurted out, "Because I miss you." Although Landia's mental age was over 20, she was still flustered by the second prince's straightforward words, exclaiming, "Don't joke." "I'm not joking. While the official reason is to visit your father, it's also true that I miss you." And as he spoke, the second prince reached into his chest and pulled out the emperor's letter, pushing it towards Landia. He continued, "His Majesty ordered me to deliver this to the head of the Lombardy family." Seeing the emblem on the envelope, Landia couldn't help but think, this is His Majesty's official seal. According to imperial regulations, regardless of the matter, the emperor's official letters must be delivered quickly. So it should be delivered to the designated person first. This guy, instead of going to my grandfather, has the leisure to tease me here. Just as Landia was getting a headache, the second prince suddenly said, "His Majesty said, he wants you to become my consort." Landia, who was about to rub her forehead, froze. The second prince continued, "I heard that if you become my consort, I can see you more often. Then it would be more convenient for me to invite you to the palace." However, Landia's expression turned grim. That damned emperor. Grandfather already refused him so tactfully, and he still wants to push this matter. With Perez already the first prince's consort, he still wants me, the daughter of the second son, to become the second prince's consort. This isn't just about dragging father and Vij into the prince's fight for the throne. It's about dividing the Lombardy family. Thinking of this, Landia unconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt. Seeing Landia's expression, the second prince immediately picked up the emperor's personal letter and tore it up. "Even if I'm about to die, I'll use my remaining life to shoulder everything for you." The second prince, seeing Landia's increasingly troubled expression, unhesitatingly tore up his father's letter, muttering, "Anything that troubles you, no matter what it is, isn't necessary." Landia stared in shock as the torn pieces of the letter scattered on the ground. This is the emperor's personal letter. Even a prince can't do this. Thinking this, Landia said, "But even so, you can't. Are you crazy? Tearing up the emperor's letter like this? What will you do when you're questioned upon your return?" Just then, a voice came from the doorway. "Landia is right." Landia and the second prince turned to look. Gellerhan was standing there, leaning on his cane. After entering, Gellerhan looked at the second prince and continued, "Thank you for considering Landia first." Yes. Gellerhan frowned, looking at the torn letter on the table. He continued, "But your current actions are inappropriate. His Majesty's personal letter represents the Emperor's will. Treating it so casually, if others find out, it won't be beneficial." Saying this, Gellerhan picked up the torn pieces of the letter and tucked them into his pocket. He then looked at the second prince. "You're like this towards my daughter and my father as well." Hearing Gellerhan's words, the second prince lowered his head in shame. Gellerhan silently watched the second prince for a long time, then sighed. "I will handle this personally." Landia quickly said, No need, father. I'll take it to grandfather." Gellerhan looked at Landia affectionately and said seriously, "Under normal circumstances, I would ask for your opinion on this matter. But I hope this matter is handled according to my wishes as your father. Is that all right, my daughter?" Saying this, Gellerhan gently stroked Landia's head. Landia's eyes welled up with tears after hearing this. She knew her father was doing this to shoulder everything himself, using his remaining life to do something for her. Landia felt heavy-hearted. In a low voice, she murmured, "I'll obey father's wishes." Hearing Landia's words, Gellerhan smiled. "Then I'll go talk to my father. Your Highness, please don't stand on ceremony. Stay and enjoy yourself a while longer." Landia silently watched her father limp away. At this moment, she felt her father's shoulders were more reliable than anyone else's in the world. She knew her father took the torn letter because he agreed to let her be the second prince's companion. Moreover, her father would use his remaining life as a guarantee to persuade her grandfather. Her father wasn't doing this for the second prince, nor for the Lombardy family, nor for the empire. He was doing it for her alone, to protect her, the one who would soon be left alone in this world. Thinking of this, Landia's eyes teared up again, but she clenched her fists, forcing herself not to cry. I won't cry, because I promise, Father, in this life, I will wear the dress you chose for me and step onto the stage of high society. So I won't cry, and I will definitely cure Father's illness. Gellerhan told his father about the second prince tearing up the emperor's handwritten letter for Landia and his agreement to let Landia be the second prince's companion. Her grandfather, after hearing this, although somewhat impressed by the second prince, also became worried about Landia. The second prince was different from the first prince. The first prince not only had the Ain's family backing him, but his mother was also the empress. No matter how foolish and reckless the first prince was, as long as he didn't rebel, his position wouldn't be shaken. The second prince, however, was the opposite. He had no backing whatsoever. If Landia became the second prince's companion, she might be put in even greater danger. Originally, Gellerhan shared the same thoughts as his father, but now, the time heaven had left him was running out. Under these circumstances, he had to arrange Landia's future, especially after hearing the second prince say that he wouldn't do anything that would make Landia uncomfortable. He was even more convinced that no matter what happened, no matter how fierce the storm, the second prince would protect his woman. Gellerhan also knew that it was inappropriate to make such a serious assessment of a young second prince. But as a father, especially a dying father, he had to prepare as much as possible for his daughter. Looking at the resolute Gellerhan, his father said helplessly, "You stubborn boy. Just asking me isn't enough, is it? Fine, you're Landia's father. We'll do it your way." And companion means just that, nothing more. I'll arrange the reply to Juva's and Landia's entry into the palace. From now on, don't think about anything. Just focus on getting better. I'll find the best doctors in the empire. We'll cure this illness. The Lombardy family's money is for times like these. Hearing his father's words, Gelleran's eyes moistened. Meanwhile, Dr. Ma told Gelleran's older brother, Vij, about Gelleran's incurable illness. Dr. Ma imagined that even if the two brothers had a bad relationship, Vij would still feel bad upon hearing that his younger brother had a terminal illness. However, what Dr. Ma didn't expect was that he still overestimated Vij's humanity. After receiving the news, Vij didn't grieve, but burst into laughter. He demanded the Academy immediately stop researching the cure for Trembly and threatened Dr. Ma that if he didn't comply, he would go to the head of the family and slander him, spreading the news of Gelleran's illness everywhere. Dr. Ma hadn't expected Vij to be so heartless and could only leave silently amidst Vij's triumphant laughter. The cold second prince was like a puppy in front of Landia. After leaving the room, Landia was lost in thought. The second prince called her name several times before Landia snapped back to reality. She was supposed to be showing the second prince around the park. Seeing Landia's worried expression, the second prince astutely guessed that she was thinking about Gelleran's illness. He asked, "Are you thinking about Lord Gelleran's illness?" Hearing the second prince's words, Landia stopped and turned to look at him. The second prince continued, "Although everyone says his leg is just fractured before he fell that day, his leg didn't seem to have any problems. Is his illness serious? Is there anything I can do to help?" Hearing the second prince's words, Landia's expression became very downcast. Recalling her grandfather's words, she knew that the fewer people who knew about her father's illness, the better. But now I'm already the second prince's companion. We're in the same boat. So, it doesn't matter if I tell him. Besides, this kid is sharp and clever. Rather than lying to him with clumsy excuses, it's better to just tell him the truth. Thinking this, Landia looked at the second prince and shook her head. No need for that. More importantly, can you keep a secret from me? Landia hesitated, then slowly revealed her father's illness. Upon hearing that Gellerhan had an incurable disease, the second prince was speechless for a long time. Landia fiddled with her fingers and continued, "Don't worry. I know someone who can make medicine to cure this disease. He should have received my letter by now and is on his way to the Lombardy estate. So, my father will be fine." Looking at Landia, The second prince recalled what his mother had once said to him. "Don't worry, Your Highness. His Majesty will come and save me. His Majesty won't abandon you." This scene was so similar, but now all they could do was wait. Thinking this, the second prince nodded at Landia. "All right, since you say so, Landia. Landia, would you like some of these if you don't mind?" The second prince took out a bag of cookies and offered it to Landia. Landia curiously took the cookies. The second prince said shyly, "I only know this one way to cheer someone up, so I made some of these before coming." Looking at the decent-looking cookies, Landia couldn't help but be amused. Is being a prince that boring? Thinking this, Landia put a cookie in her mouth and took a couple of bites. The second prince looked on nervously, afraid that his cookies wouldn't suit Landia's taste. After finishing the cookie, Landia looked at the second prince and praised, "Delicious. It completely suits my taste. You're truly all-powerful, Perez." Hearing Landia's praise, the second prince blushed and softly said, "I'll make them for you often from now on." Landia looked at the second prince. At this moment, the second prince looked as radiant as the boy next door. Looking at Landia's slightly dazed admiration, she thought, "This boy's beauty has been extraordinary since he was young. He's still so handsome growing up." Thinking this, Landia earnestly grabbed the second prince's hand. "Perez, even during training, try not to injure yourself. Your beauty is a national treasure. Such a handsome face must never be scarred. You must continue to grow up well like this. I am truly sincere." Hearing Landia's praise, the second prince stepped closer to Landia and leaned down, saying gently, "Landia, you're even more beautiful." Landia felt the breath behind her and looked back. When her eyes met the second prince's, she froze. Just then, the second prince timely added, "You're beautiful." This boy beat up his own future brother-in-law, and the one who instructed him to do so was his future servant. While Landia and the second prince were being lovey-dovey in the garden, Bail Shah came over with 2 lackeys and immediately said, "Birds of a feather flock together." Landia didn't want to pay him any attention and was about to leave with the second prince. But then Bail Shah continued sarcastically, "You're so lucky. You even have time to chat and laugh with the second prince. Is it because you're both bastards, so you get along? Seems like lowly people have things in common." The second prince stopped. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Landia stopped him. Then, Landia retorted without holding back, "Bail Shah, I think your brain isn't working. Have you already forgotten that grandfather ordered you not to approach me? Before that, he also said you weren't allowed to call me a bastard again. It's only been 3 years, and you've forgotten. Just thinking that I have such a stupid cousin makes me feel embarrassed." Landia's words enraged Bail Shah. However, Landia didn't let him off. "You say I'm lowly. Then what are you, who is far beneath me? If I'm a bastard, are you scum? And looking at it this way, you've also insulted the second prince, who has the emperor's recognition. That's the same as insulting the royal family." Hearing Landia's words, Balash's heart skipped a beat. But then he started playing dumb. "What did I say? Do you have proof? More importantly, you should worry about yourself. A skinny girl who can't even take a punch. All you ever do is run your mouth. How long do you think you could be so arrogant?" Facing Balash's provocation, Landia was fearless. Then, with a contemptuous smile, she said, "Perez, take care of him." The second prince, who had been waiting, immediately darted forward. He instantly arrived in front of Bail Shah, his sword held against Balash's neck. When Bail Shah reacted, he instantly wet himself, looking at the second prince and the sharp, cold glint of the sword in disbelief. Looking at Bail Shah sprawled on the ground, Landia scoffed disdainfully. Then, turning to Zheng Ilian and seeing Klein nervously peeking out, she said, "Klein, come here." Little Klein hesitated uncertainly. Seeing this, Landia smiled and said, "It's all right. Come read and play with your sister and brother. It's okay, come quickly." Hearing this, Klein finally ran into Landia's arms. Stroking Klein's hair, Landia sighed with a hint of helplessness. Unlike his older brother Asta, Klein had always been clever. But because he spent all his time messing around with his brother, it wasn't until he entered the academy in her previous life that his talent began to shine. Thinking of this, Landia glared at Bail Shah and Asta. "I'm warning you one last time, Bail Shah. You'd better watch your mouth. Don't invite my wrath just to satisfy your momentary urge to be spiteful. And you, Asta, I don't understand why you're still following Bail Shah after what happened to you 3 years ago. But as your cousin, I'm giving you this advice for the first and last time. Bail Shah is a bad influence. If you can, you'd better find another path." Having said that, Landia ignored the two of them. Taking the second prince and Klein with her, she waited expectantly for Osti's return. Finally, Osti arrived. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he saw Landya waiting at the door. After greeting Asti, Landya immediately led him without pause to the apothecary she had prepared for him. Asti, without delay, began preparing the medicine to treat Trembly. Watching the busy Asti, Landya fell into deep thought. In her past life, it took Asti about 5 years from entering the academy to creating the medicine. But that was under the pressure and bullying from older students and those with ulterior motives. This time, thanks to her grandfather and Lord Bruxiu's recommendations, no one dared to bully him. This way, he could concentrate on his research without distractions. Even though there were only 3 years this time, it shouldn't be a problem. However, just as Landya was full of anticipation, ready to give her father the medicine Asti had made, they were stopped. The one who stopped them was Dr. Ma, the Lombardi family's physician. His reason was simple. He didn't believe Asti could develop a cure for an incurable disease in 3 years. Dr. Ma's actions weren't driven by disbelief in Asti, as he claimed. He was worried that if Asti cured Gellerhan, his own position within the Lombardi family would be threatened. He had already heard rumors from the academy that someone had made progress in researching Trembly's disease. What he didn't expect was that this person was the very disciple he had constantly suppressed and expelled. Thinking of this, Dr. Ma declared arrogantly, Lord Gellerhan, treating illnesses and developing ointments are two completely different things. As the Lombardi family physician, I have a duty to prioritize Master Gellerhan's safety. Therefore, I cannot stand by and watch this novice, who isn't even a proper doctor, use his experimental concoction on Master Gellerhan. As soon as Dr. Ma finished speaking, Landya stepped forward. But there's no other medicine now, is there? Landya had found the medicine to save her father, but Dr. Ma was blocking her. Although Landya had anticipated this, she hadn't expected Dr. Ma's reaction to be so strong. Facing Dr. Ma's accusations and distrust of Asti, Landya spoke up. Doctor, you once said that everyone who has tried to cure this disease has failed. That means you're also helpless, aren't you? Dr. Ma, having been struck where it hurt, retorted defensively, I can use symptomatic treatment. Landya ignored him and continued, I believe Asti has no reason to lie. Just like you said, Doctor, Asti relies on the Lombardi family's funding. Why would he deliberately obstruct Father's treatment? So, Father, I hope you'll trust Asti's medicine this once. After saying this, Landya looked at her father with a determined expression. Hearing Landya's words, Gellerhan looked at Asti. He decided to trust Asti once. After all, his daughter would never harm him. Upon learning of Gellerhan's decision, Dr. Ma roared, You'll regret this. He then turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After Dr. Ma left, the old man looked at Gellerhan with concern. Are you sure it's all right to take that medicine? Gellerhan was silent for a moment. Since this morning, my other foot has felt strange. He paused and smiled. I think it's worth a try. Just like Landya said, there's no other medicine now. And Asti is someone Landya brought back for me. So, I'm willing to trust his abilities. Looking at her father's smiling face, Landya felt a pang of sadness. She wasn't sure if her father would recover after taking the medicine. The progression of the illness was completely different from her previous life. It'll be all right. Everything will be fine, Landya reassured herself, though she wasn't entirely convinced. But not long after, Landya received devastating news. Her father hadn't fully recovered after taking the medicine. Landya had planned and researched a cure for this terminal illness for 3 years, all to save her father. She couldn't believe it had failed. When Landya heard the news, she almost collapsed. She didn't understand. Asti had created the cure for this disease in her past life. Why hadn't her father recovered after taking the medicine? While Landya was reeling, Karivan burst in, panicked. It's bad. The Annis family is trying to steal our clothing business. I heard that to get the Emperor's permission, the Annis family's carriage is already on its way to the Imperial Palace. Before Landya could process Karivan's words, the twin brothers, Gio and Kio, rushed in. They hugged Landya, crying, we heard. Uncle Gellerhan has Trembly's disease. Everyone present, including Landya, was shocked. They stared at the twins. Landya couldn't understand how they knew about her father's illness. Her grandfather had strictly forbidden anyone from revealing it. Besides close family and Dr. Ma, no one knew. Landya pushed the twins away, urgently asking, what are you talking about? Where did you hear this? Gio and Kio, between sobs, explained our girlfriends told us. Everyone's talking about Uncle Gellerhan. How is he? At that moment, no one noticed Dr. Ma, who had earlier been berating Asti for the medicine's failure, sneaking away. Landia's face darkened after hearing the twins' words. Not only had her father not recovered, but news of his illness had leaked. No wonder the Annis family was rushing to the imperial palace to secure the emperor's favor for the clothing business. After calming down, Landia called Asti and Koraivan to her study. After a long silence, she sighed. Asti, you said the medicine wasn't completely ineffective, right? It just didn't achieve the desired results. Can you briefly and precisely explain the problem? Asti hesitantly explained, mixing all the ingredients doesn't guarantee their individual effects. Some herbs, when combined, can weaken each other or even create adverse reactions. We need an herb to balance them. That's the missing piece. I haven't found the right balancing herb yet. Landia sighed. She knew Asti had been working diligently on their agreement for the past 3 years. Otherwise, the medicine wouldn't have had any effect on Tremblay's disease. This illness had been considered incurable for centuries. Asti was close to a breakthrough. Landia tried to recall news articles about Asti from her past life. She remembered one quote: "When my research stalled, I revisited my herbalist journey. The knowledge I gained in my southern hometown helped me overcome the bottleneck and develop the cure for Tremblay's." Asti, Landia said, you once said countless herbs create countless possibilities. Re-examine all the herbs you know, especially those from the south. Document everything. Asti looked puzzled, but didn't question her. He agreed and left. As soon as Asti left, Koraivan turned to Landia. Before he could speak, she stopped him. I know the situation is urgent, but my father's health is my priority. I hope you understand. Koraivan sighed. Since time is of the essence, I'll get to the point. Upon learning of Lord Gelleran's illness, the Annis family, aiming to seize our clothing business, should have reached the imperial palace by now. They'll likely argue for taking over to minimize disruption and support the empire's citizens. There's another matter requiring immediate attention. News of Lord Gelleran's illness spread right after we finalized our partnership with the Xerxes family. We need to appease them. The young girl was shouldering everything alone. Since Gelleran's illness hadn't been cured, bad news kept piling up. First, the Annis family schemed to steal their business by informing the emperor. Then, their partner Xerxes. Landia wasn't flustered by the family's questioning. Instead, she organized her thoughts. Lady Xerxes' anger wasn't due to her father contracting an incurable illness right after their partnership began, but rather because the Lombardis concealed it from them. I had intended to tell them after father's illness was cured. But now, news of his incurable illness has leaked, and the Xerxes family learned about it from others. This has led them to misunderstand, thinking father was playing them. The reason Lady Xerxes hasn't confronted us yet is that she's waiting for an explanation. What puzzles me most is how the news of Gelleran's illness got out. As soon as it spread, the Annis family immediately started trying to seize father's business, as if they were already prepared. And Balash's behavior today was strange. He couldn't have forgotten grandfather's warning, yet he suddenly provoked me. I wondered where he got the nerve to challenge me. It turns out he already knew. So, it seems that Vij was the one who leaked the information. But from whom did he learn about it? Just you wait. Once this is all over, I'll settle the score with you. Thinking this, Landia gritted her teeth. Then, she abruptly stood up and looked at Koraivan. We can't let the Xerxes family think we intentionally deceived them. Koraivan, go see grandfather immediately. Tell him the current situation. Ask him to go to the palace and stop the Annis family's scheme. I'll handle Lady Xerxes. Time is of the essence. Hurry. After giving her instructions, Landia watched as Koraivan nodded and left. After Koraivan left, Landia went to her father's bedside. Looking at his condition, she held his hand and said sadly, "Father, you must be in so much pain." "I'm sorry." Hearing Landia's words, Gellerhan smiled. "What do you have to be sorry for, Landia? I'm always asleep. I should be the one apologizing to you." Saying this, Gellerhan sat up. At that moment, Gellerhan experienced a strange sensation. Landia suddenly seemed to have grown up. While Gellerhan was lost in thought, Landia squeezed his hand tightly and said, "Although I want to explain everything to you, there's not enough time. So, I'll get straight to the point, Father. I need you to write a letter to Lady Xerxes. It doesn't need to be complicated. Just apologize for not informing her of your illness sooner. Tell her you're currently recuperating, and have someone you trust deliver the letter. Hopefully, she'll trust you and give you some time. As she spoke, Landia brought a small writing desk to the bed. Without asking further, Gellerhan picked up a pen and wrote according to Landia's instructions. After finishing, Gellerhan looked at Landia and said softly, "Landia, after this urgent matter is resolved, can you tell me everything?" Landia's maturity was heartbreaking. After arranging for Karivan to inform her grandfather and stop the Annis family scheme, Landia returned to her father's bedside. She asked her father to write a letter to Lady Circe. Gellerhan watched Landia handle everything so efficiently and methodically. He felt as if his precious daughter had suddenly grown up. Looking at the intelligent and sensible Landia, Gellerhan fell into deep thought. When did the small, adorable child in my eyes start standing up for herself so bravely and doing such unexpected things? Sometimes, she even shows expressions I've never seen before. Should I consider her mature? No, perhaps my child is hiding secrets I don't know. Because of my incompetence, I can't be her strong support. So, she can only hide her secrets. Thinking this, Gellerhan said gently, "Landia, no matter what you say, Father will believe you and support you." Gellerhan handed the finished letter to Landia. "Landia, who are you planning to send this letter with?" "Aunt Shauna, because Lady Circe will definitely listen to what Aunt Shauna says." Saying this, Landia kissed her father on the cheek and continued, "Thank you, Father. Everything will be all right." Elsewhere, the head of the Annis family had already met with the emperor. Upon hearing about Gelleran's illness, the emperor was shocked. He could hardly believe it. Then, the head of the Annis family explained how Dr. Ma, Gelleran's attending physician, had leaked the information and revealed his own intention to take over Gelleran's clothing business. However, to his surprise, the emperor seemed hesitant after hearing that Gellerhan had a terminal illness. Just as the emperor was politely refusing the head of the Annis family, a voice suddenly rang out, "There's no need to consider it any further, Your Majesty." When the head of the Annis family saw it was Landia's grandfather, he stumbled back 2 steps in fright, stammering, Lord Lombardi, what is the meaning of this rudeness?" However, Landia's grandfather didn't even glance at the head of the Annis family and looked directly at the emperor. "Gellerhan is currently receiving treatment. A new medicine has been developed. He will recover soon. Your Majesty, you needn't worry." These words shocked everyone present, and they all stared at Landia's grandfather. Immediately, the head of the Annis family roared in protest, "Your Majesty, he must be lying. A cure that hasn't existed until now. How could it suddenly be developed?" The emperor pondered this for a moment. Then he asked, "If Gellerhan cannot recover, what do you plan to do?" As soon as the emperor finished speaking, he saw the icy gaze of Landia's grandfather and quickly corrected himself, "Don't misunderstand. As emperor, I have a duty to plan for the future." Landia's grandfather cleared his throat and said coldly, "Your Majesty, the Lombardi family is not so incompetent that we can't even cure an illness. If such a thing were to happen, I will use the Lombardi family's resources to continue his business, although that situation is unlikely to occur." As he spoke, Landia's grandfather's gaze swept towards the head of the Annis family. When the head of the Annis family met Landia's grandfather's gaze, he couldn't help but tremble. After hearing Landia's grandfather's words, the emperor shrugged and said, "All right, let's wait and see. We can't just kill off a perfectly good Gellerhan." The head of the Annis family became anxious upon hearing this and wanted to say something more, but Landia's grandfather slammed a hand on his shoulder coldly, saying, "Stop causing a commotion in His Majesty's office. Come outside with me. We have unfinished business. Isn't this man failing to steal something from someone else and now resorting to desperate measures? He's even blaming the victim for ruining his plans." Faced with the head of the Annis family's unreasonable ravings, Landia's grandfather retorted directly, "Ferdy, did you sell your brain along with your conscience? You've even forgotten the oath between the emperor and the Lombardi family. Moreover, I find you even more audacious than I imagined. Yes, truly audacious. A mere Annis family dares to use my son's illness to play games and deceive the Lombardi family." Facing Lord Lombardi, who was like a tiger about to pounce, the head of the Annis family trembled uncontrollably. Although he had anticipated that his actions would anger the Lombardis, he hadn't expected to be so pathetic when actually confronting them. Lord Lombardi shoved the head of the Annis family, who was standing in front of him, aside and said disdainfully, "Do you regret it?" You should. After all, you'll be regretting this day for the rest of your life." Then Lord Lombardy looked at the head of the Dura merchant group, who had accompanied the head of the Annis family. Feeling Lord Lombardy's gaze, the head of the Dura merchant group lowered his head, muttering an apology. Lord Lombardy looked away and said as he walked, "You don't need to apologize now. There will be plenty of time for apologies later. You can look forward to it. I always keep my word." Meanwhile, Landia's Aunt Shauna had already arrived at Lady Circeu's residence with Gelleran's letter. Faced with this belated notification, Lady Circeu was furious. Is this how the Lombardy family treats its partners? Not only did you let your partners learn about Gelleran's illness from others, but you also waited until we'd heard the news twice before bringing a letter of apology. Does he think that just because he's ill and wrote the letter himself, I should understand? He says he hid the truth out of concern for his daughter's future. Then why didn't he consider me his aunt, who is responsible for the entire Circeu family? Faced with Lady Circeu's fury, Shauna simply bowed and apologized without saying a word. Seeing this, Lady Circeu rubbed her temples in frustration. Her tone softened slightly. "All right, you only learned about this right before you left. There's no point in me questioning you about it. But Shauna, you rushed here overnight. You wouldn't have done so just to deliver a letter, would you? Tell me, how are you going to defend your brother?" Hearing Lady Circeu's words, Shauna recalled Landia's request before her departure, that she must present herself as Shauna Lombardy. Had Landia anticipated this situation? Landia was so capable. Not only did she easily thwart the Annis family scheme, but she also predicted Lady Circeu's concern about whether the Lombardy family would step in if Gelleran's illness couldn't be cured. So she had asked Aunt Shauna to go in her capacity as a Lombardy. After Shauna told Lady Circeu that Gellerhan was receiving treatment and that even if the illness couldn't be cured, the Lombardy family would support the clothing business, Lady Circeu finally dispelled all her worries. Shauna also learned 2 pieces of news from Lady Circeu. Into provided text. One was the Annis family. They had previously approached the Circeu family, wanting to collaborate, but Lady Circeu refused. The other was her own husband, who behind her back had his eyes on the Circeu family's minds. Ultimately, with the help of her grandfather and Shauna, Landia successfully suppressed the issues with the Annis and Circeu families. However, this was only temporary. The only way to completely resolve the situation was to develop a cure. But this wasn't so simple. Even though they now had a lead, Gelleran's condition continued to worsen. Just at this critical juncture, the day arrived for Landia to enter the palace. Landia couldn't muster any enthusiasm for the second prince's welcome. All she wanted was to be by her father's side. Seeing Landia's distracted state, the second prince smiled and took her hand, leading her into the palace. Along the way, Landia sighed continuously. The second prince remained silent, bringing Landia to a door. When the door opened, the sight that greeted them was neatly arranged books. Arriving at the table, the second prince explained, "Landia, this is the Fuller Palace Library. I asked Caitlin to find all the books related to trombone. Let's study trombone together. 2 heads are better than 1. Landia, let's do this. Together. I'll help you this time." Saying this, the second prince placed his hand on Landia's. Landia was furious. The first prince had mocked her, saying she was adopted. This was something Landia couldn't tolerate. As soon as Landia entered the palace, the second prince took her to the library to look up books about treating trombone. Landia then understood. Ever since he learned that she had been tirelessly working on her father's illness, the second prince had been silently helping her. Thinking of this, Landia looked at the second prince with a motherly smile of relief. Then, she rallied her spirits, also preparing to search for a cure for trombone. However, due to recent insomnia and exhaustion, she couldn't hold on and slumped onto the table. But when Landia remembered that her father was suffering from the illness, she immediately straightened up. But this time, she didn't last more than 3 seconds before collapsing again. The second prince sighed, looking at Landia. Then he nudged her and said, "Landia, look at this." Landia forced herself to look. Seeing the description of a herb called the Bernia flower in the book in front of the second prince, Landia forced herself to sit up. But by now, she was already a bit dazed. The words on the page became blurry. Seeing this, the second prince supported Landia and said with concern, "Landia, don't push yourself. You look very pale. Stop reading for now, okay? Remember the letter I wrote you." I told you that this year's Bernia flowers bloomed again after they withered. They bloomed a second time a month ago. Maybe they're still blooming now. Do you want to go see for yourself? Soon after, the second prince brought Landia to the garden. By now, there were very few Bernia flowers left. The second prince picked one and handed it to Landia. Landia, take a look. Landia was startled by the second prince's sudden closeness, her heart racing and her face flushing. Blushing, Landia took the flower and put it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, Landia's eyes widened in surprise at the Bernia flower's taste. Just as Landia was marveling at the Bernia flower's deliciousness, she noticed the second prince staring at her with a strange look. Curious, she looked up. What's wrong? Why are you always looking at me? The second prince smiled and said earnestly, nothing. I just think red suits you. Landia blushed again. Then, just as they picked a few more flowers and were about to head back, a voice suddenly rang out. It seems the saying birds of a feather flock together is true. Landia turned to see the first prince, who had approached them unnoticed. Upon seeing the newcomer, the second prince shielded Landia behind him and said coldly, "Is something the matter? I've never seen you here before." Upon hearing this, the first prince scoffed disdainfully. "Do I need a reason to be here? I'm not like you lowlife. There's nowhere in this palace. I, the legitimate firstborn royal, can't go." Seeing the second prince insulted, Landia stepped forward, shielding him, and glared at the first prince. "I don't know what rumors you've heard that brought you here, but I'm accompanying Perez. I'm visiting Perez and fulfilling my duty as his companion. There's nothing wrong with that. Excuse us, we've finished our walk and are going back now," Landia said, pulling the second prince away. As they walked, wanting to avenge the insult to the second prince, Landia offered him some advice. "Perez, you avoid dogs because they're dirty. Dealing with that kind of thing will only get you covered in dog droppings." The first prince sneered. "I heard Gellerhan has an incurable disease." Landia's heart sank. She turned to look at him. The first prince continued, "And his daughter is preoccupied with playing around. You wouldn't happen to not be your father's real daughter, would you?" The girl bowed to the boy, then slapped him across the face. Landia and the second prince were outside when they encountered the foul-mouthed first prince. Landia initially didn't want to pay attention to the first prince, who was acting like a mad dog. But then the first prince started spouting cruel remarks about Landia's father. "I heard Gellerhan has an incurable disease, and his daughter is preoccupied with playing around with boys. You wouldn't happen to not be your father's real daughter, would you? If my father were terminally ill, I wouldn't leave his bedside for a second." Well, I guess it's true what they say about lowlifes. You don't even understand basic decency. Thinking about it, Landia remembered her mother saying something similar. Lowly things will hook up with just anyone. Then, once they have bastards, they'll come after the nobles. They're truly shameless. Listening to the first prince's insinuations, both Landia and the second prince's expressions darkened. Just as the second prince was about to draw his sword, Landia stopped him. She whispered, "You don't need to draw your sword for that kind of trash every time. I just told you, you avoid dogs not because you're afraid." Landia turned to the first prince and continued, "Your Highness, I'll assume you said those things out of concern for my father." She bowed to the first prince. Then, Landia slapped the first prince across the face. "Now that I've thanked you for your concern, I should naturally respond to your insults." Stunned by the sudden slap, the first prince was momentarily dazed. He couldn't believe that this girl, whom he considered nothing more than a lowlife, dared to slap him. When he finally reacted, he roared furiously, "I'm going to tell Mother. No, I'm going to tell His Majesty. A mere bastard dares to lay a hand on a royal." Facing the increasingly irrational first prince, Landia simply chuckled. She calmly replied, "Good. Please do. Make sure you tell His Majesty exactly what happened. I will also tell His Majesty everything your Highness just said, including your opinions about my ailing father, my deceased mother, and me, a member of the Lombardy family. I won't leave a single word out. Now, if you'll excuse me." Landia bowed to the first prince again and turned to leave. The dumbfounded first prince was left standing there, foolishly watching Landia and the second prince walk away. The first prince suddenly felt a pang of regret. "No, I didn't mean it like that. I only said those things because you always ignore me and only spend time with that lowborn boy." After slapping the first prince, Landia boarded the Lombardy carriage. Before leaving, she borrowed the book about Bernia flowers from the second prince. In the carriage, Landia began reading the description of the Bernia flower. Bernia grows only in the southern part of the continent. Its flowers, leaves, and roots all have different medicinal properties. However, Bernia only reaches its full potential when the flower, leaves, and root are used together. Although the exact mechanism is unknown, it can stabilize and maximize the effects of other herbs used in conjunction with it. When Landia read that the Bernia flower could stabilize and maximize the effects of other herbs, she froze. She remembered Esti once describing a red powder made from herbs. Based on Esti's description, this red powder was likely made from dried and ground Bernia flowers. And in my past life, after Esti developed the cure for trembly, she mentioned that my pharmaceutical foundation, the countless herbal knowledge I accumulated in my hometown in the southern part of the empire, played a decisive role in my successful development of the cure for trembly. Thinking of this, Landia's hands trembled involuntarily. I must stay calm. I can't believe this so easily. But if it really is the Bernia flower, the carriage had just arrived at the Lombardi residence. Before it even fully stopped, Landia, as if she had lost her soul, jumped out and ran inside, heading straight for Esti's room. Meanwhile, Esti, as if she had discovered some shocking secret, froze in place, murmuring, "Could it be? I can't." At this point, Esti abruptly stood up and asked a nearby servant, "Has Lady Landia returned?" The servant, startled by Esti's sudden movement, stammered, "And no, she hasn't. I haven't received any news." Hearing the servant's reply, Esti muttered to herself again, "No. I have to tell Miss as soon as possible. Send someone to inform her. No, it's almost evening." Thinking of this, Esti grabbed her clothes and, throwing a sentence to the servant, "I'll wait for her at the entrance to Mrs. Study," hurried out. But just as she left the room, she ran into Landia, who was also rushing towards her. Landia was about to speak when Esti interrupted her, hurriedly saying, "I'm sorry, Lady Landia. As you asked, I thought back on all the herbs I've used in all my experiments so far, and I found a most likely ingredient for the cure. But, Miss, the herb I found is very rare. Do you remember the special ingredient added when making the ointment for the Lord?" As soon as Esti finished speaking, Landia immediately said the name of the herb, Bernia flower. "It's the Bernia flower, isn't it? That herb only works best when the flowers and leaves are used together." Hearing Landia's words, Esti looked at her with an incredulous expression. She hadn't told Landia the name of the herb when they made the ointment. Thinking of this, Esti asked with some confusion, "Miss, how did you know that?" Before Esti could finish, Landia handed her the book, panting because, "Humph, it's written in this book. I came to find you to confirm it." After hearing Landia's words, Esti clenched her hands guiltily. "Yes, it is indeed the Bernia flower. But, Miss, the Bernia flower is a wild herb that only grows in the south, and its flowering season is already over. I can ask someone to get dried Bernia flower powder from the south, but dried Bernia flowers are not as effective as fresh ones. So I might have forgotten about it, because I really used a lot of herbs in my research. So, with only Bernia flower powder, it's difficult to achieve a stable medicinal effect. I should have thought of it sooner. Even when Master Gellerhahn fell ill, there was still hope. I'm sorry, Mississippi. I am truly sorry." By this point, Esti's eyes were filled with tears. But just then, Landia suddenly reached out and covered Esti's hand, saying, "It's okay, Esti. We can find it. I know where there are still Bernia flowers blooming." Hearing Landia's words, Esti looked at her again with an incredulous expression. Landia smiled and explained, "Florem, I heard that the Bernia flowers there miraculously bloomed twice this year. I even saw those flowers before I came back. Although most of them have withered, it doesn't matter. There must be some left. Call someone for me. I'll write to Perez now." But just at that moment, thunder rumbled outside the window, and the rain started to pour down. Seeing this, Landia paused. Will the remaining flowers wither in the rain? Thinking of this, Landia stumbled and almost fell. Then she frantically grabbed Lorraine and shouted, "The carriage. Quickly, get the carriage. I must go to Florem again immediately." Just then, Korivan arrived. Seeing Korivan, Landia grabbed her clothes and said frantically, "Get me a carriage. There are herbs in Florem that can cure father's illness. But the rain is too heavy." Korivan's short words hit Landia like a thunderbolt. Landia trembled, unable to bear it. At this moment, Lorraine stepped forward to comfort her. Sending someone on horseback will be much faster than taking a carriage. Karivan also said, quickly tell me what to write in the letter. I'll send someone with the Lombardy residence's fastest horse right away. Hearing Karivan's words, Landia could no longer hold on and collapsed. Trembling, she said, flowers. Tell the messenger to bring back Bernia flowers. Even just one will do. I need a complete Bernia flower. Both the flower and leaves are essential to rewrite her father's doomed fate. Landia had been preparing since she was very young. But Landia's father's illness was, after all, terminal. Curing father isn't that simple. Even though I worked hard and the antidote was developed, that it's only half as effective because we're missing a key ingredient to properly blend all the herbs. Just when I was at my wit's end, the Bernia flower gave me hope. But then a sudden downpour turned that hope into despair. Luckily, in this life, I have many friends by my side. After hearing about the situation, Karivan immediately arranged for a stable hand to ride Lombardy's fastest horse through the rain to the royal palace to fetch the Bernia flowers. After the stable hand left, I sat by the window, silently watching in the direction of the palace. I was worried. What if the person I sent overturned the box with the flowers on the way back? I was even more afraid that the Bernia flowers the second prince showed me were the last ones left. If that were the case, father's illness would be truly incurable. As I anxiously waited, the sound of hooves echoed from outside. When I saw who it was, I froze. Then I jumped up from my chair and ran downstairs. Opening the door, I stood there stunned. I never expected the second prince to actually brave the storm and appear before me, alone. I just stared at him. When he opened the box he brought, and offered me the Bernia flowers inside, tears welled up in my eyes, and my face flushed. The second prince looked at me tenderly and said just one thing. Landia, I brought the Bernia flowers. In my moment of deepest despair, that he braved the storm to bring me hope. Looking at him, I had so much to say, but no words came out. Just then, Karivan handed me a towel. As I dried the rain from the second prince, I asked worriedly, why did you come in the rain? He simply smiled gently and replied, the remaining flowers would have all withered in the rain. Didn't you say you needed these to cure your father? You're so silly. After hearing his somewhat strange words, he looked at me and chuckled softly. I then took his hand and led him to the room I had prepared for him. He didn't say anything, just followed. Suddenly, I stopped and turned to him. Aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you? He simply replied, anywhere you take me is fine. His words made me blush again. After settling him in, I hurried to find Esti with the Bernia flowers. I pleaded, please save my father. Esti worked through the night, and the antidote was successfully made and given to my father. But it would take a few hours to see the effects. Lorraine, seeing my exhaustion, said caringly, Miss, I'll let you know when the time comes. You should go back to your room and rest. I shook my head. I don't want to be alone. Then, turning to the second prince not far away, I added, he might have caught a cold from being in the rain. He's a valued guest who brought the medicine for father. As father's daughter, I should take good care of him after receiving such a kindness. Seeing my resolve, Lorraine didn't argue further. All right, I can't persuade you. I'll go check on Master Geleron. I'll come and inform you immediately if anything happens. After Lorraine left, I brought a blanket over to the second prince, covered him with it, and then snuggled in beside him, holding his hand tightly. After a moment of silence, I said, Miss Caitlin and Lord Cullis probably don't know you're here, do they? If they knew, they definitely wouldn't have let you come alone in the rain. How did you bring the flowers? There weren't many whole flowers left, and now it's rained. Shouldn't they have all withered? I bit my lip hard. Don't tell me that as soon as you received my letter, you searched the entire Florin Palace and Gardens. It was getting dark and raining. It must have been very dark in the garden. None of the flowers' roots are damaged. Did you dig each one up by hand? The second prince didn't say anything, just smiled at me. Landia looked up at the second prince, speaking with some agitation. Why? Perez, you're the Empire's second prince. You could have easily ordered someone else to do this, and you didn't have to get drenched in the rain. You could have come safely by carriage. Instead, you dug up the flowers yourself and rode back in the rain. What if something had happened to you? What's one letter from me worth? Just then, the second prince interrupted Landia. Landia, did I help you? The second prince's few words brought tears to Landia's eyes again. Landia had a nightmare. In the dream, everyone was gathered around her father's bed, silently watching as a white sheet slowly covered his face. After making Landia blush, the second prince, feeling unwell from his journey in the rain, went to bed. After the second prince fell asleep, Landia quietly went to his room. Looking at him sleeping, she murmured, I don't want to be alone right now. Then she closed her eyes. In truth, Landia was still replaying her earlier conversation with Esti. Are you sure the Bernia flower is the right ingredient? If the Bernia isn't the herb we're looking for, will I be able to find the right one before Father's remaining hand and lung completely stiffen, before his heart stops beating? Filled with worry, Landia fell into a deep sleep. She had a dream. In the dream, she was in her father's room. Everyone in the room was looking solemnly at the bed. Her father lay motionless on the bed. Then, a white sheet slowly covered his head. Seeing this, Landia abruptly woke up from her dream. Hearing the servants talking outside, Landia suddenly had a bad feeling. With that thought, she jumped out of bed and ran outside. The moment she opened the door, Landia's heart sank. The scene in the room was exactly the same as the one she had just dreamt. Seeing this, Landia stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out, "Father!" But just then, Gellerhan, hearing Landia's voice, sat up in bed and smiled at her. The sudden change left Landia stunned. Then she scrambled up and threw herself into her father's arms, grasping his hand, which should have been stiff. She asked, bewildered, how? "Father, your right hand, wasn't it paralyzed?" Gellerhan looked at Landia tenderly and replied, "It seems Esti's new medicine is working. Look, just a few hours after taking it, I'm starting to regain feeling." "Landia, Father seems to be much better. I'm sure I'll recover soon." Hearing her father's words, tears welled up in Landia's eyes. She had sacrificed so much for this moment. Landia hugged her father tightly and sobbed, as if releasing all the grievances she had suffered. Landia's father is going to do business. After some explanation, it was like this. "This is too difficult for you to understand." Landia covered her mouth in disbelief. "Oh my God, this is simply..." Landia quickly replied, "Yes, it's so difficult." Gellerhan thought, yes. What can a little child like him understand? Landia was thrilled. Could my father be a genius? Otherwise, how could he have thought of these things in this era? Once this business gets on track, it might even change the entire empire's commercial development. Gellerhan stroked Landia's head comfortingly. "It's okay if you don't understand. I'm happy that you listened so attentively." Landia could only smile sweetly. Even if he told her these things, she wouldn't believe him. Otherwise, Landia realizes that what Father needs now is an adult who can see the potential of this business and give him enough advice. Father, how about asking Mr. Karivan?" Gellerhan was surprised. "You mean Lord Karivan?" Thinking of his past impressions of him, he seemed somewhat cold and critical. Landia didn't know what her father was thinking and wholeheartedly recommended Karivan to him. "Every time we ask a question we don't understand, Mr. Karivan kindly answers." Gellerhan was thinking. Landia stopped there. Gellerhan, remembering Karivan's sharp business acumen and their past collaboration on the Chloe Mixrong project, realized that no one was better suited to offer advice. "All right, I'll listen to our Landia this time." Landia offered a helpful tip. He likes to see things organized, so if Father could write down his thoughts like this for him to see, he would be even happier. At this point, an idea struck Landia. Yes, it's not just unique and remarkable things that can become a cloak. For those things everyone experiences. People gradually become indifferent to their unchanging nature. But once a solution appears, the demand for it isn't enough. Grandfather and Lord Brussier are advanced in age and often unwell. With that, Landia immediately stood up and covered her forehead. Seeing Landia suddenly stand up, Gellerhan cautiously called out to her, "Popeye, I'm going to see a friend. Darling, it's almost dark. I'll be back soon." She finished speaking and ran outside. The things aren't difficult, just not sure if Esti has time to make them. "Esti," Landia smiled and threw herself into her arms. "This will definitely be no problem. Esti, your wish. And my wish will definitely come true. This world is always a little unfair to women, stuck in the mire, but there will always be some women, who will grow tenaciously. Esti is such a wildflower girl. She struggled to pull herself out of the mire, wanting to release her own light. Esti is taking the first step that will allow her to realize her dream. The Lombardi family's assessment. Suddenly, Dr. Omari's voice rang out from the doorway. "Esti, are you there?" "I'm coming in." Esti panicked slightly. "Teacher, why are you here?" Dr. Omari waved his hand dismissively. "I won't stay long. You keep busy." He glanced surreptitiously at Esti's herbs. "It doesn't look like there's anything special here. What's that red powder? What are you doing?" Esti stammered in reply, "Just doing a simple experiment." "A simple experiment? Then it won't matter if you stop for a moment." Esty couldn't help but flinch. Omari sighed, his expression one of concern. I've heard, under the Mrs. Constant urging, you've been led astray. Esty vehemently denied this. That's not it, teacher. Miss Just. Omari stepped forward and said to her in a serious tone, that's right. I'm your teacher. How could a teacher allow their student to act foolishly? I am sorry. I didn't realize you wanted to go to the academy so badly. But everything I do is for your own good. Omari gripped Esty's shoulders tightly. With your abilities, you're not yet qualified to become a researcher and go for further study. How could I watch my student go out and embarrass herself? Don't have unrealistic expectations. Just honestly stay here like you are now and study with me. Then, next year or the year after, I will naturally write you a letter of recommendation. Thinking of the generous reward Lord Plang had given him, instructing him to suppress Esty and advise her to know her place. Haha, you're so smart. I believe you understand what I mean. He thought maliciously to himself, this child has always been docile. I've made it this clear, she should understand. As for the recommendation letter, I'll just find another excuse to refuse next year. Esty remained silent for a long time, then softly replied, I understand, teacher. Omari thought the matter was settled, but then heard Esty change the subject. But I still want to try my best. Omari gritted his teeth, his ugly true face suddenly revealed. Esty, I've made it this clear. Don't you understand? Esty continued to plead persistently. Please, teacher, I don't want to disappoint Mississippi thinking of Miss busily running around for her, of her support and encouragement. She didn't want to give up. Even though I think my dream is unrealistic, Miss didn't laugh at me. Instead, she encouraged me. She's the only one who's ever treated me like this. I won't let it affect my work. If this fails, I'm willing to admit my foolishness and submit to any punishment you deem fit. So, just this once, please let me repay Miss for the trust she has placed in me. Omari was still dissatisfied with this outcome and threatened, if you don't listen to me now, then I will never write you a letter of recommendation in the future. You decide. Esty didn't hesitate. I'm sorry. Teacher. Omari took a step back angrily. So you've grown wings, have you? Fine. I don't need an ungrateful student like you. Do as you please. Esty looked at her hands, still in a daze. Have I made an irreversible mistake? But even if you call me foolish, I don't care. Because I also want to believe in myself for once. Esty finally finished making the medicine. Landia looked curiously at the medicine on the table. I'm going to open it. Esty nodded firmly in agreement. As soon as the medicine pouch was opened, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. Landia gently rubbed the medicine onto her hand. The ointment wasn't sticky at all and absorbed quickly. Landia was surprised not only by the ointment's absorption, but also by its amazing fragrance and coolness. Esty observed Landia's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. I specially blended this fragrance, she emphasized. How is it? Landia was extremely satisfied. She remembered the suggestions she had given Esty. The medicine needed to reduce swelling and inflammation, and it needed to have a cooling sensation after application. In addition, the effect needed to be fast and strong, and the concentration needed to be high. She hadn't expected Esty to finish it so quickly. Esty explained to Landia, the main ingredient I used is shizi, which has similar effects to mint. Landia took a look. That's right, she said. This is the famous medicine, Lao Gao E. That was all the rage back then. Now I just need to know which of grandfather's legs is hurting. That's all. Esty watched her strange behavior and asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Landia looked at her sheepishly. You've really worked hard this time. You managed to do it all on your own. You're really amazing, Esty. Esty continued to explain the effects of the medicine. Just in case, I also tested it on the same spot for several days. It didn't cause any side effects like rashes. Also, my wrists used to ache often, but after applying it, they feel much better now. My skin seems smoother too. Hearing this, Landia became excited, her eyes shining. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. This way, as long as the shizi component is removed, it can be used for other purposes. Esty asked uncertainly, but Miss, can this ointment really satisfy the Lord and Lord bless you? Landia smiled faintly. Esty, besides the letters of recommendation, is there anything else you want? Esty pondered, trading this medicine for just 2 letters of recommendation. You're too kind. Esty was stunned, hardly daring to believe it. Landia's lips curled into a smile as she stood up to leave. Think about it slowly. Anything you wanted before, anything you want to do, you can tell me. Landia took what Esti had made to give to the older gentleman. They were astonished by the effectiveness of the medicine. What kind of medicine is this? I'm so glad you both like it. In that case, I think others will like this medicine too. Tiger Balm. No, it should be Esti's ointment. It will be sold by the Lombardi Trading Company. However, due to the difficulty of mass-producing a certain ingredient in the sample, that only a small amount of this ointment has been produced and given as gifts to some high-ranking nobles. As for the regular ointment, we plan to reduce its potency. Furthermore, as the creator of the formula, Esti will receive a share of the profits. They've agreed to promote Esti's advancement in the name of Lombardi. Landia told Esti this news, and she was overjoyed. She didn't know how to repay Miss Landia's kindness. Landia comforted her. This is all a result of your own abilities. Esti shook her head. Although you say it's all thanks to my abilities, without your trust, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. After I go to the academy, I will definitely study even harder and never betray your trust. Landia looked at her warmly. I know you can do it. So, Esti, if you can, could you grant me a request? Of course, miss. There's a disease called trembling. Do you know about it? It's a terrible illness. It starts with numbness in the hands and feet. Then the muscles throughout the body gradually harden. In the end, the patient dies because they can't breathe. In her past life, this disease had taken her father's life. In the region where the academy is located, there's a unique herb called morcin. I hope you can use it to create a medicine to treat trembling. Esti was puzzled. Miss, how do you know that herb can be used to treat trembling? Landia didn't say anything, only looking at Esti with a pleading expression. Esti saw endless despair in those eyes. I'll try my best. Landia took her hand. You can do it. I believe that if it's you, Esti, you can definitely do it. 3 years after her father's death, she heard that a scholar had used morcin to create a medicine that cured trembling. And this scholar was once a student of Lombardi's physician. Her name is Esti. That's why he insisted on sending Esti away, no matter what. This girl suffered a miserable life in her past life and ultimately died under the hooves of a horse. Heaven took pity on her and gave her a second chance. In this life, she is determined to become the head of the Lombardi family. Not only did she change her father's timid nature, but she also helped the second prince, who will become the emperor in the future. They formed a romantic connection. The head of the family is in a good mood today. Brusso, seeing the head of the family so happy, asked him what he was so happy about. The old man smiled, stroking the book beside him, and asked Brusso in a low voice, "What do you think of that child, Landia?" Brusso thought carefully. I think Miss Landia is remarkably intelligent for her young age. It's truly astonishing. Yes, I share your thoughts. I thought at my age, nothing would surprise me anymore. Thinking about the talent that child displayed, she even had the courage to make a deal with me. And the profit share she asked for was quite reasonable. Not a single flaw. You see all sorts of things when you live a long life. Ha! Brusso agreed, adding that the Lombardi family now had hope. The old man looked into the distance, his eyes unfocused, his gaze becoming firm. Yes, the future of Lombardi. Here, after Gellerhahn handed the written proposal to Korlevin, Korlevin looked at the business plan in his hand, filled with enormous business opportunities and wealth, speechless with surprise. He couldn't believe that this was something the once timid third young master could produce. Korlevin's reaction made Gellerhahn a little uneasy and confused. What was with that reaction? Could it be that his business proposal was terrible? Before Gellerhahn could ask, Korlevin slammed the proposal on the table, making Gellerhahn break out in a cold sweat. It seems it really is impressive. What? Korlevin looked at him. I heard that the head of the Dura Trading Company has frequently expressed interest. Are you planning to cooperate with them on this business as well? Gellerhahn quickly waved his hands. No, this is a business I'm pursuing personally. Then have you discussed or disclosed this business with the head of the trading company or anyone else in the family? Gellerhahn thought about Landia, who was still a child. She probably didn't count. You're the first to know. As for the head of the trading company, he's indeed been very curious about what business I'm pursuing. Ever since I returned from the palace, he's been even more obvious. Korlevin was surprised. What happened at the palace? It's nothing major. It's just that the Empress didn't seem very friendly towards me. The Dura Trading Company is backed by the Honest family, and the Empress is the one pulling the strings. So, the Empress wants to know what business I'm planning. Even if I'm not very reliable, I'm still a Lombardi, my father's son. I swear, the Chloe velvet fabric will be the last business I do with the Honest family. I won't get involved in their family's dealings anymore. Facing Korlevin's questions, Gellerhahn expressed his determination. Korlevin looked at Gellerhahn. thinking about his past. The head of the family's third son, in order to avoid conflict, only knew how to read. Everyone said he was a bookworm who didn't understand the ways of the world. But now he had single-handedly completed such a remarkable business proposal. Was he really the same Gellerhan who had been quiet for over a decade? Korlevin became serious. He smiled. All right, I'm happy to help you, but I have one condition. Please allow me to join this business. Gellerhan was startled. Korlevin continued to praise the proposal. It suddenly turned into a praise session. Gellerhan could only stammer. Korlevin, however, said, "Watching you succeed before my eyes while I can't participate, I'll definitely be envious. So, if you accept my condition and let me join as a partner, I will definitely offer you my advice." Gellerhan felt like he was floating. "Isn't that a bit much? To work with you? Haha, this is something I could only dream of. However, this business is entirely based on my personal assets and conducted in my name. It has nothing to do with the Lombardi family. Are you still willing?" After hearing this, her expression completely softened. "Didn't I say? This business itself has a lot of potential. By the way, are you short on funds? If you need me to invest, just say the word." Gellerhan hurriedly shook his head. No need. Funds are plentiful." After the negotiation was settled, Gellerhan hurried to implement the plan. As Gellerhan was about to leave, Korlevin couldn't help but ask him, "Was that person the head of the family?" Gellerhan turned his head. "What? I mean, the person who asked you to hear my proposal. I don't think you came here on your own initiative." Looking at Korlevin's suspicious and sharp gaze, Gellerhan couldn't stand it. "It's terrifying." Korlevin couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the old man saw the third young master's potential? "Actually, it was my daughter who asked me to come." Korlevin was stunned. "What?" Gellerhan scratched his head awkwardly. "After hearing my troubles, she told me to come find you, Korlevin. She said you know everything." Korlevin stroked her chin, deep in thought. For a child of that age, it's normal to say something like that without thinking. "But Landia is a girl, not a boy. I carved the raw wood into a statue and gave it to someone." Thinking about it this way, the Chloe plushie wouldn't sell. The business only changed after Miss Landia intervened, and her unexpected answers. As Gellerhan left, Korlevin finally figured it out. It seemed she had to confirm something. The girl cast the bait just to hook Gellerhan. Korlevin, perceiving the change in Gellerhan, realized that this young girl, Landia, was definitely not as she appeared. She decided to confirm her suspicions. Meanwhile, Laura was dressing Landia. Landia thanked Laura and then received a shower of compliments. But she wasn't just saying empty words. "Just looking at her makes me feel like I've evolved." It would have been even better if Korlevin's sharp gaze wasn't right behind her. That unusual look. It wasn't the affectionate gaze from before. It was like becoming prey before a hawk. Laura left. Korlevin flashed over and sat beside Landia. "Are you going back?" "Yes, isn't class over now?" "Then come with me." "Why?" Landia realized her reaction just now seemed a bit excessive. Before she could explain, "No, it's not that I don't want to go with you, it's just..." Korlevin answered firmly, "I have a meeting with young Master Gellerhan later, so I wanted to ask if you wanted to join us." Landia breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's it. I was wondering what it was. I'm curious too." "All right." As Landia sat on the sofa, watching the two in front of her talking, they encountered some problems when discussing positioning. Listening to the increasingly problematic discussion, Landia took a sip of tea. At this moment, Korlevin said meaningfully, "Gellerhan, young master, when people come into contact with good things, they naturally want to have them. So the target audience for this business is those commoners who have some financial means and a demand for quality. Later, we can further stimulate the buying desire of other commoners." These words were like a bolt from the blue. What was she saying? How could Korlevin say such a thing? In this world, buying clothes is equivalent to finding someone to custom make them. Therefore, the clothing industry exists to cater to wealthy nobles. High-end products for most commoners and poor nobles. Clothes can only be sewn stitch by themselves. And there are people who almost never wash their clothes to prevent wear and tear. But no matter who it is, as long as they add a little more money to the cost of the fabric, they can get new clothes. What will happen then? Ready-to-wear clothing is the highlight of Papa's business. If this business succeeds, it can expand the market. Besides the nobles, it can also tap into the new consumer group of commoners. But now, Landia didn't expect to be tested by Korlevin. Korlevin deliberately gave advice that was detrimental to Gelleran's business plan. Landia watched her father thinking seriously, feeling extremely tormented. Korlevin pressed on, step by step. Anxious, Landia cried out, "But if it were me, I wouldn't like it." Gellerhan looked at Landia, who had suddenly spoken, quite puzzled. Landia froze for a moment, but she was still upset. If it's made into a high-quality product, like you said, it might become something you can only buy once a year, not once in a lifetime. Such special clothes. Why would anyone want to buy the same thing as everyone else? What Papa wants to sell are clothes that are easily accessible. He thinks that if the plan changes, it'll deviate from his original idea. Looking at Corlevin's displeased expression, Landia thought, should I be more forceful or should I let it go? But if I let it go, this business is over. And I trusted Corlevin so much. And after people get used to buying clothes to wear, then we can introduce beautiful and expensive clothes. Corlevin gave a sly smile. Landia already. Did I say something wrong? Gellerhan also thought Landia made sense. What do you think, young Master Corlevin? Corlevin's eyes lit up, staring at Landia with interest as if he had discovered a treasure. Landia felt a shiver down her spine. Why do I feel so uneasy? Corlevin smiled. Walking down the road, Landia recalled Corlevin's meaningful look and the glint of a predator discovering its prey. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was strange. Ever since he smiled that day, his attitude had changed back. What is he thinking? Landia arrived at the classroom and opened the door. There was no one inside. Strange, even if the twins aren't here. Laura should be here too. She looked left and right. Still no one. Could the others? Landia turned around. Corlevin was standing behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. Landia looked at him questioningly. Teacher, did Corlevin tell everyone else to cancel class today? Corlevin bowed slightly. My apologies, Landia. I have something I need to discuss with you privately. Please forgive my rudeness. Landia's hair stood on end. What do you want to talk about? Corlevin pulled out a box. Do you know what this is? Isn't that Este's ointment? Of course I know. Yes, this is the ointment Miss Este developed. And it was you, Miss Landia, who recommended her to the head of the family, correct? Landia's body stiffened. I just thought she was very talented, and it was a shame to let her skills go to waste. So I put in a good word for her with grandfather. Corlevin's eyes narrowed. Then are you aware of this? A few days before Este developed this ointment, Dr. Omari was extremely agitated. Not only did he publicly belittle his own protege, but he also spread rumors about you, saying you tricked Este. Of course, after the head of the family announced he would sell this ointment, those rumors disappeared. But don't you find it strange, Miss Landia? You're only 8 years old. If it's true that you simply put in a good word, adults would usually dismiss it as a child's whim. Landia didn't know how to explain. That wretched Omari. Corlevin continued, bringing up other business ventures one by one. Landia stepped back, feeling guilty. I really just happened to. Corlevin crouched down to Landia's level. A week ago, during my meeting with young Master Gellerhan, was it also a coincidence that you objected to my suggestions? Landia knew she couldn't refute him now. He must have suspected something back then. He deliberately said those foolish things, but just to see how I would react. There's no use denying it anymore. Everything is just as you suspected, but the current clothing business plan is entirely Papa's idea. I only suggested he consult with you. Is that so? Then why me? Because I thought you wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. I was certain you would not only offer advice, but if you saw its potential, you would become an excellent partner. And look, now it's happening. Corlevin seemed to have figured it out. Indeed. But if that's the case, why haven't you been more proactive in showcasing your abilities? I've heard that some members of the household often bully you. If the head of the family valued you, you wouldn't have to endure such treatment. Landia shook her head. It's not the right time yet. Corlevin was truly puzzled. Landia looked at him seriously. Now, let me ask you a question. Can someone become the head of the family based solely on their own abilities? Of course not. But gaining the support of the current head while he's still in power, that would make things much smoother. Landia agreed, but I'm still too young. And Papa doesn't have much influence yet. Being too obviously favored by grandfather would make me a target. I'm afraid I wouldn't even live to adulthood. Corlevin hadn't expected Landia to have thought this far ahead. He asked her a second question. Teacher, do you still remember the answer to my second assignment? Before seizing power, that I will gather trustworthy people around me. I can prove my abilities at any time, but I don't want others to judge me solely on talent. I want an unshakable position. If I'm going to prove myself, I'll do it thoroughly to the point where no one else dares to dream of becoming the head of the family. Corlevin watched Landia's unrestrained display of ambition. Aren't you afraid? I'll tell young Master Gellerhan about your ambitions. Landia laughed. I'm not afraid. That will absolutely never happen. Because, teacher, you loved Este and ran away in my past life. After grandfather's death in my previous life, you immediately established your own business, and the Wright Trading Company grew rapidly. There were many speculations, wondering if you had been secretly embezzling from Lombardy all along, waiting for the right moment. But Wright Trading Company never encroached on Lombardy's core business. Although you weren't often in Lombardy territory back then, after you became independent, Corlevan, that you may have been secretly helping Lombardy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted 2 years. Landia looked at him tenderly. Corlevan gave a dangerous smile. He knelt down and adjusted Landia's shoes. After straightening up, he softly made a request. I have a request. Please allow me to become yours. Landia agreed. Just be aware that following me might be difficult. Are you prepared, Corlevan? What was the real reason for Lombardy's decline in my past life? What secrets was Esti hiding? It was Lombardy's midnight ball, a regular event held to maintain family unity and morale. Although Landia felt it was rather pointless, she trusted Gelleran's judgment. Gellerhan, as always, showered her with praise. Both of them were dressed elegantly. Looking at the adorable little girl before him, Gelleran's paternal love overflowed. He hugged Landia and said, "My Landia is becoming more and more beautiful." Just as they were about to leave for the banquet, Corlevan arrived, explaining that some urgent matters required his personal attention. Seeing Laura's disappointment, Landia considerately suggested that she go ahead and take the medicine. "No one will bother you. Take your time, Papa." Landia turned and gave instructions to Corlevan. Walking along, Landia's father was still in disbelief after all these days. He couldn't believe Corlevan had become his person. Perhaps he could adjust his plans slightly. Suddenly, someone bumped into Landia from behind, knocking her to the ground. Landia looked up and saw Esti. Displeasure, bordering on disgust, filled Esti's eyes as she looked at Landia. Esti glanced at her and coldly turned away. Laura and Malin rushed forward to help Landia up, asking if she was hurt and explaining that Esti probably hadn't seen her. Landia voiced her confusion. "Did I do something wrong? Why does it feel like Aunt Esti is angry with me?" Laura and Malin quickly explained that it wasn't her fault. "Aunt Esti never really liked our cousins." Landia was surprised. "What do you mean?" They exchanged glances and decided to tell Landia. Aunt Esti said she hates the Lombardy family. She said they're all foolish and annoying. "But you're not, Landia. You can't tell anyone, though." Aunt Esti said it's a secret between Hugh's family men. Landia silently absorbed this secret, promising them she wouldn't tell anyone. She wondered if her mother knew. Mother probably doesn't know. Otherwise, with her personality, she would have ended things directly instead of playing along. At the ball, Landia was still thinking about what she had just learned. She watched Esti chatting happily with Annis at the table. She recalled that in her past life, Esti had publicly claimed to be a Lombardy. That's why Landia had never suspected her. Then there must have been a specific reason for her mother's divorce from Esti. Lost in thought, Landia didn't notice the distress of the servant beside her. Their taunts echoed around her as they shattered her cards in a surprise attack. He knew they were about to start their usual antics. Landia, lost in thought, was caught off guard and embarrassed by Balessa's scheming. Landia wanted to retaliate, but causing a scene in front of grandfather didn't seem wise. Just as Landia was pondering a solution, Shauna elegantly set down her cutlery. "I heard that when you went to see His Majesty the Emperor last time, Balessa tripped on her cloak and fell. Even Landia, who's younger, wouldn't make such a mistake. She frightened everyone present." At these words, everyone's expression changed. Annis awkwardly explained, "Sister, why bring that up? It's natural to be nervous in front of His Majesty." Shauna sighed dramatically. "Then she should have paid more attention when learning etiquette. But your son only thinks about skipping classes. I should have taught him better." In the end, Balessa is the only one left to be laughed at. Vij quickly interjected, "She's just a child. It's normal. We all learn from our mistakes, don't we?" Shauna looked at Landia pointedly. Indeed, Landia was surprised that Shauna was seemingly defending her, saying that children make mistakes. The twins started chattering loudly. "So that's what happened. Balessa tripped and fell in front of everyone. Did it hurt? I heard Balessa cries loudly when she's hurt. It must have been so embarrassing." Balessa's face flushed red, but she couldn't argue. It was the truth. Landia was delighted by Balessa's humiliation. She couldn't have been happier. Vij watched the drama unfold. He had hoped to regain the upper hand against Gellerhan, but Balessa had become the laughingstock instead. This wouldn't do. Vij stood and walked over to grandfather, a fawning smile on his face. "Father, allow me to offer you a toast. Balessa being chosen as the prince's companion is all thanks to you, father. We're so fortunate. You've created such an opportunity for her. She can freely enter and exit the palace without having to wait until she's 11. Grandfather lowered his gaze. "There's no need to make a fuss. Consider it a birthday present a few months early. However, the palace is different from our Lombardy residence. She must be cautious in her words and actions. Vij quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, father. Thanks to your favor towards Balesa, no one in the palace would dare to slight her." Landia pondered his words. Grandfather didn't seem to mean what he said. Looking at the smug Balesa, Landia realized why she hadn't been seen in class lately. She had been frequenting the palace, and she was actually proud of it. Being a royal companion, from a political standpoint, was equivalent to pledging allegiance to the future ruler. But what was there to be happy about with such a rotten rope? Suddenly, Grandfather's voice called out, "Landia." Landia snapped to attention. Grandfather beckoned her over. Unsure why he was being called, Landia trotted over to him. Grandfather picked something up from the ground. Grandfather personally placed it on her. "This is your 8th birthday present, the key to your own personal library." Landia touched the key in disbelief. A murmur went through the crowd. Landia wondered if Grandfather had forgotten that he had promised her a wish for her birthday. Grandfather smiled down at her. "This is something I prepare myself, so it's a little late. I apologize for giving it to you only now." Landia was thrilled. This was a bonus gift. "Thank you, Grandfather. I'll definitely study hard and read lots of books." Grandfather, looking at Landia, couldn't help but pat her head. "Haha, if there's a book you want, just tell Barushu." Landia returned to her seat, and the twins immediately began chattering excitedly with her. Vij found the scene incredibly irritating. He turned to Gellerhan and reprimanded him. "The social circles are buzzing with rumors about you. Have you run out of places to do business? You're actually opening a shop in the common market. Don't you think you're disgracing the Lombardy name?" Vesti echoed the sentiment. Naive Gellerhan, thinking they were concerned for him, apologized. He wanted to try and succeed on his own merits. Vij was satisfied. Grandfather, however, suddenly spoke up. "Gellerhan, work hard. I'll be watching." "Yes, father. I'll do my best." Vij couldn't understand Grandfather's intentions. Why did he seem so expectant? He looked at the ambitious faces around him. Landia's expression flickered between gloom and amusement as she thought. Once Father's shop opens, their faces will be even more unsightly than they are now. "I'm really looking forward to it." The girl was bullied 99 times a day by her companions. Each time, she would cry her eyes out. But this time, not only did she not cry, she even managed to anger her companion into running away. All because she learned a little trick. That day, Landia was invited to attend an etiquette class for the royal ball. Her impeccable manners earned her great praise from the teacher. However, this also made her the target of envy from her classmates. They all intentionally ignored her, and some even glared at her with suspicion. But Landia found this novel. After all, at home or at previous banquets she had attended, the nobles were always very friendly, eager to approach and speak with her. As she looked around, a little girl with red hair suddenly approached and asked Landia to teach her the royal greeting she had just performed. She was Tiana from the East. Landia didn't think it was an unreasonable request, though these things would be taught by the governess later. Tiana repeatedly and sincerely asked Landia for guidance. Landia could see her sincerity and happily agreed. Just then, Mevka Carglass approached. Smiling, she invited Landia to join them for sunbathing and conversation. Hadn't she just been wary of Landia? And she completely ignored Tiana. Although Tiana pretended to be unaffected, how could she truly be? Landia smiled and politely declined Carglass's invitation, claiming she had a cold. Carglass sneered, "Oh, I hope it's not too serious." Landia laughed. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Kakali." Landia deliberately mispronounced her name, angering Carglass, who turned and left. Landia thought to herself, "Little girl, you're still far from being able to outsmart me. I only said it was my first time in society, not my first time experiencing being 12. In the following days, Landia attended etiquette training twice a week. Almost every time after practice, she received praise and applause from the governess and her classmates. Today's lesson was about speaking etiquette. After the practice, Tiana showered Landia with compliments, treating her like a goddess. "Although I thought you could do everything well, I didn't expect you to use banquet language so flawlessly. Could you tell me the trick? In the East, no one speaks in such a roundabout way. It feels too restrictive." This made Tiana very frustrated with the way of speaking. At this rate, she was going to become the most impolite young lady in the history of debutante balls. Landia thought for a moment and then told her little trick. "In my opinion, the most important point is to always keep a smile. As long as you can do that, no one will say you're impolite." Tiana was skeptical. Just then, a little girl walked over arrogantly and mocked Tiana. Because Tiana was born into an unknown family in the East, she was often teased and bullied. As a result, Tiana became increasingly timid and withdrawn. Landia gave her a look. Tiana instantly understood. Then she turned around and calmly smiled at the girl. The girl immediately became enraged and stormed off, muttering insults. Tiana happily hugged Landia and thanked her. That girl used to pick on me all the time. This is the first time I haven't cried. Thank you for teaching me such a powerful trick. Landia thought, she's so happy over such a small thing. It reminded her of Pavis, whose eyes would light up over a chocolate cookie. They had never danced together before, but their first waltz was seamless, even becoming the center of attention. In etiquette class, the governess was explaining the procedures for the ball's debut. When she mentioned escorts, everyone started murmuring, some even worried about how to find an escort. However, the organizers had already selected suitable escorts for each young lady. Just as Tiana was surprised, the door opened. A group of escorts, led by Pavis, appeared before everyone, causing a stir. Some girls were even thrilled to see the handsome Pavis. Tiana went over and quietly asked Landia if the second prince was really this popular among the young ladies. Landia, with a love-struck expression, replied, of course. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He really is as beautiful as a painting, just like the rumors say. He also has this inexplicable air of mystery. He's incredibly handsome, a complete fangirl. Landia glanced at Pavis. His appearance was indeed becoming more and more striking. Although his aloofness is a flaw, it somehow adds to his cool charm, especially those red eyes like sparkling rubies. Landia wore a satisfied expression, but the next second, she noticed Pavis staring at her. She shyly lowered her head, finding it impossible to concentrate. The head governess was speaking, but her voice sounded distant. While she was lost in thought, Pavis walked over to Landia, took her hand, and kissed the back of it. Hello, Landia. It's an honor to be your escort. Landia blushed crimson. She quickly pulled her hand away. What are you doing? The head governess said, this is how we should greet each other when we first meet. Landia looked around. It was indeed true. However, Pavis suddenly appearing as her escort startled her. She even felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He was so much like the Pavis she had seen in the crowds in her past life. He didn't feel like the Pavis she knew. Landia snapped back to reality and asked, why did you appear here so suddenly? It turned out the head governess had gone to the Fleur Palace to find Pavis and invite him to be Landia's escort. This was a good opportunity to make an impression on the nobility. Landia suddenly understood. Indeed, there was no occasion more impressive than the highly anticipated royal debutante ball. But what was the head governess's intention? She was the only one in the palace who opposed the queen. Logically, she shouldn't have any particular interest in Pavis. And so, they began practicing the dance as partners. The dance specific to the royal debutante ball was similar to a waltz. Since no one was very proficient, cries of pain were heard all around. People were constantly stepping on each other's feet or bumping into one another. But Pavis and Landia were a seamless pair. Not only did they keep perfect time with the music, but they also changed direction smoothly, avoiding collisions with others. Practicing for the first time, they became the center of attention. Everyone was whispering, even forgetting to practice. Just then, the noise grew louder. Landia wondered what was happening. The emperor was hurrying over with a group of maids. This extravagant ball was sure to defy expectations. Even the party favors were diamonds worth tens of thousands, and everyone received one. Lovely Landia would hold her debut here. It was a banquet the emperor himself greatly anticipated. Just a week ago, the emperor and empress had visited the dance practice. When the empress saw Landia dancing with the second prince, her face contorted in anger. The empress had planned to teach Landia a lesson after her social debut. She hadn't expected the second prince to be among the escorts, and he was this wretched girl's partner. She was about to demand an explanation from the emperor, but she was shocked to discover the emperor watching them with a pleased expression. The emperor had known all along about the second prince being chosen as an escort. She gritted her teeth in fury. She blamed the head governess for everything. Stopping the second prince from appearing at the debutante ball was now impossible. She could only prevent him from being the Lombardy girl's partner. She then sent for head steward Gra to come to her chambers. Head steward Gr seemed to have a premonition. What was coming. He put down his pen. Dragging his aged body, he shuffled step by step to the empress's chambers. It tired him out considerably. The empress proposed that he replace the second prince with Miss Cabri as Landia's partner. Head steward Gra directly refused the Empress's request. He had personally invited the second prince to be Landia's escort. If the second prince couldn't be Miss Lombardi's escort, then there would be no point in him attending the debutante ball. The Empress sneered. You fainted in your office not long ago. If the Emperor finds out about that, this will be your last time organizing the ball. You might even be forced to leave the palace. The palace was his only home. If he didn't want to leave, he had to obey the Empress. But he was unafraid of the Empress's threats. Since this was the last ball he would organize in his life, he had nothing to fear. He turned and left, leaning on his cane, ignoring the Empress's fury. However, no one expected that the girl, who had never danced before, would dazzle everyone with her first dance. Today was the day of the royal debutante ball. The host announced the official start of the ceremony. The first to enter was Miss Landia Lombardi. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Pavis took Landia's hand and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Seeing such a well-matched couple, the nobles below couldn't help but gossip. This ball is truly magnificent. I heard the Lombardi patriarch donated quite a bit of money for tonight's debutante ball. So this is young Master Gelleran's daughter, Landia. I doubt there will be anyone in the nobility who doesn't know this name from now on. Hearing these rumors, the Empress seethed with anger. She had already warned the steward, yet he still organized such an extravagant event. How ironic. Just then, the first prince approached. She felt a moment of solace, but it was shattered by her son's mockery. Mother, it seems this is yet another ball that showcases the Lombardi family's power. The Empress gasped. What are you talking about? Which family in the empire would spend a fortune decorating the palace and give out such diamonds just for their granddaughter's debutante ball? He said, holding up one of the party favors that had been given to each guest. The Empress snatched the gift box from the first prince's hand. Such cheap trinkets are beneath you, she roared. The first prince scoffed inwardly. Cheap trinkets. Diamonds are the most expensive and hardest things to buy right now. This matches my diamond brooch perfectly. He snatched the box back from his mother. So tacky. Mother, you should admit what needs to be admitted. Blindly hating the Lombardis won't solve anything. If you had an angered head steward GRA, this wouldn't have happened. And even if you're my mother, you're not allowed to touch my things. The Empress, seeing her son's defiance for the first time, nearly stumbled back in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The first prince turned and left. He was fed up with his mother's obsessive hatred of the Lombardi family. He was also fed up with her incompetence. This ball alone demonstrated the Lombardi family's special status. The first prince could only watch Landia from the crowd. Landia danced gracefully with Pavis, her gorgeous gown and elegant movements captivating everyone. She was relieved that everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, the tempo of the music quickened. In her panic, she stepped on Pavis's foot. She felt herself losing her balance and falling backward. The next second, Pavis's arm caught her from behind. Stunned, she heard Pavis reassure her, "It's all right, just follow my lead." The entire audience rose to their feet, applauding them. The dance ended smoothly. Pavis took Landia's hand and kissed the back of it. The next second, he grinned at Landia. Landia felt something was off about his smile. From a moment he appeared as her partner, Landia felt he was unusually strange, different from his usual self. She was certain he was hiding something from her. Landia took Pavis to a deserted spot and asked him what was going on. Pavis pointed at Landia. "I practiced so hard because I felt that I wouldn't have another chance to dance with you." Landia was skeptical. Just then, Gellerhan ran over excitedly and hugged Landia, congratulating his daughter on successfully completing her social debut. But what her father did next shocked Landia. She had simply gone on stage and danced. Yet her father and grandfather burst into tears in public. Just 10 minutes earlier, Landia had finished her first social debut dance. Gellerhan excitedly hugged his daughter and formally invited her to dance with him. And so, they began to dance to the music. Their graceful movements immediately caught everyone's attention. Gellerhan was lamenting how quickly his daughter had grown up when he suddenly burst into tears. Her grandfather came over and asked what was wrong. Landia explained that her father was emotional about her growing up. Unexpectedly, her grandfather also burst into tears. Landia was a little embarrassed. What were these two doing? Seeing this, her aunt reminded them that they were in public and led them away. Meanwhile, Pavis was getting some fresh air on the balcony. He was simply trying to avoid the nobles who kept trying to talk to him and the young ladies who kept approaching him. Unexpectedly, he ran into the first prince, who came to provoke him. As soon as the first prince saw Pavis, he reached out to hit him, but having drunk too much, he almost fell. Humiliated and enraged, the first prince turned and said, "Landia is still young now. so she pretends to be close and sticks to you because you're her escort. But when she's older, that won't be possible. She's Gelleran's daughter. Although her mother's bloodline is a flaw, with the dowry Gellerhan will offer, it can be completely overlooked. Unlike you, if you disappeared now, no one would even look for you. Although Pavis felt anger inside, what he said wasn't wrong. You don't deserve to stand by Landia's side. I might. Hearing this, Pavis' eyes widened. He strode towards the first prince and roared, "You're wrong. Unlike a spoiled brat like you, I should be diligently enjoying myself while I can." With that, he turned and left, leaving the first prince both frightened and shocked. The girl simply shook hands with a strange boy, and her partner became incredibly jealous. In the ballroom, Landia was looking for Pavis, but unexpectedly found something more interesting. Not far away, a girl tried to invite a handsome boy to dance, but he bluntly refused. This made the girl feel slighted, and she walked away angrily. The boy seemed a bit bewildered. Landia watched with amusement. The next second, she bumped into the boy herself. The boy apologized. Landia said it was all right. She guessed he must be from the east, as the culture there was different. As she suspected, he was Avino's Rumen from the east. After introducing themselves, they shook hands in friendship. Just then, Landia happened to see Pavis, so she called him over. From a distance, Pavis saw a strange boy holding Landia's hand. His expression changed abruptly, and he rushed over to Landia, pulling her hand back. This made Avinos feel a little awkward, but mostly excited. He'd heard that the second prince, Pavis, had mastered sword aura at such a young age. He'd always admired Pavis. Excitedly, he grasped Pavis's hand, expressing his admiration. Just then, Avinos called out to his father in the crowd. He was Indit Rumen, the head of the Rumen family. Tiana, who was with him, was delighted to see Landia. She introduced Landia to her uncle. Indit thanked Landia for helping his niece. Landia smiled and said it was her pleasure. Thanks to Tiana, she hadn't been bored. As they were chatting, the emperor approached. Behind him were Landia's grandfather, Gellerhan, and Corlevin. The group gathered together, attracting the attention of everyone around them. The emperor then said, "Let's not stand here. Let's go upstairs." The emperor invited them to join him for gifts. This was a privilege reserved for only a select few at the banquet. To Landia's surprise, she and the second prince, Pavis, were also invited. It was surprising that Pavis, who had never received such recognition, was invited to join the emperor and other important figures for gifts. Everyone looked at Pavis. He froze. Landia nudged him gently and whispered, "There will be delicious food. Let's eat while the adults talk." Pavis came to his senses and nodded. The empress, who was observing from afar, was furious. The boy asked his enemy for 10,000 gold coins. Not only did his enemy not refuse, but he was even prepared to sell his land to raise the money. Pavis finally made up his mind to go to the academy. He asked Caitlin to help him prepare for enrollment and told him to keep it a secret for now. Before that, he had to talk to a guest. Soon, someone from the Empress's palace came to visit. The maid didn't bow to the second prince. This disrespectful attitude enraged Caitlin. The maid reluctantly bowed to the second prince. "Greetings, Your Highness. I'm here to deliver a message from Her Majesty, the Empress. She commands you to go to the Empress's palace at once." Pavis smiled faintly. "It seems it has begun." However, he declined the invitation, citing his ill health. He instructed Caitlin, "No matter who comes today, tell them the prince is unwell, unless the empress comes herself." Although Caitlin was puzzled, he followed Pavis's orders and turned away all visitors. By evening, he had received dozens of invitations to banquets and social gatherings. This was within Pavis's expectations, but he hadn't anticipated so many. It seemed that his deliberate mingling and engaging with the nobles at the banquet had worked. No wonder the empress had been sending people over all day. Just then, the door opened. The empress stormed in. To end the conversation quickly, Pavis ordered Caitlin to leave. The empress questioned, "I heard you're unwell." "That's right, Your Majesty. I am indeed unwell and rather busy." Pavis deliberately glanced at the invitations on the table. "You're about to leave for the academy. Why are you looking at these invitations? I've told you many times I don't intend to go. Besides, so many people are seeking me out. And after spending such meaningful time with His Majesty yesterday, I'm even more certain that my place is not at the academy." The Empress clenched her fists in anger. This was exactly what Pavis wanted. What this woman wanted most was for her son to ascend the throne. He was the only obstacle in her path, and they were also afraid of him establishing himself as the second prince. It was for this very reason that he had deliberately made appearances in social circles, attended balls, and conversed with nobles, making it seem as though he enjoyed social gatherings. Being invited to the gift-giving by the emperor after the banquet was certainly unexpected, and everything I've done has been observed by this woman. The next day, she wasted no time sending someone to find me. The empress said coldly, "Tell me what you want." "I want 10,000 gold coins." The empress frowned, scoffing at my desire for money. "It seems that drop of royal blood and you can't be denied. However, 10,000 gold coins. I'd have to sell several territories in Alaska to raise that much. But considering this money can get rid of the second prince, it's worth it." The empress readily agreed. Pavis knew this path wouldn't be easy, but to walk it, he needed money. The next 6 years would be a tremendous opportunity. He didn't intend to spend it leisurely enjoying academy life and vacations. He warned the empress, "I won't leave until I receive the money." The day after the genius girl graduated, she met the attending physician of a noble family. His first task was to examine the old man's health. Landia anxiously inquired how his grandfather's health. Esti shook his head. As expected, due to prolonged overwork, the head's overall physical condition isn't good. It seems that without an attending physician, he's neglected his health. Landia sighed. Neglecting his health has always been grandfather's bad habit. She urged him to take his medicine on time and drink less alcohol. Seeing his granddaughter's concern, the old man patted Landia's head and readily agreed, even making a pinky promise. Afterwards, Landia saw Esti out. She happened to see a luxurious carriage parked outside. Landia was wondering whose carriage it was when Pavis appeared before her. "Hello, Landia. Do you have any plans today?" "Nothing in particular." "Then would you like to go out with me?" Landia happily agreed. In the carriage, Pavis kept staring at Landia. She asked awkwardly, "Pavis, you're staring right through me. Do you have something to say to me?" Pavis shook his head. "Not yet. Then I'll wait. There's plenty of time." Soon, they arrived at the diamond workshop on side of Hill Street. Pavis told Landia that the jewelry made in this workshop was the most beautiful in the world, crafted by an elven diamondsmith who had opened his own workshop. Landia was pleasantly surprised. It truly was. While she felt a bit out of place, to avoid revealing her own wealth, she had separated her business and personal affairs. Being here with him felt like two worlds colliding. Hopefully, nothing would happen. Soon, the old craftsman emerged. He was delighted to see Landia. "I was wondering who the customer was that requested the expedited order." It's Little Mississippi. Pavis was a bit surprised to hear Little Miss. Crowley quickly explained that it was his nickname for Miss Lombardi. Landia pointed to Pavis. "I'm not the one buying today. It's this friend." Crowley glanced at Pavis and nodded. Then, he brought out a beautifully packaged gift box. "Please confirm." Pavis opened the box and took out a tiara, placing it on Landia's head. Landia blushed and touched the tiara. "Is this for me?" "Yes, do you like it?" "Of course. Thank you. I'll treasure it." Pavis gave a rare smile. He rarely showed his emotions. This smile was likely equivalent to jumping for joy. Seeing the giver so happy, Landia naturally had to express her sincerity. "How is it? Does it suit me?" "Yes, it suits you very well." Soon, afternoon arrived, and Landia and Pavis prepared to return to the city by carriage. In the carriage, Pavis finally mustered the courage to tell Landia he was going to the academy. Landia had already guessed as much, since the academy term was about to start. "Pavis, are you going willingly?" He nodded. In his previous life, Pavis had gone to the academy at 15, forced by the empress. This time, it was different. Landia was happy. "That's good. Go and learn a lot. I want to ask you something." "What is it, Landia?" "Do you think it's a good thing that I'm going to the academy?" "Yes, of course. You can learn so much there." "Then why didn't you advise me to go?" "You could have urged me to." "Because it's a decision you should make yourself." "You're right, Landia. This is the first time I've made this choice on my own." "Thank you, Landia. When are you leaving?" "I don't know yet. Tell me as soon as you decide." "I'll see you off." Pavis nodded, but he wanted to leave quietly, alone. After parting ways with Landia, Caitlin informed Pavis that everything was prepared for his departure to the academy. The boy kissed the girl's forehead. It was his only wish before leaving for the academy. Pavis had intended to leave without saying goodbye, but just before he left, Caitlin informed him that head steward GRA had come to visit. The steward walked with difficulty towards Pavis. He had heard that the second prince was leaving for the academy today and had rushed over. He had something for the second prince. Steward GRA pulled a box from his pocket. Inside was a pair of gloves. "The academy is in the mountains. It gets very cold in winter. I asked the palace knights, and they said gloves are the most useful thing for winter training." He handed the gloves to Pavis as he spoke. Pavis was deeply touched. "I'm leaving in such a hurry. How did you have time to prepare these?" "I knew you would go to the academy one day. Although outsiders aren't allowed in, messengers from the palace can still enter. If you need anything, send someone with a message, and I'll make sure you get it. He spoke with the care of a family member. Pavis put on the new gloves and thanked the head steward before departing. He wouldn't return to the palace until graduation. When he returned, he would be a completely different person. However, when he opened the door, he was surprised to find Landia waiting for him. "Good morning, Pavis." He was shocked. How did Landia know? He hadn't told anyone but the emperor about his departure. Landia strode over to him. "I figured you'd be leaving today. Of course I had to come see you off." Pavis smiled faintly. She had seen through him again. Every time he stood before her, her clear eyes seemed to see right through him. She always appeared when he needed help. Landia straightened his collar. Leaving the palace alone for the first time would be too sad. "I also brought some chocolate and candy for the carriage. Remember to eat them on the way." "Okay, I will." Landia patted his shoulder. "It might get cold. Where did you put the fur scarf I gave you?" Pavis hadn't used it, afraid of wearing it out. He quickly made an excuse, saying he had spares. "It's all right." Landia immediately took off her own scarf and wrapped it around Pavis's neck. "Wear this then. Be careful on your journey, and write to me often. The academy doesn't allow visitors, so don't forget to come see me when you have a break." The soft scarf, her kind eyes, the sadness of parting. It made Pavis's heart race. But he knew this warmth wasn't only for him. Just this once. Let me be a bad boy. Just this once. The next second, Pavis kissed Landia. "Consider this a goodbye." Landia quickly pulled away, shyly covering her face. Pavis chuckled. "Landia, you can't forget me, because I'll be thinking of you every day. I'm going. Wait for me to come back." Landia. An elderly man was about to tumble down the stairs from the 5th floor. To save her grandfather, a girl used her own body as a cushion. As a result, her shoulder was dislocated and she suffered fractures all over her body. Just now, Landia went to her grandfather's office as usual to check if he had taken his medicine on time and have lunch with him. She knocked on the door, but there was no response. That's strange. Grandfather should have known she was coming. Suddenly, a bad feeling came over her. She worried that her grandfather might have collapsed. She forced the door open, yelling, "Grandfather." Fortunately, her grandfather was fine. Landia breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you very busy, grandfather?" "Yes," he replied, rubbing his eyes. "Are your eyes uncomfortable?" "It's nothing. It's normal for some of my age to have blurry vision. If it were just presbyopia, it would be fine." But Landia knew that in her past life, her grandfather's eyesight was the first thing he lost due to the after effects. Concerned, she asked, "Grandfather, did you have a good breakfast? Did you take your supplements on time?" Seeing her grandfather working so hard, Landia felt very distressed. At his age, he was still the head of the family. But those in his position usually had heirs to assist them. Because of this, Vij had been offering to help her grandfather, but he had always refused. In her past life, it wasn't until much later that her grandfather finally allowed Vij to help him with his work. He must have been waiting for someone capable of supporting the family to emerge. Landia secretly vowed to grow up quickly and share her grandfather's burden. Then, holding her grandfather's hand, she smiled sweetly. "Let's go have lunch. I also invited Laura to join us. You should be waiting in the dining room already." Unexpectedly, as they were going downstairs, her grandfather suddenly felt dizzy. His vision went black, and he stumbled. Fearing he would fall down the stairs, Landia grabbed his hand at the last moment. She pulled him back with all her might. She felt a sharp pain throughout her body as her grandfather fell heavily on top of her, unconscious. Landia couldn't move. She cried out, "Someone, please help me." The Lombardi family was thrown into a state of emergency by the sudden collapse of their patriarch. To save her grandfather, Landia had used her body as a cushion. As a result, she dislocated her shoulder and suffered severe bruises. The attending physician recommended a month of bed rest for the unconscious patriarch to fill the void and take the Jiaju Yinjiang. The person officially appointed as acting head of the family was Lombardi's eldest son, Vij. The Lombardi patriarch was seriously ill, but his son wasn't sad. On the contrary, he was overjoyed because he finally had the acting authority of the family head. He couldn't wait to bring his whole family to the patriarch's office to experience this supreme feeling. "Congratulations, husband. I didn't expect that father's illness would be a blessing in disguise for us. Tell me about it. Heaven must be helping me." Pershaw was also excited. "Although it's only for a month, it's very possible that grandfather will step down, isn't it?" However, Laura, standing to the side, was dejected. She couldn't bring herself to be happy, thinking of Landia's injuries from saving her grandfather. She was on the verge of tears. Persha, on the other hand, was gloating. She had been planning to find an opportunity to teach Landia a lesson herself. There's no need now. He's not going anywhere for a while. Hearing Persha say this, Laura instantly flared up. She yelled at her, even if you hate Landia, you shouldn't say things like that. Landia got hurt saving grandfather. She must be in a lot of pain right now. You're not even worried about her. And instead you say things like this. Laura warned Persha not to provoke Landia again. After saying this, she turned and left. Persha stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? I've never seen my sister so angry. It's a bit shocking. Inside the Lombardi estate, as soon as head steward Jare heard that Landia was seriously injured, she immediately rushed back. She was very nervous and worried. Are you all right, Landia? Where are you hurt? I am injured. My right shoulder is scraped, and I can't move it freely. But it's not as serious as the rumors say. Have some fruit, she said, handing head steward Gra an apple. Head steward Gra was relieved. Thankfully, Landia's injuries aren't that serious, and she discovered the patriarch's condition in time. Laura anxiously said, Master Vij is now the acting head of the family. Aren't you too worried? Head steward Gra replied, Vij becoming the acting head is a good thing. Laura was puzzled. How is that a good thing? Of course, right now, him exercising power like the patriarch isn't a good thing. But Vij will be a terrible head of the family. He'll be so bad it'll be unbearable to watch. So there's no need to worry. Landia agreed. Through this, everyone will see how foolish Vij truly is. So let's just wait and see. Besides, with grandfather's personality, if something really happens, he won't stand idly by. A few days passed. Vij was still reveling in the joy of being the head of the family. He thought he was handling everything perfectly, secretly mocking in his heart. Just this little bit of work tired father out all these years. However, he didn't know that in the eyes of the retainers, he was a fool. The head of the Debon family just finished reporting his work and left, secretly lamenting. He hadn't expected Vij to be this stupid. The Debon family had always been responsible for Lombardy's transportation. They played a crucial role in connecting the Lombardy businesses scattered across the continent. As the head of such a family, he could tolerate this temporary acting head's disrespect towards him. But he couldn't even understand the content of his report. The head of the Debon family had just left the office when he ran into Mr. Bray. He kindly warned, it's best to prepare yourself mentally before going in. The Bray family managed the Lombardy Bank. He would probably have it worse than himself. Bray felt his timing was terrible. He had important matters to discuss with the patriarch. As he expected, telling Vij about the counterfeit checks not only failed to garner his attention, but he even thought it was a bit of an overreaction. But if those people confirmed that their counterfeit checks could be used, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vij yelled about the counterfeit checks. Come tell me when you've received more than 10. You should focus on handling the loans for now. He couldn't believe it. How could the acting head ignore this matter? And the patriarch was ill because of their incompetence. He couldn't go to his room right now. He had no choice but to excuse himself. Just then, the head steward, using the excuse of preparing dinner in the dining room, left the office. He took this opportunity to go to the patriarch's room. A counterfeit check appeared out of nowhere. The incompetent acting head didn't take it seriously. As a result, more and more counterfeit checks appeared. The patriarch's heart sank when he learned about what Vij had done. Originally, when I handed the acting position over to Vij, I still held a sliver of hope. I hoped he would realize the heavy responsibility of the patriarch's position and abandon his greed. It seems this was truly wishful thinking. It's time to let go. Fortunately, because the illness was discovered in time, the patriarch only needs to rest for a while and he'll be fine. Just then, Landia came to visit him. Grandfather, I'm not alone today. I came with everyone. She brought her siblings, and they crowded around their grandfather. The originally quiet room suddenly became lively. Landia reminded Klein, hurry and give grandfather your get-well gift. Klein presented a bouquet of flowers. Wishing you a speedy recovery, grandfather. I picked these flowers all day in the Friday Plains. Grandfather, this is a book for you. When I was sick, I discovered there's nothing more comforting than a book, Laura said as she handed a book to her grandfather. The twins brought desserts for their grandfather to try. They charmed the patriarch into a very good mood. Landia, bringing your siblings to visit me, was that your idea? How did you know? Grandfather, Landia asked. Thank you, Landia. I'm so glad you all get along so well. It's wonderful. Afterwards, the patriarch told the children to go eat their desserts. Inside Lombardy Manor, Shauna was writing a letter to Cale Henitus, telling him not to worry about Landia, that her shoulder was recovering quickly. I've come to the south for important matters. Don't suddenly return. Focus on your tasks. Just then, Mr. Bray came to visit. Hello, Miss Shauna. It's been a while. Please come in, Mr. Bray. You should be very busy with bank matters. How do you have time to visit me? Mr. Bray took out 2 bank checks and handed them to Shauna. Take a look at these. Aren't these Lombardy bank checks? Yes, but one of these is counterfeit. Shauna was surprised. Counterfeit? Yes. We managed to identify the fake check through its serial number. Shauna looked at the identical checks. If she hadn't been told, she wouldn't have noticed anything different. Even the texture was the same. Mr. Bray informed her, we've already received 5 of these counterfeit checks today. 5. Mr. Bray, you understand this is a serious matter. I agree. I went to Vij twice about it, but Shauna instantly understood. Mr. Bray shamefully lowered his head. This is a grave situation. I wanted to report it to the patriarch, but I'm too ashamed to face him. Let's figure this out together. Thank you, Miss Shauna. Before we find a way to distinguish the checks, let's suspend issuing the current checks. We need to design new checks, but that's the patriarch's authority. I'll go to Vij. Before that, please research a method to identify the counterfeit checks. This is urgent. We must resolve it quickly. With a single action, the girls solved the mystery of distinguishing the real and fake checks. That day, Landia went to the Caramel Street intelligence shop. Bud Illis learned that bank manager Bray had visited Miss Shauna. He then took out 2 checks and placed them in front of everyone. This one is a Lombardy bank check, and the other is a counterfeit. Glenn Pofe and Ron Mullen were astonished. How could they be so identical? You can't tell the difference at all. Ron even held the 2 checks up to the sunlight. They were exactly the same. Although it was Landia's first time seeing the counterfeit check in person, she already knew how to distinguish them, because she had overheard it while helping her grandfather in her previous life. Landia then asked Bud, where did you get these checks? There aren't many in circulation yet. They should be hard to come by. Bud politely replied that it was a trade secret. It was indeed inappropriate to ask an informant for their source. Why didn't you keep asking? You said it was a trade secret, so what else is there to ask? Even though it's a secret, Miss Landia, you are our Caramel Street's benefactor. Landia understood Bud's meaning. If she wanted to know, she could completely use money and power to coerce him into telling the truth. However, she hoped to maintain a healthy, long-term relationship with Caramel Street. That being said, it seems Vij failed to prevent the situation from worsening this time as well. In her past life, a large number of counterfeit checks appeared on the market. The amount involved was enormous, causing extremely heavy losses. By the time Vij understood the situation and was ready to deal with it, it was already too late. Her grandfather had no choice but to take special measures, which was to create new checks to replace the old ones. And Lombardy had to bear all the losses caused by the counterfeit checks. Seeing everyone racking their brains, researching how to distinguish between real and fake checks, Landia, without hesitation, tore off a corner from both checks and lit the pieces with fire. The 2 pieces of paper unexpectedly showed different flame colors. Everyone was in disbelief. How could this be? That's right. This is the way to distinguish between real and fake. In her past life, because they couldn't find a way to distinguish them, the Lombardy Bank employees ended up having to destroy all the checks. They discovered this secret during the destruction process, but by then it was too late. But asked Landia how she knew. Landia smiled and said it was a trade secret. Then she instructed Glenn to tell her Aunt Shauna this method as soon as possible. And Ron, don't forget to take the thing that's at Lombardy Bank and give it to. Glenn replied, yes, Miss Landia. I'll go get it after the meeting. And Bud, I have something to ask you. Could you investigate someone for me? At this moment, Shauna was hurrying to Vij's house. Unexpectedly, she happened to run into his wife there as well. Shauna expressed her desire to discuss matters with Vij privately. Vij refused, saying, there's nothing that can't be discussed in front of my wife. Helpless, Shauna directly brought up the matter of the counterfeit checks. Unexpectedly, Vij acted like the acting head of the family, telling Shauna not to interfere with his work. From her brother's words and actions, Shauna finally saw his true colors. Right now, Vij's mind was only filled with the authority and power of being the head of the family. He was completely unaware of how serious the counterfeit check issue was. It was like talking to a brick wall. He even accused her of deliberately looking for trouble. Angered, Shauna turned and left. Vij, I overestimated you. Shauna had just arrived home when Glenn arrived right after her. I'm sorry to bother you so late, he said. Miss Shauna, can I talk to you? Counterfeit checks that even the bank president couldn't distinguish were cracked by a 12-year-old girl in one move. Landia had Glenn tell Shauna the identification method overnight. She guessed that her aunt would definitely go to see her grandfather early the next morning. So, carrying a basket of nutritional supplements and snacks, she pretended to visit her grandfather, planning a chance encounter with her aunt. However, she wasn't met by her aunt, but by numerous heads of the family branches. Each of them brought a pile of things good for one's health to give to the patriarch. There was honey from Bet Low, said to be very good for the respiratory tract, high-quality bedding, and rare fruits that were difficult to buy even with money. Bringing so many things. It seems like you have something difficult to say. Everyone fell into an awkward silence. At this time, Landia tactfully said goodbye to her grandfather, pretending to excuse herself. So what is it? We have something to ask of you. That's why we came together. Please reconsider having young Master Vij serve as the acting head of the family. Then everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Since Vij became the acting head of the family, everyone's workload had increased several times. The Debin family had hoped to handle their own business before grandfather recovered. Landia, eavesdropping at the door, heard the others expressing their dissatisfaction and voiced her own opinion. If they hadn't accumulated so much discontent, the family heads wouldn't have spoken so frankly. Landia was so engrossed in listening that she didn't notice her aunt's arrival. Shauna patted Landia's shoulder. What are you doing standing out here? Landia hurriedly explained. The family heads are here. They're discussing something inside. Shauna felt she had arrived at the perfect moment. She knocked on the door. Father, it's me, Shauna. Come in. Shauna then gestured for Landia to come in as well. The Debin family head greeted Shauna amicably. He thought to himself, if Miss Shauna, not Vij, were the acting head, I wouldn't be so worried. I wouldn't have to disturb the ailing patriarch like this. Seeing Shauna, the other family heads praised her success in the mining business and asked her to share the secret to her success. Shauna smiled and nodded. Then she said to her father, I have something to discuss with you today. But before that, could you call Vij here? The Lombardi patriarch nodded. You must have your reasons. Call him in. Vij was startled to see so many people in the room when he arrived at the door. He was shocked. Then he blurted out, instead of reporting to me, where have you all been? Are you all here to complain? To say you're dissatisfied with my work? You could have spoken to me directly. You're ignoring my authority as acting head. Seeing his son's reckless and arrogant words, the patriarch angrily scolded him. I called you here because Shauna has a formal proposal and you need to be present. So stop talking nonsense. Vij shifted his gaze to Shauna. Shauna smiled faintly and declared seriously, I formally propose that, starting today, Vij be removed from the position of acting head, and that I, Shauna, be appointed as the new acting head. The young girl had helped her aunt make a comeback. She successfully seized the position of acting head. The previous night, Landia had instructed Glenn Pofe to tell her aunt how to distinguish real checks from counterfeit ones. The next day, Shauna confidently asked the patriarch to remove Vij as acting head and appoint her instead. Vij roared, Sister, do you know what you're saying? Of course. I'm telling father that you're incompetent. I will take over as acting head. You say I'm incompetent. Yes, is that so surprising? A woman wanting to be the acting head. How delusional. Tell me, besides being a woman, what makes you think you're any better than me? Unable to out-argue his sister, Vij deliberately brought up her painful past to humiliate her. Sister, you were played for fool by that idiot Bataille. Isn't being divorced enough? Do you want to make the Lombardi family a laughingstock? Since when did the Lombardi family start living in the shadows? Are people gossiping about me? Let them talk. I've done nothing wrong. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But you, knowing about Bastie's affair, turn a blind eye. You even provided a place for his mistress to live. Vij paled. How did you know? Shauna looked at him coldly. If I'm the family's joke, then what are you? Enraged, Vij made to leave, claiming he had to attend to family matters. But the patriarch stopped him. He asked Vij what had been his biggest concern during his time as acting head. Facing the patriarch's question, Vij tried to present himself well. He believed that if he answered this question well, everything would be fine. In my opinion, The Lombardi family already possesses sufficient wealth. Yet, the family business is still focused on increasing assets. Therefore, I'm working on strengthening our alliances. The Lombardi family has too many enemies. I believe the key to becoming true nobles lies in building strong, neighborly relationships with other families. So, you're telling him to put the counterfeit check issue aside and deal with the nobles he's close to first. Yes, that's right. And I haven't completely ignored the counterfeit check issue. I just told him to prioritize. Besides, the counterfeit checks aren't that serious a matter, aren't they? The patriarch closed his eyes in exasperation. He was utterly disappointed in Vij. Incompetence can be taught. Stupidity can be overcome. But someone with flawed convictions is beyond saving. Shauna, if you were in his position, what would you do? If it were me, I would immediately stop issuing the old checks and create new ones. I would also encourage those holding the old checks to exchange them for new ones as soon as possible. For example, we could offer a small bonus to those who exchange their old checks. However, this is just a temporary solution. It won't completely solve the problem. But Shauna informed him that there was a way to distinguish between real and counterfeit checks. Then, she demonstrated it in front of everyone. She lit fragments of both types of checks with a lighter and had everyone observe the shadows of the flames. The real checks produced a red flame, while the counterfeit ones burned blue. As you can see, you can tell the difference just by burning a small corner. Mr. Bray was thrilled. If it's that simple, we can immediately start screening the checks in the warehouse. Burning them with fire. What an unexpected method. As expected of Miss Shauna. Just then, the patriarch announced that Shauna would be the acting head of the family until his return. It was a decision that everyone welcomed. Landia had recognized Shauna's abilities. This time, she decided to help Shauna become the head of the family. After being dismissed, Vij went straight to his in-laws' house, claiming he was going to the Western Hot Springs for recuperation. In reality, he didn't want to see Shauna as the acting head. Looking back, it was all thanks to Glenn Pofe that everything worked out so well. That night, Glenn Pofe went to see Shauna in the middle of the night to give her an 8,000 gold coin check. This much money, and it's a blank check. This is your money, Miss Shauna. No, to be precise, it's the Lombardi family's money. Because this is from when Bud Illis asked you to transfer the mining rights of the diamond mine to Hughes. You accepted his request. I'm a merchant. I value profit more than justice. But I don't understand. This is a blank check. If you were truly greedy, shouldn't you have just pocketed it? To be honest, that would be more in line with my character. But ultimately, Bud Illis used a mining company's money. I think it's only right to return it. Thank you for your integrity. I will put this money to good use in the mining business. Glenn Pofe then told Shauna how to identify the counterfeit checks. He told her to pretend she discovered it herself. Suddenly, Shauna was brought back to reality by the argument between the twins and Landia. Shauna smiled and asked her twin sons to demonstrate their new swordsmanship. Landia and the twins were delighted and agreed. After sending her sons away, Shauna called Landia over and told her to grow up quickly and become the head of the Lombardi family. Landia thought she had misheard. Why would her aunt say such a thing? She stared at her aunt with wide eyes. I won't buy you time until you're an adult, Landia. So grow up quickly and take the position of head of the family. Shauna's eyes showed that she was sincere. Landia, you're a very smart child. Everyone in the Lombardi family knows that. Father also boasts about you to other nobles whenever he gets the chance, and your ability to judge character. That was evident when you recommended Dr. Este, and you also know how to win people over. Am I right? Aunt must have noticed something, but I'm not sure how much she knows. It's best to play dumb for now. Besides, it's not like I've only won over one or two people. Yes, Marin, Gio, Laura, and Klein. You won over all your cousins, haven't you? Well, I just think it's good for everyone to get along. And Mr. Glenn Pofe. Hearing this, Landia choked on the water she had just drunk, nearly dying. She hurriedly tried to explain, but Shauna had already discovered her abilities. In his eyes, Landia was a very special child. He wanted to help Landia become the next head of the family. Then what about you, Aunt? Shouldn't the next head of the family be you? Well, although I don't know that if I told you right now to become the head of the family, how would you understand that? I don't want my children to live the same life as I did. A life where they constantly have to be wary of their siblings in order to become the heir. I want them to always be sunny and sincere and live the lives they want. His biggest weakness is Angus himself, because no one would entrust the family to a child of only 12 years old. So what he needs most is time. But Ant will help him solve this problem. He's reaching out to me, showing his willingness to become my strongest ally. How could I not seize this opportunity? Landia smiled and nodded. If Ant can buy me time, I will definitely become the best head of the Lombardi family in history and repay you for this. The best head of the family in history. That's right. I will make this family even stronger than it is now. Hearing these words, Shauna burst out laughing. This was the first time Landia had seen her aunt laugh so heartily. To show her gratitude, Landia also prepared a gift for her aunt, Brugge, who lives on the second floor of the orange-roofed house in District 8 of Lombardy City. This is the identity of the Czech counterfeiter. As acting head of the family, Aunt, you have a choice. You can hand Brugge over to the guards and let him face legal judgment. Or you can hire him to work at the Lombardi Bank and have him create checks that cannot be counterfeited. Shauna smiled. Thank you, Landia. I will put this gift to good use. Just then, the doors suddenly burst open. Landia! Kale Hennitis called out to his daughter, panting and out of breath. The 18-year-old girl was holding a 5-month-old baby, teaching him to say mama over and over. Let's practice again. Come on, say mama after me. But the baby started crying impatiently. Just then, Ron came over. Oh dear, miss, really now? That child is only 5 months old. It's still too early for him to talk. But Landia didn't believe it. She thought Bulerin was a genius. She believed that if she kept talking to him like this, he would definitely start speaking before other children. Ron couldn't do anything about Landia. Bulerin was Ron's first child. Her husband was the vice captain of Lombardy City, fluent to Ben. Landia handed the baby to Ron. She had to go to the Chamber of Commerce. You're going out again. Why don't I go with you? No, you forgot you're still on maternity leave. But tomorrow is a special day, and I haven't seen you much lately. Didn't I just go to your house a week ago? Yes, but it's been a whole week since I've seen you. I don't even know if you've been eating properly, or if you've been bullied by the Empress's lackeys at the banquets. Who would dare bully me? I'm more likely to be the bully. It felt like Ron had become even more worried about her after Bulerin was born. Landia put on her cloak and said goodbye to Ron. I really have to go. See you tomorrow. On her way, Landia overheard the mansion servants gossiping. It seems like there's a big event happening at the Lombardi estate tomorrow. Don't you know? Tomorrow is Miss Landia's 18th birthday. It's also the day Kale Hennitis' only daughter comes of age. That's right, tomorrow is a historic day. Landia was finally 18, the day she could be recognized as an adult. Soon, Landia arrived at the Right Chamber of Commerce. 5.5 years had passed since the day her grandfather fell ill. During this time, the Right Chamber of Commerce had grown tremendously. As the Chamber of Commerce expanded, they gradually started buying the surrounding buildings. Eventually, all the nearby shops became the property of the Right Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, but in addition to their headquarters located in the heart of the Empire, Lombardy territory, the Chamber of Commerce also established separate branches in the east and south. Has there been any news from Ron? Yes, I was just about to report it to you. Since the west is Anna's territory, there's not much profit to be made there. So, Landia sent Ron to the north to investigate. Besides minerals, the north has another specialty product, the treva tree, which can withstand the harsh northern cold. These trees not only grow quickly, but they are also very sturdy. They're used in everything from buildings to furniture. So, they're a famous specialty of the north. Landia planned to purchase these trees to increase the Chamber of Commerce's influence there. But starting a few months ago, she's been constantly outbid by a merchant group called Mona. It's quite frustrating. Even Ron has been losing out on purchases. Moreover, treva trees aren't cheap. Landia also asked Glenn Pofe to investigate, but it doesn't seem easy. This merchant group was only recently established and has always operated on a small scale. Landia feels that a merchant group with such financial power couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Unlike herself, who can predict the future, and unlike Glenn Pofe, who has innate abilities. The fact that they can display such seasoned merchant skills shows that the head of the Mona Merchant Group must be a very experienced person. Landia told Glenn Pofe to put this matter aside for now and also relay a message to Ron. She told him not to worry too much about losing out on the purchases. Their goal is to expand their influence in the north, not to compete with other merchant groups to buy trees. The diamond and gemstone processing business is stable. Focus on the bigger picture. To me, the most important are you and Ron. Upon hearing Miss Landia's understanding words, Glenpofe was so moved he was practically in tears. Landia almost laughed out loud. With him acting like this, he still called the cold-blooded pretty boy out there. Afterwards, she said goodbye to Glenpofe. Well, I'll be going then. See you at the banquet tomorrow at noon. Not long after Landia left, she ran into someone wearing a cloak on the road. This person was very tall, even taller than the twins. As she passed by him, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Long time no see, Landia. The boy would write letters to the girl every day. Each letter was 66 pages long, just to express how much he missed her. The first thing Pears did after arriving at the academy was write to Landia, telling her that he had arrived safely and that his room was much better than the others. He was very satisfied. Also, thanks to the academy's consideration, Caitlin and Kelly's were arranged in the rooms on either side of him. He wrote until lights out. Landia was very surprised when she received the letter. It was a thick stack. Even if it was the middle of the night, Landia would reply immediately. If she didn't reply right away, he would get angry. Just like that, 5.5 years passed. The day before Landia's 18th birthday, they met again. Long time no see. Landia, who are you? I'm sorry. You've mistaken me for someone else. Landia coldly turned and left. It's me, Pears. Come to think of it, I do seem to know someone like that. Is it that Pears who hasn't shown his face once in 6 years, only sending letters? Or is it that Pears who finished his academy courses in 5 years, graduated early, but then disappeared without a trace for 6 months? Pears' eyes were full of rage. I'm sorry. Huh, you still know to apologize. You jerk. Being too busy at the academy and unable to come home for breaks is one thing. But for the past few months, there's been no news of you, dead or alive. How do you explain that? Because after graduation, I've been traveling all over and I haven't been able to write to you. No matter where you are, you could have sent a letter to the Lombardi house to let us know you were safe, couldn't you? I heard you graduated from the academy with top honors. You were even the valedictorian in both literature and martial arts. Couldn't you even do that much? Actually, Landia wasn't particularly worried. This guy was able to pull out the blue claymore at the age of 12. What threat could there be? Besides, he wasn't alone. He was traveling the continent with a group of friends. Facing Landia's outburst, Pears knew she was worried about him. He was happy and hugged Landia. I'm so glad. Thank you, Landia. Landia shyly pulled away. So sneaky, trying to use your good looks to get out of this. I'm still not satisfied. I was wrong. Looking at his worn clothing, Landia asked in surprise, what? Didn't you come from the palace? Pears quickly averted his gaze. You didn't come straight here without going back to the palace, did you? Pears nodded. Go back to the palace. Officially announce your return to everyone. Tell them the second prince, who graduated first in his class in just 5 years, has returned. Okay, I understand. And will you be there on time tomorrow? Of all the days during his travels, he chose to return today. Impossible not to be there. See you at the birthday banquet tomorrow, Landia. The boy at school wrote a mysterious letter every day. Each letter was 66 pages long, but no one knew who it was for. Until one day, his classmates accidentally discovered Pears seeking out a girl, and he was even smiling. Ligny thought he was seeing things. Pears, smiling. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. Ligny suddenly understood. He excitedly asked, Pears, is this girl the subject of your new letters? He expected an affirmative answer, but unexpectedly, Pears threw cold water on him. Ligny, shut up. Pears mounted his horse and left without looking back. He arrived at the outskirts of the imperial capital, at the tombstone of head maid Penta. 3 years ago, the head maid had told Pears, when you return to the palace, make sure you are fully prepared, because by then, they should also be fully prepared. She also hoped he would become a wise ruler in the future. Pears would never forget the head maid's expectant gaze. But unfortunately, she didn't live to see his success. Pears placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. As you instructed, head maid, I have returned fully prepared. I am ashamed that I couldn't be there for your final moments. Thank you. After visiting the head maid, Pears prepared to depart for the palace to see His Majesty. The Emperor, upon seeing such an outstanding son showing him respect, was naturally overjoyed. Seeing that face, identical to the immortal king's, bowing to him, was even more satisfying. The immortal king had once said, although you are not qualified to be emperor, you should be grateful that you are the eldest son. If his father, buried in the tomb, could see this scene, who knows what he would say? It was amusing to even imagine. I heard you graduated first in both literary and martial arts, and even finished a year early. You graduated in just 5 years. Yes. The emperor stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, truly different from that certain someone who only knew how to cause trouble. Not long ago, the first prince, Aram, had asked the emperor to allow him to participate in the monthly aristocratic council meetings. That was the meeting where the most important matters of the empire were discussed. He likely wanted everyone to see him sitting beside the emperor. That fellow, who had no interest in anything besides hunting and women, had actually made such a request. It was obvious the empress had put him up to it. However, for the emperor, giving up a seat in exchange for the emerald mine in Anaskar was not a bad deal. But unexpectedly, the fellow sat there without offering a single opinion, which left the emperor quite exasperated. Fortunately, Pears returned. Such a good opportunity, of course he had to show him off in front of the ministers. He brought Pears to the meeting room and announced loudly, "The second prince, Pears, has graduated from the academy with excellent results and has now returned to the palace. Congratulations, your majesty. Second prince, you've worked hard. You've grown quite a bit in the past few years." The ministers began to murmur amongst themselves, while the first prince's face contorted in anger. This greatly displeased the emperor. At 23 years old, he still couldn't manage his expressions. After the introductions, the emperor instructed Pears to return to the Fuel Palace to rest. Starting next month, the second prince will also participate in the assembly. I will prepare a seat for you next to the first prince. Yes, your majesty. You know, the first prince put in a lot of effort to earn the right to attend the assembly. It's quite amusing to think that the second prince got it without lifting a finger. This is also the last night of being 27. He decided to spend it with his father. With the rapid growth of Galehan clothing store, father has become quite preoccupied. It's been a long time since they've seen each other. But even after all this time, Galehan is becoming more and more handsome. The thought of his daughter becoming an adult so soon brought tears to Galen's eyes. But Landia had anticipated this, so she had prepared a handkerchief in advance. Landia, thank you for growing up so healthy and becoming so outstanding under such an inadequate father. My inexperience and weakness caused you a lot of hardship when you were young. I should have protected you better. Landia, deeply moved, held her father's hand. Don't say that. In my memory, you are more outstanding than anyone. Do you really think so? Of course. Remember when we went to the palace together? When the knights questioned us, you told His Majesty the Emperor that they had frightened your daughter. You stood up for me without hesitation. And most importantly, you even overcame an incurable illness for me, didn't you? There's nothing stronger than that. Ha, Landia, you're so sweet. I have something for you, Galehan said, pulling out a beautiful box. This is a ring made of amethyst. It's the one I gave your mother when I proposed. Now, as an 18th birthday present, I'm giving it to you, Landia. But isn't it important to you? Yes, but I want you to have it now that you're an adult. This ring symbolizes something in my heart. What is it? Someone to love with all your heart. I hope that whenever you're ready, this ring will bring you such a person. Landia nodded. Galehan personally placed the ring on Landia's finger. It fit perfectly, as if it were custom-made. Landia hugged her father tightly, although she was happy to receive the ring. The greatest birthday gift for her was her father, celebrating her 18th birthday with him. The most extravagant banquet in the empire was none other than Landia's 18th birthday celebration. Even the invitations included vouchers for high-quality dresses from Galehan clothing store. There were even gold flakes floating in the champagne. Everyone marveled at the Lombardi family's influence. Landia, dressed in a gorgeous and enchanting classical gown, appeared amongst the crowd. This made her, already beautiful, look especially stunning today. Everyone cast admiring glances her way. Landia responded with a smile, which made the twins anxious. Landia, did you just smile over there? Yes, Landia, you're too kind. Now that you're an adult, we've been so worried lately. No, I just felt like someone was looking at me over there. By the way, how are you two? I heard you took the Knight Order promotion exam recently. The twins proudly announced that they had passed. It was said that their rapid promotion was the first in 10 years. Thus, without relying on their direct lineage, they officially became members of the imperial family through their own abilities. Landia was very pleased. Even more delightful was that Kleiny had also passed the academy entrance exam. He was working hard to catch up with the twins. It seemed that his early education hadn't been in vain. Landia asked Kleiny if he needed anything for the academy. Of course, even if he said no, she would prepare everything for him, from the highest quality luggage to spending money. Kleiny stammered. If possible, could you get me His Highness the Second Prince's used textbooks? The atmosphere became awkward after he said that. He quickly corrected himself, saying that shaking hands with the second prince to absorb some good energy would be fine too. Why do you want to shake his hand? His Highness, the second prince, graduated top of his class in both literary and martial arts. He even graduated early. I had no idea he was so talented when we were younger. Looks like Pears has another fan. Landia promised Kleiny she'd introduce him. Just then, the Empress approached Landia with a group of people. Landia quickly shooed the twins and Kleiny away to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Congratulations on becoming an adult. The Empress's voice was sweet and gentle. It was hard to guess her true intentions just by listening to her. Landia responded politely, Your Majesty, I'm so honored you came to my birthday banquet. I'm so grateful, I don't know what to say. Your Majesty, this is Gaelhin's only daughter's birthday. How could I miss such a special occasion? Besides, you're my cousin Sheila's niece. Happy birthday. Landia thought, she's making sure everyone knows they're from Anais. Even her fake smile is identical to the Empress's. I've sent your gift to your room. Go open it later. The Empress then offered Landia a month-long stay at her villa in Anais. Landia wanted to refuse, but with so many people around, she had to accept. She knew she wouldn't go. The Empress looked around, and Landia suddenly sensed trouble. Too many people were gathered. She tried to excuse herself, but the Empress persisted, saying she wanted to find Landia a husband. Sheila chimed in. Master Gaelhan isn't very concerned about these matters. It would be wonderful if your Majesty could help. Is that so, Landia? Would you entrust the matter of finding a spouse to me? 18 years old and holding a boy's hand again. Finally feeling a flutter of excitement. At a birthday banquet, no less. The Empress clearly wanted to embarrass Landia in public by bringing up marriage. Landia was an adult, but still a few years away from suitable marrying age. Even Laura, who was 4 years older, wasn't engaged yet. The Empress was obviously taking advantage of Gaelhin's absence to bring this up publicly. That way, even if her father and grandfather found out later, it would be difficult to overturn. But Landia wasn't one to be bullied. She would make the Empress regret this. Just then, Landia spotted Pears in the crowd. Surprised, she greeted him, Oh my, hello, Your Highness the Second Prince. It's been a while, Miss Landia Lombardi. Landia was surprised. He usually ignored everyone. She thought he'd just call her Landia. Landia felt relieved. I heard you graduated from the academy with excellent results. Not only did you graduate top of your class in both literary and martial arts, but you also completed the entire curriculum in 5 years and graduated early. That's incredible. Just lucky. The effort I put in paid off. He then turned to the Empress and greeted her. Your Majesty, congratulations on your graduation, Your Highness. However, I'm a little hurt. You've been gone for 6 years, and our first encounter is at a banquet. I apologize. I arrived at the palace late yesterday afternoon and didn't have time to pay my respects. Even His Majesty. It was difficult to arrange a meeting during the assembly. Landia clapped her hands, deliberately raising her voice to attract attention. I heard you'll be attending the assembly with His Majesty from now on. Is that right, Your Highness? Yes. The onlookers began to murmur. They were impressed with the second prince. The Empress fumed silently. Now, everyone knew Pears would be attending the assembly like the first prince. Landia was secretly delighted. This was what the Empress got for provoking her. She then excused herself from the Empress. They went to the lounge. Landia happily praised Pears. Well done. Thanks to you, I haven't felt this good in a while. What were you talking to the Empress about? You looked upset. She suddenly said she wanted to help me find a husband, and she did it in front of everyone. She's not a matchmaker. It was so inappropriate. Seeing Pears' expression change, Landia comforted him. Don't worry. A prince's marriage requires the Emperor's approval. He won't interfere with your affairs. Landia, if the Empress brings that up again, tell me. What can you do? How can you help me? I'll do everything I can to help you. Landia looked at the serious expression on his face. He seemed sincere. She wanted to reach out and pat his head, but suddenly realized that touching his hair in this setting would cause a misunderstanding. The next moment, Pears clasped her hand tightly. Their eyes met, and their hearts began to race. It's strange. My hand suddenly feels so hot. On the first day of her adulthood, the girl did something bold. Even her grandfather looked at him differently. At the birthday banquet, Landia led Pears to a secluded corner. They held hands. Landia's heart suddenly raced. Just then, her grandfather spotted them from afar. He clenched his fists and shouted his granddaughter's name, startling Landia. Grandfather. Landia, I just heard the Empress said some useless things to you. Someone already told grandfather. Don't worry, grandfather, I didn't respond. I politely deflected it. As expected of my granddaughter. But why are you holding hands? I was comforting him. The old man turned to Pears. Your Highness, if you've been sufficiently comforted, you can let go of her hand now. They released each other's hands. It's strange. Not many people can impress grandfather. But why is Pears so perceptive? Looking at their expressions, Lanya wondered if there had been some conflict between them that she didn't know about. I need to speak with my granddaughter. Your Highness, please return to the banquet. Landia felt awkward. It was practically in order to leave. Although this was the Lombardy estate and Pears was a guest. Probably only her grandfather could speak to an imperial prince like that. To ease the awkwardness, Landia suggested Pears go find the twins and Kleiny. See you later, Landia. After Pears left, the old man's expression softened. Landia, you're an adult now. Shall we have a drink together? He then brought out a bottle of Damar's red wine. Landia was surprised. Her grandfather was opening such a fine wine for her. I haven't given you your birthday present yet, he said. Is there anything you want? Landia had already decided what she wanted. Although her grandfather would agree to anything she asked for, she only wanted one thing, Lombardiga. Starting today, I'm an adult. My rights should be valid now, right, grandfather? The right. Yes, skipping the family head position, the authority of a person in charge, the right to participate in Lombardiga's business. I don't need anything else. I want you to support me in exercising my rights this time. Shauna and Vij, during grandfather's youth, also started this way, taking their first step using their direct lineage rights, proving their abilities. This is also how the Lombardiga family makes their mark on the world. The old man stroked his chin and laughed. Is this the gift you've chosen, Landia? Yes, since it's a coming-of-age birthday present, I'm being a little greedy and asking for something good. Anyone in my direct line can have that right. Even if you didn't ask for it as a birthday present, you would still receive it. No, grandfather, I don't just want to simply exercise the right. I want your support. Why do you think you need my support? You're already qualified to exercise that right. But I'm also a woman, and a young one at that. I'm well aware of the obstacles I'll face. If I exert my full power, if I interfere, there will definitely be opposition. Landia knew full well that this person would be Vij. He sees my aunt as his rival and has been cultivating his influence outside. But if even his young niece starts to show promise, he'll definitely try to nip it in the bud. So if grandfather supports me, it won't be necessary, because I'm already fully prepared. Her grandfather nodded. So, when do you want this birthday present? Within the next few days. Then I'll look forward to it. It's my daughter's birthday. Galehan became the most dazzling man at the banquet. Both young ladies and noble women couldn't help but steal glances at him. However, he was currently worried sick. Korafan saw right through his troubled expression and encouraged him to talk about it, so they could find a solution together. Galehan scratched his head awkwardly. You're already busy enough with matters from the Chamber of Commerce. I feel so bad for bothering you with my problems too. Don't say that. You're Miss Landia's father and my partner in the clothing store. You're special to me, practically family. It hurts me to hear you say that. Thank you for saying that. Actually, I'm worried about the Severin territory. Because I've neglected it for so long, its finances are strained. Right now, the residents are barely surviving. It's manageable during a good harvest. At least they have food. But during a famine, hundreds die. Because farming is the only way for the entire territory to sustain itself. The lives of tens of thousands of people in the entire territory are in my hands. It's a heavy burden. Honestly, there aren't many territories in the empire that can guarantee their commoners won't starve. I know that, but growing up, I always watched my father manage Lombardy. I don't expect to turn Severin into Lombardy overnight. I just want the people of Severin to have a stable income. Korafan thought it was admirable for the head of a territory to be concerned about such things. However, the Severin territory has a natural geographical advantage. That's the river. Severin is located downstream of the Great Noda River. The territory is a key point connecting the central and southern regions, a crucial transportation hub. So it definitely has the potential to become a very good waterway for logistics. So people won't have to take that dangerous mountain road when traveling east. Galehan's eyes suddenly lit up, as expected of Master Korafan. The most important thing to attract ships is. He hadn't finished speaking when he heard loud complaints nearby. Ugh, this is so annoying. Why is that woman here? It was the twins, Jerome and Len. What are you talking about? Her Majesty, the Empress, is here to pick another fight. She's never succeeded, so why does she keep causing trouble? She was like that with Mother too. Tell me about it. Mother doesn't even come to banquets anymore because of her. Gailhan abruptly stood up, anxiously about to look for Landia. Korfan said, Miss Landia is so clever, she'll definitely handle it. She won't clash with the Empress. We should be more worried about the Empress who's seeking her out. Just then, the second prince, Pears, walked over. Landia is fine. It's been a while, Lord Gailhan Lombardi. Landia is currently speaking with the head of Lombardi. You don't need to worry. Is that so? That's good. Gailhan breathed a sigh of relief. You haven't changed a bit, Master Korfan, head of the Right Chamber of Commerce. Korfan was startled. He was wary of him, even though he hadn't even formally greeted the second prince. Why was he hostile towards him? It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I'm delighted to meet the person leading the Right Chamber of Commerce. The second prince extended his hand as he spoke. The honor is mine. Korfan finally understood that he was being tested, but she could sense a subtle wariness in him. This man was dangerous. After the banquet, she would have bet investigate him. Pears turned to Gailhan. If you don't mind, may I sit with you? Gailhan nodded. Of course. Suddenly, Jerome, one of the twins, slammed his hand on the table. Ugh, there's so many flies. You see them too, right? Lynn, the other twin, replied, Yeah, there's one big fly buzzing around. The twins were acting rudely. They had intended to provoke Pears at the banquet, but unexpectedly, Pears suggested sparring with them. For swordsmen, the opportunity to spar with someone skilled was invaluable. Moreover, the second prince was a genius who had mastered sword chi at the age of 12. No wonder the twins were wavering. The twins nodded shyly in agreement. Then I'll visit you at the Lombardi Knight's order in a couple of days. Pears swirled the red wine in his glass as he spoke. Your Highness, do you drink? Gailhan still remembered young Pears standing by his bedside when he was ill. He'd forgotten that Pears was now an adult. How is the academy? It must be hard being so far away on your own. No one had ever asked Pears such a question. The academy was a place he had chosen after being exiled by the Empress. Everything that happened, there was something he had to overcome. He was taken aback. Are you enjoying life at the academy? What kind of life could be called enjoyable? It's about making good memories. Thinking about it that way, it seems enjoyable. I've gained everything I wanted at the academy. Knowledge, experience, and connections. These are all essential for the future. They chatted for a long time. Gailhan finally understood where Landia got her consistently kind and bright green eyes and her inability to stand by when someone was in trouble. Gailhan had always been worried about Landia. He truly hoped Pears would make many good friends. He had said this several times. Pears was surprised. Landia was worried about him and thinking of him. He shyly covered his face with his hand. Just then, Landia arrived. She immediately noticed Pears' unusual expression. Did something happen? Pears quickly composed himself. No, nothing at all. Everyone says they can't tell what I'm thinking by looking at my face, but you always see right through me. I'm sorry, Landia. I can't let you know about these feelings yet. After the banquet, Pears escorted Landia back to her room. When are your friends from the academy arriving? Didn't you say they would come to the Imperial City with you? Soon. I think they should be on their way. Introduce them to me when they arrive. I'm curious. If Pears chose the same group of people as in his past life, then she would only need to help him a little on his path to becoming crown prince. But if not, she would simply help him more. Landia hummed happily as they walked. They soon reached her door. Suddenly, Landia remembered something important she had forgotten to say. Pears, you've worked hard, and congratulations on placing first. A look of tenderness flashed in Pears' eyes. Thank you. You're too kind. After saying goodbye to Pears, Landia intended to go straight to bed. But when she opened the door, she was surprised to find someone inside. The young woman had just opened the door when she noticed someone in her room. The man immediately stood up. I came because there's an urgent matter to discuss with you. Miss Landia, to have you come in person at this late hour. Thought it must be important, Landia said as she walked towards the window. Seeing Pears still standing downstairs, Landia thought, didn't you ask me to investigate the Mona company? I found out who owns it. As expected of you, Bet. So, who is the person giving our late company such a hard time? Bet closed her eyes in exasperation and slowly uttered, it's second Prince Pears. Landia's expression changed drastically. Incredulous. She confirmed with Bet repeatedly. The next day, Landia told Korfan the news. Korfan's face was full of surprise. How could this be? He recalled meeting pairs at the banquet and how wary the prince had been. After all, they were still competing with the Mona Company in the north. Korafan had assumed it would be some brilliant, seasoned merchant. It was truly unexpected. Bet explained, the company is fronted by a middle-aged merchant named Nasi, but the real owner is second prince pairs. Landia, upon hearing this, appeared calm on the surface, but was deeply shocked inside, because in her past life, she had never even heard of the Mona Company. Although the Mona Company is a nuisance, thankfully, we've already steadily purchased the Treva trees. Landia instructed that they should continue purchasing Treva trees, but minimize the frequency of competition with the Mona Company, because they also seem to have a need for Treva trees. Landia was buying them because she knew what would happen in the future. She was very curious as to what pairs needed them for. Korafan sighed. At this rate, His Highness, the first prince, really won't be able to compete with the second prince. However, His Highness has the Empress behind him, so this won't be an easy fight. Indeed, after all, the Empress is definitely not someone to be trifled with, Bet said, a little worried. The Empress has become very active recently and has been quite close with the Iban family in the north lately. She's been summoning them to the palace frequently. It's probably about the crown prince investiture process. Although appointing the crown prince is the emperor's prerogative, there's still a formal process to follow. They need to seek the approval of the imperial nobles. Then they need the agreement of the major imperial families. His Majesty has already had the second prince attend the assembly. The nobles should be easy to handle, but the Anna's family in the west is the biggest problem. In my past life, not only the Anna's family, but even Lombardi voted against him. In the end, he removed the head of the Anna's family from their representative position. The Lombardi family in the central region was also implicated in tax evasion and a conspiracy to rebel and was tragically annihilated. He's a terrifying individual. After Bet left, Landia smiled and encouraged Korafan to speak freely. Korafan, startled at being seen through, said, "Truly, nothing gets past you. Actually, I have something I need your approval for." The 18-year-old genius girl is planning to build ships. This was one of her methods for developing the Lombardi family. Korafan wanted to invest in the Port Gaelhan was building in Servali and sought Landia's approval. Landia thought Korafan was a genius. She herself had drawn up a grand blueprint based on her knowledge of the future, and Korafan seemed to be able to see it too. No wonder, subconsciously, he was able to single-handedly strengthen the late company. Landia ordered all the Treva trees to be transported to Servali for shipbuilding. This would make it easier for the White Company's goods to be transported to the east. This isn't enough. Landia went to the Lorraine family for dinner. The head of the Debon family had a low tolerance for alcohol, and after just one glass of red wine, became quite talkative. His voice grew louder. "I, Crone Debon, have never been outdone by anyone in my loyalty to the Lombardi family. Of course, without the Debon family's transportation business, many of the Lombardi family's businesses would be affected." "Exactly. But why doesn't anyone acknowledge our contributions?" he said, then covered his face and started crying. Landia consoled him. It seems something happened at the vassal family meeting. Crone hung his head. "Because the Debon family doesn't have any outstanding achievements, we're often ignored. Other families are either constructing buildings or earning a lot of money for the companies." Landia set down her teacup. "Then let's change things up. Are you interested in working with me on a venture only the Debon family can handle?" Crone gulped and abruptly stood up, shouting for Fluent to bring him a drink. After downing a large glass of water, "I'm now clear-headed. Tell me, Miss Landia, I've always thought Lombardi transport had great potential, and it's a shame it hasn't been able to reach its full potential. Putting in the effort, but not getting the recognition you deserve. Anyone would be upset." Crone stared blankly at Landia, surprised at how much she had grown. He thought, there's probably no one in Lombardy who understands the Debon family's transport business better than I do. "Do you mean to use your authority as a direct descendant?" "Yes, but if you're unwilling, I don't want to force you. Why beat around the bush? I have countless ways to develop Lombardy." Crone glanced at his younger brother, Fluent. Fluent nodded. Crone clenched his fists and looked at Landia with determination. "Could you please explain it to me in detail?" Landia smiled and said, "Actually, this venture doesn't require many changes. It can be achieved with the Debon family's existing resources. It's just that you haven't thought of anything yet." Crone pondered for a moment, shifting his thinking. Landia added, "But at the same time, only our Lombardi family can accomplish this. Oh, a spark of inspiration flashed through Krone's mind. Imagine this, Landya continued, the mistress of a wealthy southern estate, months before hosting a banquet, that suddenly wants to change the atmosphere of her mansion. The old decorations look a bit gloomy. She hears that precious jade from the east becomes incredibly dazzling in the light. She thinks how wonderful it would be to have jade ornaments by the sunny windows. This noblewoman picks up a late home decor catalog. While browsing through the catalog with various pictures and descriptions, she happens to see a large jade vase made by Eastern artisans for sale. But the East is so far away. How can she order this item? And how will it be transported to her southern estate after purchase? Furthermore, there are no late home decor stores nearby. At this moment, a name flashes through the noblewoman's mind. What name? Krone asked. The trustworthy Lombardy Transport. We will deliver the items you need to your door. That's a novel idea. A door-to-door delivery service. Krone found the idea quite unique. Delivery isn't everything. Landya pointed out the key point. The key to the transport business is speed and accuracy. It has to be reliable. That's right, speed and accuracy, Krone said. And Landya continued, Lombardy Transport has personnel throughout the Lombardy merchant groups across the empire. So, all we need to do is collaborate with reputable merchant groups and stores, adding a home delivery process to their existing framework. Krone said excitedly, then to improve delivery accuracy, we can do this and that. Krone, inspired, rattled off a series of ideas. As expected of a professional, you're coming up with even better ideas than I could have imagined. Landya watched Krone's continuous output and thought, it seems now I only need to offer a few refining suggestions. Oh, I see. So if we do it this way, Krone grew more and more excited as he spoke. You're not even a Lombardy Transport employee, yet our discussion is progressing so smoothly. You said you're the person who understands Lombardy Transport the best, and it seems you truly are. Krone praised. Head of the Debon family, Landya said, I believe the Debon family's Lombardy Transport can achieve the goal I have in mind for this venture. Krone was stunned. What is your goal? Landya explained, the excitement someone feels when they hear a knock on their door and someone calls out, your delivery has arrived. This innovative business needs a new name. The word transport alone can't fully capture its meaning. So I've thought of one. This innovative business needs a new name. Because the word transport alone can't fully capture its meaning. So I've thought of one. What are you thinking, Miss Landya? Krone asked eagerly. Landya, seeing Krone's expression, couldn't help but smile. It seems no matter what I say now, he'll agree to it unconditionally. Home delivery, Landya said, implying the meaning of delivering goods to people's homes. How about home delivery? She asked. I am incredibly honored by the palace's generous hospitality. Empress, the acting head of the Iban family, has come to the capital. How could the palace not host a banquet in your honor before your return? The Empress said with a smile. I am merely acting as head of the family in place of my aging father, the acting head of the Iban family said, glancing at the others. The head of the Annis family truly has no presence. It seems the person I need to be mindful of today is the true power behind this banquet, Empress Labini. In a while, our eldest prince will be going on a hunting trip north with his friends. He wishes to visit the Iban estate during his travels, the Empress said. Ah, is that so? The acting head of the Iban family turned to look at the eldest prince. Seeing this, the prince said, I hear there's no better place for hunting wolves than the Iban territory. Indeed, the northern wolves are larger and more ferocious, making the hunt more exhilarating. The doors of the Iban territory are always open to you, Your Highness. The acting head of the Iban family quickly expressed his loyalty. The Empress was quite pleased with this. Thank you for so readily agreeing, acting head of the Iban family. The Iban family is a strong and noble family that protects the northern border of the empire. You must not forget this, my son. The Empress's words made the eldest prince flinch. Yes, mother. Although he appeared obedient on the surface, the eldest prince was quite dissatisfied with the Empress's actions. I've had enough. She still treats me like a child, trying to manipulate me as she pleases. Her attitude is truly disgusting. Also, the Iban family and our Annis family have always had a strong relationship, the Empress continued. Am I not correct, acting head of the Iban family? Indeed, recently, the Annis family has been promoting a Western development project, and our Iban family has been assisting. And because of the alliance with the Annis family, I have gained an advantage in the inheritance dispute with my younger brother. At the same time, my position within the family has become more secure. I must maintain this relationship. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask of you, taking advantage of this opportunity today. The Empress revealed the true purpose of the banquet. Please speak, Your Majesty. I want to accelerate the pace of Western development, but the lumber previously sent by the Iban family is far from sufficient. Of course, the lumber previously provided by the acting head of the Iban family was indeed a great help. But to achieve our desired results, to build roads and high-quality housing, we need more lumber. Hearing the Empress's words, the acting head of the Iban family nodded repeatedly. Plans are always like this. Therefore, we need 4 times the original amount, the Empress continued. I believe the Iban family will help us correct. The acting head of the Iban family gulped. The Annis family wants to develop a tourist destination in the West for the upper class. The Iban family is to supply the construction lumber at a low price. That was the agreement I reached with Your Majesty. But I apologize, Your Majesty. This matter is beyond the capabilities of our Iban family. The Empress paused, hearing these words. What do you mean? The acting head of the Iban family explained, the lumber we previously supplied to the Annis family is from a tree called Treva. This wood is not only strong, but also resistant to moisture and heat. However, it is also difficult to cut and process, requiring more time. Then wouldn't other types of wood work? The Empress asked. Other lumber is difficult to withstand the humidity and temperature differences in the West. Even if you commission other families, you will likely receive the same response. Listening to the acting head of the Iban family's explanation, the head of the Annis family glanced at the Empress with dissatisfaction. I have already mentioned the poor geology and harsh climate of the West many times before the development began. Knowing this, the Empress still insisted on vigorously developing the West. It's because the second prince has gradually risen to prominence. Several attempts have been made to assassinate him with mercenaries, but all have failed. The second prince, having returned alive, has become a stumbling block for the first prince from the very beginning. For the Empress, the Western Development Project is the way to change this situation. It must succeed no matter what. So, how much can the supply of Treva lumber be increased at most? The Empress asked, unwilling to give up. Although I can't be certain, it can only be doubled at most. The Empress was not satisfied with this answer. Double. Providing only that much is not enough. After a moment of silence, the Empress broke the stalemate with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you. I believe the Iban family will do their utmost. After the banquet, the Empress grumbled with dissatisfaction. I only paid attention to him because he's the acting head of the family. He can't even handle something as simple as procuring lumber. The Iban family isn't the only one with Trevawood forests, the head of the Annis family said. The Empress quickly asked, then which family can supply lumber in large quantities like the Abans? Father, although we can't compare to the Iban family, who own the most land, if we ask the surrounding territories, might there be some hope? It won't be easy, the Empress sighed. No matter the method, we must secure the lumber supply. Do you understand? Then I'll contact the surrounding merchant groups first and ask if they have any Trevawood. The head of the Annis family stood up and said, wait, the Empress interrupted. That's not enough. After contacting the merchant groups, Father, you will personally go north to transport the lumber. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the head of the Annis family replied, yes, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, she's acting like a useless old woman. The Empress was not satisfied with her father. The Western Development Project is not only related to the Annis family, but also to my fate. A few days later, even among the vassal families of Lombardy, the Express Project was already the subject of much discussion. Miss Landia, Corfan said. I know, Landia nodded. It's complete chaos. Laura, Kleiny, and the twins, Xiao, and Shi, all came to ask me if the rumors were true. Since the head family's direct descendants started exercising their authority, it's never been this eye-catching. Corfan seemed worried. Landia reassured her, it must be because I'm young. Of course, there must be other reasons. The more people talk about me in this project, the more we'll gain if it succeeds. I don't really mind. Corfan nodded. It's wonderful that you think that way, miss. Let's talk about something else. The Annis family contacted us. Corfan handed Landia a document. They said they want to purchase the Trevawood we have. Landia took the document and looked it over. Because they want to develop the Western tourist attractions quickly, what the Iban family is giving them is far from enough. Aside from what we sent to the Severi region, it seems they even investigated the fact that we still have a lot of Trevawood. They seem very anxious. Of course they're anxious. They have plenty of funds, but the project can't proceed quickly due to a lack of materials. They'll definitely be willing to pay a high price, Korofan said. Landia had also thought of this. Yes, but we won't sell them the Trevor wood. Korofan was a little surprised, but the Iban family has been continuously supplying lumber. And the Mona Merchant Group, they also have a lot of Trevor wood, don't they? If this continues, won't it develop according to the Annis family's plan? Even if the Mona Merchant Group sells all their lumber to the Annis family, it still won't be enough, Landia said. In the end, they'll still contact us, because the Empress is very anxious right now. And this is a decisive mistake by Empress Labini. In my past life, the Western Development Project was still in its foundational stages. Because they weren't in such a hurry then, even with that incident, the tourist attractions were completed smoothly. But if they're this hasty this time around, Landia smiled. Don't worry, Korofan. The Annis family will only have the most mediocre territory in the Empire in the future, and it won't be for a short time. The next day, the mansion is so chaotic. It's strange. Sister, Landia. Kleiny shouted when she saw Landia. What's wrong, Kleiny? Where have you been so early in the morning? Landia asked. No, Kleiny said, panting. That's not important right now. His Highness, the second prince, is inside. Hearing Kleiny's words, Landia rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. Watching the two facing off, Landia was a little worried. Will the one bearing the sword, Aura, be alright? But Landia's worry was quickly dispelled because pairs won. Did anyone see what happened? A commotion quickly arose around them. What in the world just happened? Thank you for the lesson, Your Highness, the opponent conceded. Your sword Aura is too slow. Pairs pointed out his weakness. Physical training is certainly important for using a Basta sword, but if your sword Aura is weak, its destructive power is limited. Put more effort into Aura training as well. Thank you, Your Highness. Landia watched the scene, thinking it was a simple yet practical suggestion. Despite her victory, she didn't show any sign of joy. All right, that's the 30th, Devon announced. We could spar a little longer, Master Devon, Pairs said. We can't impose any further, Devon replied. Besides, Miss Landia has been over there for a while now. As soon as Devon finished speaking, Pairs turned around sharply. Landia was standing not far away, smiling and waving at him. Hello, Landia, Pairs said, striding towards her. Hello, Pairs, Landia replied with a smile. What brings you here? She asked. Pairs explained, I was planning to spar with Gio and Merlin, but I heard they were out training today. So, I decided to give some pointers to the other swordsmen. Since you're not here, I didn't have much else to do. You've been working hard. This is my cousin, Kleiny. You met her at the banquet last time, right? Landia introduced. Kleiny said nervously, Oh, hello. Pairs nodded. Hello, Kleiny. His Highness, the second prince. Actually call my name. Kleiny became even more flustered. Landia pointed to a room and said, Let's talk in my room. Let's say goodbye to the knights before we go. See you later, Pairs, he turned and said. Thank you for your hard work today, Devon said, bowing. Looking at Devon's smiling face, Landia was puzzled. Why are you looking at me with that pleased expression? Landia, Pairs leaned closer and whispered. Yes. Landia asked, I want to talk to you alone. Is Kleiny coming too? What is he talking about? Landia was confused. Watching the harmonious scene below, Vij was extremely displeased. That brat again. I heard that Galen's daughter, using the authority of the direct line, is scheming something with the Devon family. Keep an eye on it. Doesn't she know my son, Balessa, is the eldest son, a swordsman with lumen blood? How dare she use the authority of the direct line? Even the second prince, Pairs, birds of a feather flock together, indeed. Master Vij, the head's office is ready. Please go in. Hearing the servant's report, Vij glared at him with displeasure. Today was the third day of the week. According to Lombardy tradition, it was the day the heads, 4 children gathered. Just a few months ago, that was my seat. I will definitely take this office back, because these things have belonged to me since I was born. I won't let anyone take them away. After they were seated, Vij looked at the empty seat beside him and asked with dissatisfaction, Is that brat Galen not coming today either? Galen went to Severy in the south to manage his territory. That's different from being in the same mansion and not attending the meeting, Shauna retorted. If he has his own territory, he should live there. Stop wasting Lombardy's money, Vij said sarcastically. That's the way it should be. Lombardy's money is not your concern, the old man said. Father, Vij exclaimed, you left without a word and stayed with the Annis family for a year. Didn't Lombardy accept you back? The old man's words made Vij ashamed. Speaking of which, the old man continued, I'm sure you've both heard the rumors about Landia and the Debon family working together on a project. Vij snorted. Do you have anything to say? The old man asked Vij. What does my opinion matter? Vij said sarcastically, you've always spoiled that. That child. I suppose you'll turn a blind eye this time as well. The old man stroked his chin, listening to Vij's words. You say I spoil her. Perhaps that's true. As you predicted, I intend to trust that child this time. I'll be watching from the sidelines. Vij clenched his fists in frustration. Trusting that girl. What was father thinking? He's never shown that kind of trust, not even to me. What is he planning with that spineless Debon? I should just ruin everything for that girl. Then, the old man Lombardi spoke with authority. Stop obsessing over Landia. After the meeting, Vij hurried after Galen. Brother, he called out, are you just going to let Galen's daughter run wild? And what if I don't? Galen retorted, you wouldn't listen to father anyway. Vij was about to say something, but glanced back and changed his tack. This is disgracing the family. Everyone will laugh at us. They'll say the Lombardi children only run wild because of their family's power. Galen stared at Vij, then burst out laughing. Vij was startled by Galen's reaction. Brother, haha. Vij, you said it perfectly, Galen said. I'm truly worried that someone who only runs wild because of their family's power will damage the family's reputation. And that person is you. Vij trembled with rage. Are you saying I'm running wild because of family power? Galen wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Thanks to you, I haven't laughed this hard in ages. And Vij, participating in family affairs is Landia's right. We can't control that. Doesn't it bother you, brother? Vij asked angrily. Don't you know what it means for her to exercise the rights of the direct line? Especially when she's just a little girl, Galen scoffed. Are you worried she'll compete with us for the next head of the family? Seems like you're scared. Scared? How could I be? Vij flew into a rage. I'm talking about propriety. That clueless bastard. But isn't that running wild? Vij, this is for your own good. A word of sincere advice, Galen said coldly. Don't try to stop her. Focus on your own achievements. That's your only chance at winning. Something still feels wrong. How could I be afraid of that girl? Vij stewed in his discomfort. Oh, darling, Sheila called softly. Seeing Vij standing rigidly, Sheila continued. Why don't you come in? What's wrong, darling? Did something happen? Well, it seems something unpleasant happened again. Sit down and tell me. Honestly, father is acting strange, Vij complained. He's getting old, and his judgment isn't what it used to be. Not only did he tell me not to act rashly, but he scolded me in front of that brat. That's right, Sheila agreed. I heard she's doing some kind of delivery service. Delivery service? Vij echoed. Yes, Sheila nodded. Really, the Debon family's business is just transporting things. It's because their family is so insignificant that they're going along with Landia's antics. Speaking of which, the Empress sent a letter. Would you like to see it? My dear Empress. Vij took the letter and read it. It seems she's moving forward with the Western Development Plan, Vij said. As expected of the Empress. Such decisive action. Sheila praised. The imperial family is in turmoil because of that incompetent second prince. In any case, that the Empress must have acted quickly out of caution. Indeed, rather than letting strange rumors spread. But it's better to nip them in the bud, Vij said. Sheila glanced at Vij impassively. I knew he was foolish, but how can he be this stupid? So, darling, I have a good idea, Sheila said, lightly touching Vij's shoulder. A good idea. Vij asked, if the Empress wants to expedite construction, the workers from Anis won't be enough. Why don't you try joining in? Sheila suggested. My mother. Vij asked. Sheila nodded. To be precise, you'll be taking Lombardi's construction expertise and participating in Anis development. If it's construction, then you'll have to use your direct lineage authority. Vij pondered this for a moment. Direct lineage authority. While it does supersede the authority of all other managers, if it fails, the responsibility is immense. Vij couldn't readily agree to this. He was extremely hesitant. Seeing Vij's hesitation, Sheila added fuel to the fire. So what? Even a child like Landia is using her direct lineage authority. Well, that's true, but this is an opportunity. Darling, think about it. Sheila continued to persuade him. If you can achieve something as significant as developing Anis territory, the people of Lombardy will definitely see you in a new light. Darling, you'll write to the Empress, won't you? Meanwhile, Landia was enjoying afternoon tea with Pears. That Kleiny said he wanted to see me, and now he's vanished. What is he thinking? Landia hummed. Go on, Pears. Actually, I came to give you this today. Pears pulled something out of his pocket. What is it? Landia asked. Pears opened the box. Inside was a beautiful diamond. Did you carve this yourself? Landia asked. Paras nudda. With such an expensive diamond? Landia was stunned. Pears nodded. Why? Why a chick? Landia continued to ask. Pears explained, I was just about to start carving when a few chicks happened to walk by. They looked so cute, so I carved a chick. Haha. Landia took the diamond in her hand and laughed. But I have to say, your craftsmanship isn't bad, Pears. It's really well carved. Thank you, Pears, Landia said. But you didn't carve this with sword energy, did you? It's actually quite difficult to carve a diamond. You have to use a lot of sword energy. I wonder what Grandpa Crowley would say if he saw this. Sword energy isn't meant to be used like that, Landia thought. Perhaps it would be better to make things clear. Landia put the diamond back in the box and said, Pears, come with me. Landia stood up. Want to take a look inside? Landia led Pears to a door and asked. Opening the door, Pears looked at the contents inside with some confusion. See this? Landia said, these are all the gifts and letters you've given me. Watching Pears purse his lips, Landia thought, yeah, you don't have much to say, do you? It really is a lot. Pears acknowledged. Over there are the wooden dolls and jewels you carved and sent me, Landia explained. This large chest is full of letters you wrote to me. And that giant teddy bear, you made that yourself too. See, this room is already overflowing, so you don't need to send any more. Before Landia could finish, Pears said, thank you. Landia, what are you thanking me for? Landia was perplexed. Thank you for cherishing everything I've given you. Pears said, no, there's no need. Landia was taken aback. I should be the one thanking you. You're the one who gave me the gifts. Is it really that joyful to know the gifts you gave haven't been thrown away, but treasured? Landia was confused. No, I should still be thanking you, Pears continued. Giving you gifts makes me happy. Why? Landia asked. Pears explained, because it means I'm currently able to give you things. So, I hope you'll continue to accept my gifts in the future. How can I tell him to stop when he's saying that with such a handsome face? Landia really couldn't bear to. All right, Landia nodded. Then tell me about the places you visited when you bought those gifts. I want to hear about you. Pears said. Is there really no place you haven't been? Landia asked. Paras nudda. Because I travel every time I have a break. So that's why you haven't returned to the capital. Landia continued to ask. Well, Pears hesitated. I made a promise to the Empress. I can't return to the capital until I graduate from the academy. That was the condition for me receiving the funds. Landia was surprised by Pears' answer. Is that so? I was still wondering how the merchant group was funded. Because since I was born, I've always stayed near the Imperial Palace. So I've seen and learned a lot on this trip. Pears continued. There's so many unknown things. Landia listened quietly to Pears' words. Thinking back, before meeting me for Pears, there was only the dilapidated detached palace and the surrounding woods. After moving to the Fuller Palace, the situation improved somewhat. But the capital and Lombardy were the extent of Pears' movements. So he must have longed to see more. To hear more, experience more. That's amazing, Landia praised. You're doing quite well now. You even dared to extort the Empress. Pears laughed at Landia's praise. I came near Lombardy a few times, but it was too dangerous, so I couldn't go see you. Landia paused. Dangerous? Pears continued. There were a few times when things suddenly became precarious. So the Empress was trying to kill you. Landia said coldly. Pears didn't speak. He just silently nodded. Yeah, you've been like this since you were little. Landia abruptly stood up. You're still scared, aren't you? Pears is afraid of getting hurt, afraid of dying. For your own sake, be even more afraid. Let all that anger out. Watching Landia tremble with anger. Parasmilat. What? Why are you laughing? Landia deflated. Because I'm happy, Pears said. Because you're worried about me. Pears, this is really serious. I know, don't worry. Landia, I'll survive. Because when we met in the woods, you told me to live. You told me to survive. Landia was stunned. He actually still remembered that. As expected, I need to get rid of the Empress and Aram as soon as possible. Pears, I'll be a little busy from now on, Landia said. Pears nodded. Yeah, I heard. I heard you'll be in charge of the Lombardy family business. The news had already reached Pears. Landia nodded. That's right. And haven't you been quite busy lately? Maimo, Pears asked. Landia realized she misspoke and quickly covered her mouth. Oh dear. Right? The Mona Merchant Group is still a secret. That big conference that His Majesty and the nobles will be attending. Aren't you preparing for that? Landia quickly changed the subject. Paras nudda. Ah, yes. That's right. So, please contact me beforehand next time you come. Since you've taken the time to come, it can't be wasted. Landia continued. Yes, I understand. Pears' tone was slightly displeased. Could you contact me about a week in advance? Pears asked. What? Landia asked. If a week is too short, then 10 days. Would 10 days in advance be okay? Pears continued to ask. Landia chuckled inwardly. Oh, this naive fellow. 1 or 2 days is enough. Landia reached out and patted Pear's head. Let me know beforehand before you come. Great. Bada smilat. So it got dark. Pears put on his black cloak and reluctantly said goodbye to Landia. Goodbye, Landia. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the horse downhill started running quickly. Like now, running on a deserted road is the perfect time for an attacker to appear. Pears narrowed his eyes. I can't let my guard down until I arrive. Soon, Pears reached his destination. Seeing him, the others quickly greeted him. Your Highness, Second Prince. No Siri Greenie. How are things progressing? Pears asked. Just as your Highness predicted, Annis contacted us. They said they wanted to purchase Triva Techniques. No Siri replied. As expected of you, Pears. Greenie praised. Pears sat down. I returned to the capital right after graduating from the academy. I even secured a seat at the Grand Conference. In this situation, it's obvious what the Empress is trying to do. But couldn't she use other methods? Greenie asked. Pears took off his hat and said, just like the Empress pushed Aram to the Crown Prince position. He's a man deeply attached to his family, with a strong sense of pride. Developing Annis is the best solution the Empress could think of. If it were me, I might have made the same choice. So what should we do? Greenie asked. Of course, we'll sell it to them. Pears said. Greenie was quite surprised by Pears' decision. Is that all right? I've been affiliated with other merchant groups my whole life, doing the work of filling other people's bellies. Though I finally became independent after turning 40, I lost everything because of the schemes of the merchant group leader I worked under. It was His Highness who extended a helping hand to me when I had nothing. Although I would follow any order from your Highness without a second thought. The Triva Techniques we sell will ultimately be used for the development of Annis lands. And Annis's influence will also grow significantly, Greenie said. What Greenie says makes sense. We could inadvertently strengthen Annis through our actions. Greenie also shares the same thought. The West won't always be Annis's territory, Pears said. Greenie, how many Triva trees can we acquire in the future? With some effort and coordination before autumn arrives, we can acquire double our current amount. Pears tapped the table as he thought. Let's sell 1/10 of our current stock to Annis. There's no rush here. After a moment of thought, Pears said, so, regarding the selling price. Greenie asked, 5 times. Start from 5 times the price they offer. I'll allow you to negotiate down to 3 times, Pears told Greenie. Greenie was taken aback. From 5 times to 3 times. I've never done such aggressive bargaining before. But this is your Highness's order. I must accomplish it. Greenie bowed. Remember, we're buying Triva Techniques to extract more funds from Annis. Soon their funds will run dry. Then they'll have no choice but to seek new investors. That's the ultimate goal of the Triva Technique trade, Pears said. The next day, Rossi arrived at the Lombardy mansion. I'm here at Lady Landia's summons. The clever young lady, beloved by the head of the family. Before I knew it, she's already able to exercise authority within the Lombardy merchant group. However, a clever child and business acumen are two completely different things. So, logically, even if the young lady requested a meeting, the head of the Lombardy merchant group, Rasha Dealan, shouldn't have to appear personally. But that Landia made the hasty ointment, which greatly pleased the head of the family. And even that Granules fellow stepped forward, claiming to be the young lady's teacher. It seems it wouldn't hurt for me to confirm things personally. Rossi arrived in front of the meeting room and was about to raise his hand to knock when he heard laughter from inside. Rossi paused. Could that voice be the head of the Hurlin family? The young lady, barely an adult, is pulling the Debin and Deland families into her first business deal, and that's not enough. She wants to bring in the Hurlin family all at once. Haha, well then, I'll take my leave. The head of the Hurlin family said as he walked out. Ah, the head of the merchant group is here as well. So, the Hurlin family is here too. What a coincidence. Head of the merchant group, come in and have a look. Watching the head of the Hurlin family's retreating figure, Rossi's doubts deepened. What was going on inside? It's not enough to involve the 3 main families of Lombardy, the Deland, Debin, and Lombardy families, but the head of the Hurlin family even looks so happy. Isn't she just a flighty young girl? Rossi knocked on the door. Lady Landia Lombardy. It's Rossi Deland. Please come in. Head Deland, Landia said with a smile. That Granules fellow is here too, huh? Granules nodded at the newcomer. It's been a while. Head of the Lombardy merchant group. Meanwhile, Vij and Sheila were preparing to leave. Seeing the carriages parked outside, they were puzzled. What's with all those carriages? Vij asked. It's... A servant quickly replied. Those are carriages from the Holland and Deland families. I know that much. Vij exclaimed angrily. I'm asking what they're doing here at the mansion. Well, I heard they are here to see Miss Landia. Hearing this reply, Vierge became even more displeased. The head of the Holland family, the head of the Deland family. When I called on them, they only sent representatives. So their claims of being busy were all lies. It's not like they're meeting anyone important, and yet they come to the mansion in person. Vij fumed, shaking off Sheila's hand and striding towards the carriages. They're such heartless people. Sheila scolded after getting into the carriage. They come running at a child's beck and call. They should have some self-respect. Don't you agree, dear? They're all just here out of curiosity. Today's a good day. We're only entering the palace because something good is happening. So don't worry about them. Yes, I was being a bit sensitive. After all, if it fails, he'll be the one embarrassed. It's a gamble. That's right. We practically have the Empress's approval. So let's go give Her Majesty the gifts she likes and have a pleasant time. But about the Lombardy construction, are you sure you don't need to tell the Beckery family beforehand? I don't need to give advance notice when using the head of family's direct authority, do I? If I have to beg for everyone's understanding one by one before moving forward with a project, is that even authority? You're right, it isn't. Lombardy Mansion. That concludes the general outline of the courier service, Landia said. Of course, if you wish, I can send a more detailed business proposal to the merchant group. This is a truly innovative idea, Rossi said. I knew he was genuinely impressed because he widened his eyes several times during my explanation. He was clearly surprised, Landia thought, looking at Rossi before her. But despite this, he still seemed hesitant. What is it that concerns you, head of the merchant group? Landia asked. I know it's a good idea, Rossi replied, but its practicality remains a question. With a completely unfamiliar courier service, it's difficult to guarantee its acceptance among the nobility. You've misunderstood something. What? The target demographic for this service isn't just the nobility, head of the merchant group. Think about it. In the current empire, money is no longer exclusive to the nobles, is it? There are also a considerable number of commoners who have accumulated significant wealth through trade or service to the imperial palace. Landia explained. So I propose that we collaborate with the Lombardy Merchant Group, which shares the same goals, to build the practicality of the Lombardy courier service. Ultimately, in the initial stages, people purchasing a variety of goods through the courier service is the practicality. Watching Rossi continue to hesitate, Landia felt a bit strange. I know the head of the Deland family is someone who seizes opportunities without hesitation, not someone who is indecisive like this. Thinking this, Landia spoke again. Head of the merchant group, are you worried about the courier service, or are you worried about me? Rossi flinched, his thoughts laid bare by Landia. Landia understood the meaning of this reaction. All right, there's only one answer. He doesn't trust me. So she said again, if you speak truthfully, I would be most grateful, head of the Deland family. Rossi hesitated before speaking. I doubt anyone could have come up with this new form of transportation service, a courier service. While I know Miss Landia has been clever since childhood, I didn't realize you had such a talent for business. I'm quite surprised, but I'm a merchant, and what merchants value most is experience. No matter how intelligent or imaginative a person is, without experience, I cannot place my trust in them. Landia wasn't surprised by Rossi's words, because she believed that experience gained in practice is the most valuable asset, a truly insightful perspective from a seasoned merchant. Conversely, Rashidilin is a very trustworthy and experienced merchant. This is a good thing for me. So, you say my lack of experience is the only issue? Landia asked. Rossi nodded. Yes, to be honest, that's the case. This directly relates to the Lombardy Merchant Group's profits and losses. Please understand. Then there's no problem at all, Landia smiled, because I'm not completely inexperienced. What do you mean? Rossi asked, puzzled. Landia glanced over her shoulder at Granules. I brought Granules along, just in case. It's a good thing I did. Miss Landia always. That seems to anticipate everything, as if she can see the future. So I'm not even surprised anymore. Granules said, what's going on? Aren't they teacher and student? But this atmosphere. Rossi was completely puzzled. Head of the Deland family. What is it? Do you remember the Lila mining auction? Of course I do. Hearing Rossi's answer, Landia took a sip of tea and said, I know you were there at the auction. What were your thoughts after seeing the results? Our increasingly complacent Lombardy Merchant Group learned a good lesson from the fledgling Right Trading Company. That's what I thought. Rossi said, after that, we also went back to our roots and pulled ourselves together. What if I told you that diamond mine was my first experiment? Landia asked. Hearing Landia's words, Rossi trembled. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean, Mississippi. Could you say that again? Landia put down her teacup. Didn't you say you couldn't trust me because I lacked experience? Experience is certainly important. To a certain extent, I agree with that statement. So I'll tell you a secret. The actual owner of Wright Trading Company is me, Landia Lombardi. Rossi was stunned. Then he looked to Granules for confirmation. Is what Miss Landia is saying true? Yes, Granules nodded. It's all true. Everyone else only knows me as a professor, Miss Landia's teacher. But in reality, it's the other way around. But miss, you're still so young. How? Rossi still couldn't quite believe it. I guarantee, as Granules right, that for Miss Landia, age is just a number. Could it be that Miss is just assisting the head of Wright Trading Company? Rossi asked persistently. No, Granules said, from the diamond mine that brought Wright Trading Company to where it is today, to the Eastern Shinhan District Trade, to the Wright Trading Company's Academy and Scholarship Program that started last year. All of these were Miss Landia's doing. She is the core of Wright Trading Company. Listening to Granules list her accomplishments, Landia said modestly, Oh, don't praise me so much. Wright Trading Company's success today is all thanks to the leadership of Roland and Corlevin. I'm just speaking from the heart. Landia watched as the two praised each other. Rossi was momentarily speechless. So, head of the Deland family, considering all this, I could be considered somewhat experienced, right? Landia asked. All this time, I firmly believed she was like Jelahan. Rossi frowned in thought, but those confident eyes and dignified demeanor are even more than the seemingly fragile Jelahan, head of the Lombardi Merchant Group, is. It seems no matter what experience I have, Landia said, that it's hard for you to immediately trust me and start a new venture with me. However, even though I came up with the idea for this courier service, it's ultimately Lombardi that will lead it. I want to do this together with the Deland family, who have always been in charge of Lombardi Merchant Group's business activities, and the Hurlin family, who have cultivated so many talented individuals. Even if you don't trust me, please trust them. Rossi clenched his fists. All this time, I've prided myself on being a good judge of character. I never imagined I would overlook such talent right under my nose. I will. Quickly return with a detailed proposal from the Lombardi Merchant Group to visit you again. Rossi said, I'll be waiting. Landia smiled. The conversation ended, and Granules saw Rossi out. Really? Is it really true? Rossi asked Granules excitedly. Miss Landia, she really... Granules brushed Rossi's hand away. Do you still not believe Miss Landia? Miss Landia told you her secret because she trusts you, head of the Deland family. Please don't betray her trust. Rossi gulped. To say that Jelahan's 18-year-old daughter is the true owner of Wright Trading Company. Thought no one would believe it. All right, I understand. Rossi adjusted his glasses, and Granules continued. Miss already knows about my relationship with the head of the Deland family. What? Rossi exclaimed. You didn't tell her directly, did you? Granules nodded. Rossi was momentarily speechless. The fact that Granules is my illegitimate child. It was at his own insistence that it be kept an absolute secret. I've kept my lips sealed until now, and he went and told everyone himself. So you trust Landia that much? Rossi said. Granules turned and walked away. Do you remember what you once told me? What? Rossi asked. Granules said, when you were young, the day you learned of the current Lombardi's abilities and ambitions, back when he was still vying for the position, you said you would follow him, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Granules smiled as he said this. Yes, I did say that, Rossi admitted. After I learned what kind of person Miss Landia is, Granules continued, I finally understood how you felt back then. That's why I wanted to stay by her side, using my position as her teacher. From now on, Miss Landia will little by little make Lombardi even more prosperous and powerful. Granules spoke with utter conviction as he saw Rossi off to his carriage. If the Deland family doesn't want to go against the tide, it would be best to seize this opportunity. It's good for both the Deland family and myself. He left without a backward glance. Watching Granules' retreating figure, Rossi thought. Yes, he murmured. I felt that way once too. The young lady you've chosen is much like him. I never thought I'd feel this excited at my age. It seems I need to seize this opportunity. Here you go. Tia sent you lilies today. Thank you, Laura. Thanks to you, my room is always filled with the fragrance of flowers. I'm glad you like them. Is something troubling you? Tia asked. No, nothing. Laura quickly shook her head. Seeing Laura's hesitant look, Tia urged, Laura, if you talk about it, you'll probably feel better. Well, I'm just a little envious of you, Laura confessed. Envious of me? Tia was puzzled. It's a little embarrassing to say. Laura lowered her head. Lately, when I'm alone, I feel a bit down. Sometimes I wonder what would be like if I could be as composed and capable of great things as you are. Great things? Are you talking about the business I do? Tia asked. Yes, I really think you're amazing. So, Laura, is there a business you want to do yourself? No, I don't think I have any desire to do that kind of thing. I'm happy just tending to the flowers like I do now. But my parents, you know. Laura sighed as she spoke. Tia understood. Vij and Sheila. It's incredible how people like them could raise such a good child like you. That's why I wonder, Laura continued, what would it be like if I knew how to do business? Tia took Laura's hand and said, if there's anything you want to do, no matter what it is, tell me. I'll help you. But it doesn't have to be business or anything like that. You just need to find something that makes you happy. Something that makes me happy, Laura repeated Tia's words. Laura, I'll tell you later. All right. Speaking of which, it's tomorrow, right? I'll definitely be there, Laura said. But it seems like your family won't be attending. Is it okay for you to go? Tia asked. Laura nodded. I'll just be there for a little while. Mother won't find out. It's fine. After all, it's your first project presentation, so I have to be there. I'll be happy if you can come. Outside the greenhouse, it had clearly become a hot summer. Tomorrow is the day of the Lombardy Transportation Project presentation. Because of this, I've been incredibly busy these past 2 days. Once winter arrives, transportation in snowy regions becomes very difficult. So, before autumn sets in, the courier project needs to be up and running stably. For this, not only the main family, but all the employees hired by Lombardy Transportation need to get busy. Fortunately, the project presentation can be held before summer ends. You've been busy these days, haven't you? Laura asked. Tia nodded. After all, it's a big event with all the families attending. Being busy is to be expected. The courier project is a large-scale industry. Although I use my authority to directly assign it, only the de Bengier family, who are in charge of Lombardy Transportation. But besides them, we also need the Hurlin family, who are in charge of the Scholarship Foundation, the Deland family, who are responsible for the Merchant Group, and Briga, who manages the bank and can provide us with investment funds. Strictly speaking, this is a large-scale project that requires the cooperation of 4 families. But everyone has been very helpful, so I'm not worried about tomorrow's presentation. I'm more looking forward to it. Listening to Tia, Laura clapped her hands excitedly. Tia, you're so amazing. Tia smiled. I'm just focusing on the path ahead and running with all my might. Well then, I'll be going now, Laura. I'll go home and arrange the flowers nicely. Tia stood up to leave. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Shouldn't you be busy preparing? You still have time to chat leisurely here. Tia turned to see the speaker. It was Vij. Have you given up already? Vij sneered. Tia's good mood, brought on by Laura and the beautiful flowers, plummeted. Suppressing her displeasure, she said, Hello, Uncle Vij. Vij strode towards her. Yes, I'm doing quite well. You're not actually asking me a question, Tia thought. You just want to see if I'm scared, or if I'm crumbling under the pressure, or if I've run off here to cry secretly. You just want to see it on my face. He's so transparent. He can't even hide his smirk. Thinking this, Tia gave a dazzling smile. I'm doing quite well, too. Seeing Tia's smile, Vij was particularly annoyed. He scoffed. Of course you're doing well. After all, you're making so much money using the Lombardy name, and I didn't stop you sooner. Who knows what you're up to? Looking at Vij, Tia had a good guess. Vij's smugness was likely due to recently securing the Anna's development project through Lombardy Construction. Lombardy Construction actually got into bed with Anna's. This clearly doesn't benefit Lombardy at all. I know very well what will happen to the Anna's family in the future. And I also know how the Empress and her family pushed me to the brink little by little. I was a bit worried at first. Not being able to recover the construction loan wouldn't necessarily ruin Lombardy. But if Vij causes a substantial loss to the family, then his incompetence will be completely exposed. Vij doesn't even know what he's doing. Thanks to you, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Tia remained silent. Vij snorted. It doesn't matter if it ends in failure this time. Consider it a lesson learned. Laura was about to speak up for Vij, father, but was met with Vij's roar. You remember this too, Laura. The things Lady Lombardy does are not for children like you to interfere with. You need to get closer to her and stop thinking about useless things. Just do as I say. Stop it, father. Laura's eyes filled with tears. Vij stopped shouting and coughed twice. Tia stared at him. Is he stopping because of Laura? This isn't over just because you want it to be. Now, it was her turn to fight back. Tia smiled. You've been assuming I'll fail, Uncle. You've been disparaging me for so long. What will you do if I succeed? What disparaging? Vij roared. What you're saying right now, Tia said, I can't think of a better word to describe it than disparaging. Are you afraid that my courier business will be a resounding success? Faced with Tia's question, Vij stammered. That's not what I meant. It's your niece's business, after all. I thought I'd hear some encouragement from you, Tia continued. Your perspective is so small, like the size of a teacup. She feigned a look of pity. Think you're the only one who can be sarcastic. I'm much better. You little brat. Vij gritted his teeth, speechless. All age and no brains. You're the one who's going to lose. Tia found it incredibly amusing. I have a lot to do, so I'll excuse myself. See you next time, Laura. Tia waved to Laura and then gave Vij a pointed look. Just you wait. This is just the beginning. Uncle Vij is furious. Tia, Laura quickly intervened. Father, long time no see, the head of the Dura Merchant Group called out casually. There's a warning for you, so I came directly. Rossi is quite displeased with the head of the Dura Merchant Group's behavior. Not even contacting us beforehand, just suddenly showing up like this. We only met a few times while doing business with Chloe Young. It's not like we're close enough to call each other brother. I have a bad feeling about this. Please have a seat, Rossi said. What? What did you just say? Rossi asked. The head of the Dura Merchant Group cleared his throat. I said, the Triva would currently held by the Right Merchant Association must be entirely transferred to our honest family. That's incorrect. Rossi corrected him. It should be entirely surrendered to Her Majesty the Empress. May I ask, by what authority are you demanding this surrender? Isn't it true that you've been refusing our Dura Merchant Group, even though you know the Honest Development Project needs Triva wood? The head of the Dura Merchant Group asked. So, Rossi retorted, don't you know this is a project personally promoted by Her Majesty, and you still have the audacity to question me? The head of the Dura Merchant Group said. Rossi's displeasure grew. Just who is being audacious and unreasonable here? Fine, let's see how thick your skin really is. I know, Rossi said calmly. Since you know, the head of the Dura Merchant Group pressed, as a citizen of the Empire, you should cooperate. Could it be that you intend to obstruct Her Majesty's plans? Attack the key figures of the Right Merchant Association. Suppress him with thinly veiled threats. This was the head of the Dura Merchant Group's main strategy. Just say that you young merchants don't understand anything. Seeing Rossi remain silent, the head of the Dura Merchant Group was very satisfied. Good, he's speechless. If it were before, when he worked under Loro as part of the Lombardi family, it might have been different. But now, he has no connection to the Lombardi family. He has to watch the imperial family's expression before making a move. Besides what you sent to the Severi region, you should still have a lot of Triva wood, right? I came here knowing this, the head of the Dura Merchant Group said, extending his hand. So, sell the rest to our honest family. That's what you should do. Have you finished with the warning you mentioned? Rossi asked. No, there's one more thing. I heard that someone in the northern region is still buying Triva wood in large quantities. The head of the Dura Merchant Group continued. From now on, don't participate in any auctions that the Dura Merchant Group is involved in. Meaning, Rossi asked, the Dura Merchant Group wants to monopolize all the Triva wood. We can't get in the way. That's right, it's Her Majesty's will. The head of the Dura Merchant Group shrugged. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, someone who didn't know better might think he was the Empress himself. So, from the beginning, you weren't here to request a trade partnership with us. Rossi was utterly disgusted by this man's behavior. You think that by using the Empress's name to threaten me, I'll obediently hand over what you want. It seems it's time to deflate his ego. Thinking this, Rossi asked, so, how much are you planning to pay? Just as he'd hoped, hearing Rossi ask this, the head of the Dura Merchant Group was overjoyed. He quickly said, isn't the average auction price 20 silver coins per 50 pieces? Hearing this price, Rossi couldn't help but laugh. That was the price months ago. Recent auctions have been fierce, and the price has multiplied several times over. Considering your restaurant expenses during this period, let's say 25 silver coins per 50 pieces. This price is already very reasonable. The head of the Dura Merchant Group continued. But since you've agreed so readily, we'll give the Right Merchant Association a special price of 30 silver coins per 50 pieces. 100 gold coins, Rossi said. What? 100 gold coins. I'm talking about the agreed-upon selling price for Triva wood by the Right Merchant Association. 100 gold coins per 50 pieces. We won't sell below that price. Rossi added. Are you joking with me right now? The head of the Dura merchant group asked angrily. Do I look like I'm joking? Rossi retorted. Fine, 50 silver coins, 100 gold coins per 50 pieces. All right, 70 silver coins, 100 gold coins per 50 pieces. It's 100 gold coins. If you can't afford it, please leave. Rossi gave him the ultimatum. No, how can you haggle like this? The head of the Dura merchant group stood up abruptly. Rossi sneered, using the Empress's name to try and extort us with an unreasonably low price, even having the audacity to tell us to withdraw from auctions. Is this what you call haggling? Head of the Dura merchant group, listen to me. Rossi didn't want to waste any more words with him. He picked up a bell and rang it a few times. It seems you have no intention of leaving. Two attendants quickly entered. Did you call for us, Mr. Rossi? The head of the Dura merchant group is leaving. See him out, Rossi said coldly. You dare be so rude. The head of the Dura merchant group roared. The honest family will not forget this. Because of what you just said, the Dura merchant group won't be able to buy a single triva tree at any auction in the north. Rossi stated. What? The head of the Dura merchant group couldn't believe his ears. That means, as long as the Dura merchant group participates in the auction, Rossi explained, no matter how much you offer, the Right Merchant Association will outbid you. If Her Majesty the Empress gets angry and asks how things ended up like this, you can tell her that you shouldn't have provoked the Right Merchant Association. Please excuse me, I won't see you out. Meanwhile, at the prince's palace, Aramu sat in a chair, yawning out of boredom. Can't you two see how tired I am? Let's just stop here. Aramis said, rubbing her eyes. The official documents I need to study are piling up like a mountain. Dewey tried to suppress his dissatisfaction. Your Highness, please don't forget, starting from the next assembly, the second prince will also be participating. So, Aramu asked, what does that have to do with studying these boring things? The second prince is very intelligent. The fact that he graduated at the top of his class proves that. He might make a good impression on His Majesty and the nobles at the assembly. Even if that little brat says a few pleasing words, what can he possibly change? Aramu asked. Dewey was about to speak, but Aramu interrupted him. Don't tell me you think that kid can threaten me. However, the head of the Barrowfort family stepped forward and said, if your Highness can make a relevant speech on controversial issues, wouldn't that impress everyone even more? Aramu narrowed her eyes. That sounds good. Then stop rambling about those boring things. Just tell me the main points. What I need to do. Dewey sighed. I was originally planning for you to memorize the correct answers and recite them fluently. I suspect the most controversial issue at this assembly will be the trade routes in the eastern region. Dewey said, the east again. Aramus sounded somewhat disdainful. Dewey explained, because the eastern region was an independent kingdom several generations ago, it still requires extra attention. Furthermore, the current routes connecting to the East pass through treacherous mountainous areas. Trade is significantly hindered, although the East, in obedience to the royal decree, has increased trade with the central region to facilitate cultural exchange. Due to the difficult trade routes, the imperial merchant groups only sell goods to the east at higher prices, which has led to complaints from the eastern region. What do they want? Aramu asked. They've proposed, Dewey said, that the royal family provides subsidies to the eastern region for the next 10 years. That's highway robbery. Aramu slammed her fist on the table. The head of the Barrowfort family smiled. Indeed, after all, the East isn't the only region in the empire with difficult trade routes. It's certainly a selfish and unreasonable request. The mountains in the northern region are just as treacherous as those in the east. Yes, Aramu nodded. Seeing Aramu's expression, Dewey guessed she hadn't understood. So he continued, Your Highness, all you need to do at the assembly is point out what the head of the Barrowfort family just said. Argue that the eastern region has already received enough benefits, and that the trade subsidies should be provided to the northern region instead. That's all. Dewey said, Why should we give it to the north? Aramu asked. We shouldn't antagonize the east because of this, should we? In politics, you can only achieve more by choosing a side and sticking with it. The Anna's family's development projects require the support of the Iban family, so we need to look after the northern region this time. Dewey explained. What about the east? Aramu asked. I heard that to become crown prince, I need the approval of the representative families from all regions. We can compensate them in other ways next time. Dewey said, the eastern region is an isolated place. Matters of the central region don't concern them much. They will naturally obey His Majesty and the opinions of the other regions. Fine, I'll listen to you. Aramu said impatiently. So, we're pretty much done now, right? Not yet, Dewey quickly said. There are still a few important matters, too. Aramu roared. I just need to know the most important things. I'm going to that project briefing tomorrow afternoon. I'll leave my older brother in your care tomorrow as well. Dewey's voice, tinged with the Queen's authority, echoed. The Crown Prince won't be attending the Debon family's briefing tomorrow. Continue his lessons tomorrow morning. Well, the Queen approached Dewey. Mother, Aramu stammered. I want to go to the briefing, Aramu insisted. I hear it's a gathering of lower nobles who can't afford what they want and lowly merchants. The Queen recoiled. The Crown Prince has no need to attend such a gathering. It would lower your standing. A chill entered her gaze. This is for your own good. That look in your eyes always terrifies me, Mother. But how much longer must I obey you? Why, at my age, must I still seek your permission for everything? I'm the Crown Prince of this empire. Suppressing her anger, Aramu asked, Then you won't be going either, will you? Of course not, the Queen stated firmly. I've arranged a grand banquet for both lunch and dinner tomorrow, something we haven't done in a while. Such high-profile events are necessary. You'll be busy then, Aramu observed. Indeed, the Queen replied. So the Crown Prince should focus on his studies and please his mother. Wouldn't you agree? Aramu forced a smile. Yes, Mother, I understand. Debon family estate. The day of the project briefing. The assembled merchants buzzed with speculation. I hear they're introducing a completely new project. What could it be? Most of the people here aren't nobles, but merchants. It's certainly different from other briefings. What in the world is express delivery? Nasi surveyed the crowd. Welcome. Please take a brochure. An attendant respectfully offered Nasi a pamphlet. Nasi took it and glanced at the cover. Lombardy Scholarship Foundation, Lombardy Merchant Group, and the Wright Merchant Association. I thought this was the Debon family's briefing. Just then, Landia approached. Hello, I'm Landia Lombardi. Do you have any questions? Landia inquired. Oh, hello. Nasi stammered, flustered. What is this brochure? Nasi asked. I glanced through it, and it seems to be a list of artwork and merchandise. That's correct, Landia replied. The brochure lists items available for purchase. These are goods available exclusively through Lombardy Express Delivery. You can only buy them through Lombardy Express Delivery. Yes, the Lombardy Merchant Group and the Wright Merchant Association are providing these goods. The Scholarship Foundation is also including works from emerging artists, Landia explained. So, what exactly is express delivery? Nasi was still confused. Landia continued, Express delivery is a new way to shop. We deliver the items you purchase anywhere in the empire. Directly to your door. Directly to your door. Nasi was astonished. My instincts tell me this project is going to be huge. Nasi quickly added, I'm Nasi from the Mona Merchant Group. I'd like to learn more about this express delivery project. What should I do? The Mona Merchant Group. Landia paused, then quickly said, We have a dedicated area for merchant group leaders. Please come this way. I'll explain everything to you directly. Elsewhere, Aramu, disguised and attending the briefing, was bumped into. Annoyed, she called out, Hey, wait. But the person ignored her, leaving Aramu fuming. Damn it, just because I'm dressed down to sneak out, anyone thinks they can bump into me. Insolent fool. Where do I sign up for this express delivery? How many items can I buy? Listening to the surrounding chatter, Aramu looked around. This is quite impressive. I hear this briefing is being hosted by Kaihan Lombardi's daughter. Everyone fawns over me, but that girl is different. Just now, too. She's so confident hosting this large event. I think I'm starting to understand Mother's thinking. Lombardi, Aramu muttered to herself. Suddenly, she spotted Laura not far away. Isn't she Baratheon's older sister? I remember him being short, skinny, and timid. Completely different from the Lombardi temperament. Aramu, as if struck by a sudden thought, smiled and strode towards Laura, but accidentally bumped into a servant carrying wine. The glass shattered on the floor. Seriously, Aramu grumbled in annoyance. She tried to continue forward, but a security guard grabbed her arm. You seem quite intoxicated. Please leave. I don't know which family you belong to, but this kind of behavior is unacceptable at Lombardy. Do you know who I am? Aramu demanded, her face contorted. But Aramu quickly stopped herself. No, I can't let them discover my identity now. Who knows what they'll tell Mother? Let go, I'll leave on my own. Landia, Aramu called out. Congratulations, Miss Landia, Granules said. Requests for deliveries are pouring in. The Wright Merchant Association sales have also risen accordingly. The Lombardy Merchant Guild and the Scholarship Foundation are experiencing the same thing. Landia smiled as she listened to Granules' report. We'll be holding briefings for the other territories soon. Those are equally important. I'll need your help with those as well. After all, they're the key clients for the express delivery project, Landia said. The next phase is the operational period. It will be the crucial period that determines the success or failure of our project. Let's continue to work hard together. Yes, Granules nodded. Miss Landia, the Lombardi transport employees are already very capable. You can rest assured. Everyone has been working hard behind the scenes, and now they finally have a chance to shine. Landia laughed. Not only with our existing business, but even with this new express delivery service, they're doing so well. They truly live up to the Lombardi name. It seems we'll have to give them a raise. After all, this level of execution isn't something that can be sustained solely on passion for the work. However, that Nasi, if only we could bring him over to our merchant guild, Landia mused, recalling their conversation. I think I understand now, Nasi said excitedly. This project is only possible because it's Lombardi. That man has sharp and accurate judgment, as well as a wealth of experience. As long as he learns some business tactics from Granules, he'll grow quickly. So, how has the internal reaction been within the Lombardi family? Granules asked. It's too early to say, Landia replied. They're still waiting to see if the express delivery project can gain a foothold and how much profit it can generate. Because businesses like logistics, where a small investment can yield large returns once established, are few and far between. Once the express delivery project stabilizes and my reputation spreads, I'll strike while the iron is hot and launch a new project. Then my name will subtly, like gentle rain, gradually be mentioned among the heads of the noble families. They'll say, Landia, even as a successor, that is qualified. Soon, Aunt Shauna will withdraw from the succession race. Then, the nobles of the Lombardi family, desperate for a capable leader. Who will they focus on? Me, young, but capable, or the incompetent Vierge? The answer is obvious. I just wish that day would come sooner. As she spoke, a torrential downpour began outside, accompanied by thunder and lightning. What a heavy rain, Granules remarked. The short rainy season is almost over. I didn't expect such a storm. Landia thought. People in the central region of the empire may not know, but this kind of heavy rain has been going on in the northern regions for several days now. The day of that incident is approaching. Has Roland received the letter I sent him? Landia asked. Yes, Granules replied. I confirmed he received it the day before yesterday. Are you all right? I'm fine. I've made all the preparations I can. Even so, is the Becquerel family and Lombardi construction office's offensive really that powerful? Friend asked. Kron nodded. That young lady is a true genius. Do you know how much she's suffered for this project from beginning to end? But Miss Landia, I've heard many times how clever she's been since she was a child. He's more than just clever, Kron praised. Goodness, just look at the express delivery project he set up and launched. Isn't that proof enough? Frent laughed. That's true, but he has another real weapon. What is it? How should I put it? He has a vision unlike ordinary people. He can see a broader picture that others can't. It's hard to explain. I think I understand what you mean. If someone only sees the trees and not the forest, then those who follow him will also become lost and confused. Exactly. That's what I mean. Working with Lady Landia is physically exhausting, but it's also very motivating. Didn't you ask me last time? Why Lady Landia didn't use her direct authority to order me around, but instead persuaded me. At that time, Lady Landia told me something. She said she had countless ways to develop Lombardi, but she wasn't so benevolent as to force success on someone unwilling. Don't you think Lady Landia is amazing? Kron laughed heartily. Listening to Kron's endless chatter, Frent became quite annoyed. No wonder people say having an unsuitable superior is pure suffering. Even as a friend, I can't stand it. Why does Vierge insist on exercising his authority over Lombardi construction? Honestly, although I anticipated he'd cause trouble, Frent was inwardly complaining when the door suddenly burst open. We're practically drowning in work, and you have time to sit here chatting. Vierge looked at the two of them, clearly displeased. Frent glanced up at Vierge. This is because you're upset about Lady Landia's success, isn't it, Lord Vierge? Frent had just started to greet him when Vierge ordered, I'm calling a meeting. Summon all the heads of the families. Constantly bothering a teacher during their work only decreases the probability of success. Frent's inner dissatisfaction deepened. Yes, I understand. The main conference room in the royal palace. Aramu glared at Pears with annoyance. Even for a meeting, I have to face this guy. Pears ignored Aramu's glare and contemplated his conversation with Nasi. Raise the price of Treva would a bit more. Raise it again. We just raised it recently. I wonder if the Anna's family can keep up with the price. They have no choice but to follow. They've already invested heavily in Trevawood. Moreover, Queen Labini recently hired someone from Lombardy Shipping, so it's even less likely they'll back down now. What about the Wright Merchant Guild? How much Treva would have they sold? The Wright Merchant Guild hasn't started selling Treva wood yet, but judging by their holdings, they should have the most. I had Rico investigate. Corivan is a calm and decisive merchant. With his innate business acumen, he succeeded in numerous ventures. The common denominator in these successes is decisive investment and knowing when to withdraw. That's strange. Does he have another motive? Keep raising the price for now. Also, keep an eye on the Wright Merchant Guild. Report to me immediately once they start selling. Then let's begin, the Emperor declared. Your Majesty, I apologize for my tardiness. A voice rang out. Dowaji was surprised when he saw who it was. I'm not very familiar with the palace, so I arrived late. Ligny explained. The first item on the agenda is the trade subsidy for the East. Since the head of the Lumen family is here, let's hear his thoughts directly, the Emperor said. What exactly are the Lumen family's demands? Our Lumen family has diligently followed Your Majesty's decree to embrace the Empire's culture and expand trade with the outside world, Ligny stated. However, the journey to the East is perilous. Few trade caravans venture there, and the prices of goods are much higher than in other regions. This has placed an increasing burden on the Eastern families, including our Lumen family. Therefore, we request assistance from the royal family in the form of subsidies. On this matter, does anyone have any objections? The Emperor inquired. Your Majesty, I object, Dowaji declared. Trade subsidies. This is unprecedented. The East has received considerable preferential treatment over the years. It's time to put an end to it. If we're talking about preferential treatment, who hasn't benefited? Isn't that right? Dowaji asked angrily, after a minister's filial piety was publicly challenged. What are you saying? The Emperor asked, glancing at Aramu before addressing the first prince. What do you think? I agree with the House of Honest, Aramis said. Moreover, compared to the East, which has received considerable preferential treatment over the years, there's a place that needs the royal family's help even more. There's a place that needs more help than the East. Yes, Your Majesty. Then tell me, which place is it? The North. Why do you think so? The Emperor continued. Aramu replied, as the head of the Lumen family said, because the route to the East is treacherous. The prices of goods are high, and therefore subsidies are needed. If that's the case, the North's trade routes are also treacherous. What do you think, Second Prince? Before I give my opinion, I like to ask the First Prince a question. Pears said, as far as I know, 2 years ago, after large-scale construction, the roads to the north were repaired and a trade route bypassing the hills was established. Does the North still need subsidies in this situation? Aramu was clearly caught off guard by Pears' question. Stammering, she said well. Dowaji, who was standing beside her, spoke up. The construction 2 years ago only repaired the roads. The trade routes are still treacherous. So, the opinion of the first and second princes is that the East should continue to enjoy preferential treatment, such as subsidies, indefinitely. Is that it? I believe so, Pears said. At these words, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. It seems the second prince is siding with the East. Has anyone here been to the East recently? Pears asked. Seeing no one answer, he continued. When I was in the academy, I took the time to visit various parts of the empire. During that time, I personally experienced and felt many things, including the high prices of goods in the East. Currently, only the Lombardy Trading Company and the Wright Merchant Guild can regularly trade with the Lumen territory, which is located in the central region of the East. At this, the others began to murmur again. Only two. It's more serious than we thought. No wonder the prices are so high. Pears continued, and other trading companies only occasionally conduct trade by relying on these two. Therefore, to compensate for the trading company's losses, the lords of the East purchase those goods out of their own pockets. The Eastern lords, including Lumen, have suffered considerable losses over the years in order to comply with Your Majesty's decree. But if we ignore their efforts and simply force them to accept the Empire's culture, it will go against Your Majesty's original intention of peaceful coexistence between the East and the Central Empire. won't it? Seeing that he had said enough, the emperor gestured. I will conclude. Grant the East a 10-year trade subsidy. The specific amount will be decided after reviewing the bureaucrats' reports. Let's move on to the next proposal. Aramu and Doeji were very dissatisfied with this outcome, but they could only suppress their emotions. After the meeting, the emperor gave Pears full affirmation. You are excellent, second prince. It's rare to have such a proper assembly. You flatter me, your majesty, Pears said. The emperor felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration at the sight of the disgruntled expressions on the faces of the nobles who usually just nodded along. Why, your majesty? What is it? The emperor asked. A report has arrived from the north. What does it say? The report says that an unprecedentedly large-scale landslide has occurred in the north. At this news, everyone was stunned. The northern city of Eben. How could it be raining so heavily? Roland watched the raindrops. See, could it be? Although there was a rainy season every year, this year's rain was excessively heavy. He recalled his conversation with the head of the Eben family. Due to the excessive rainfall, a landslide is likely to occur centered around the logging camp. What you're seeing now are the research results of a renowned geographer. He had been guarding the Eben territory for decades. A letter from the head mountain man of the logging camp. According to the head mountain man, although the rainy season hasn't started yet, a small outer mountain collapsed a few days ago. The head of the Eben family nodded. Taking precautions in advance is never a bad thing. It's fortunate he's not inflexible. Could it be because he understands the dangers of a landslide? Before the world weakens, seal all the city gates and block the mountain roads. Evacuate the lumberjacks. Although it's not a large-scale strategy, considering the recent extensive logging, they immediately took countermeasures. A landslide will occur in northern Roland. This is Tia's warning to Roland. When the rainy season begins, you must inform the head of the Eben family of this danger. I hope nothing happens. Roland prayed. Open the gates. A voice roared. I am Ferdianus, the head of the Honest family. How dare you block my way? What is the meaning of this? Are you the captain of the guard? Open the gate for me at once. Ferdiller bellowed. The head of the Eben family ordered the gates closed. The guard captain explained. We cannot open them for you until we receive further instructions from him. Do you know who I am? Ferdiller roared again. I'm the queen's father, the head of the Honest family. I am leaving the city to carry out the queen's orders. Open the gate. The gates are closed because there's a high probability of a landslide. It's dangerous for you to go out now. Whether I go out or not is my decision. Open the gate immediately. Since you insist, the guard captain, not wanting to argue further, was about to give in. Just then, Roland walked over and shouted, Wait, it's dangerous to go out now, Lord Honest. Who are you? Ferdiller demanded. I am Roland, head of the Wright Trading Company. It's not just a landslide. With this heavy rain, traveling the mountain roads at this time is very dangerous. Roland patiently explained. Roland, that common girl from the Wright Trading Company. Ferdiller questioned. A commoner dares to speak to me. You must think that having the Wright Trading Company backing you makes you forget your place. Ferdiller roared. Oh, I see. You're stopping me because you know I'm going to the lumber mill, aren't you? No, it's truly dangerous outside. By now, Ferdiller was completely unwilling to listen to any explanation. You think I'll just stand by and watch you monopolize the Trevor lumber? Open the gates this instant. Open the gates, the guard captain said. A landslide? Just how serious is the situation? An urgent report has been sent. The emperor questioned the messenger. Well, your majesty, according to the letter from the Eben family, most of the trade routes have been blocked. The small mountain range near the lumber mill has collapsed. Even a section of Eben City's wall has crumbled. Your majesty, how many casualties are there? Casualties? Yes. What did the Eben family say? The letter from the Eben family didn't mention casualties. Other families are also sending messages. I will report back to you after I've compiled all the information. Your majesty. Very well. Make haste. The head of the Eben family, come with me. This is a serious matter concerning your family. Take a look at this. The emperor handed over the letter. Thank you, your majesty. Speaking of which, although the north is mountainous, landslides are rare, aren't they? The emperor asked. Indeed, your majesty. Although it is the rainy season, the rainfall at this time is usually not heavy. The acting head of the Eben family replied, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Could it be because of that? The emperor turned and asked, given the current situation in the north, we need to formulate a response. What are your thoughts, everyone? Let's set a date to reconvene. Give everyone a few days to consider. We should be able to come up with a solution then. The Lombardy patriarch suggested. Then let's meet again in 2 days. I expect you all to have solutions by then. The emperor made the decision. I'll see you all in 2 days. Doeji was worried. Father should be in the north on business right now. I hope he's all right. Father will be fine. The Annas and Eben families are practically allies. They'll be sure to protect Father first. Tia looked at the rain outside the window. It was the third day of the week, the day her grandfather and the descendants held their small meeting. "Good day, uncles," Tia greeted politely. Vierge glanced at the basket in Tia's hand and teased, "Yes, indeed. This sort of thing is more suited for you. Let Father handle the serious matters. You should stick to tasks befitting your status." "That jerk," Tia cursed inwardly. "I can let other insults slide, but digging up old wounds like that really irritates me." Forcing a smile, she said, "I know how to do business, and I know how to do this kind of business. You must be furious about the construction project. After all, such a huge incident occurred," Tia said pointedly. Vierge and Frent exchanged glances. What huge incident? "Oh my," Tia feigned surprise. "You haven't heard." "Oh dear, it seems no one has told you yet." Vierge yelled, "Just spit it out. Stop beating around the bush." "I'm not telling," Tia teased, waving at Vierge with a smile. "Good luck, uncle." "Damn it." Hearing Vierge curse, Tia stuck out her tongue. "Just you wait. Even though you've reached the construction company, your nightmare has only just begun, Grandpa. I prepared a little treat for you," Tia said sweetly. Her grandfather beamed. Only our Tia remembers her grandpa. "Oh, by the way," Tia began, "I went to the right trading company this morning. I heard something big happened in the north." Her grandfather nodded. "You heard about it too. Then Lombardy will be affected as well, won't it?" Tia asked. "Especially the mining companies and construction. When did my little girl grow up so much?" Her grandfather patted her head affectionately. Tia smirked, her voice filled with pride. "Lately, I'm the smartest one in Lombardy. Didn't you know, Grandpa?" Her words flattered her grandfather immensely. "Ha ha ha. Yes, you're right. After all, you made the courier business a success. So, do you acknowledge my abilities now?" "Everyone says I'm doing well, but only you haven't praised me yet," Tia said coquettishly. "Is Grandpa's praise that important?" Her grandfather asked. "Of course. Who is Grandpa?" Tia replied. "Ha ha." Her grandfather chuckled. "Actually, when I took the family heads to the briefing, I was so proud of you, my granddaughter. So you recognize me now?" "Really?" Tia asked again. Her grandfather nodded. "Of course. So, I have something to tell you," Tia said, "about the landslide in the north. I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? What do you think our Lombardy family should do about the landslide in the north?" Her grandfather asked. "We should help the north, of course. The north is an important part of the empire. We can't turn a blind eye to their crisis," Tia replied. "But that place is so far away, and it doesn't really have much to do with us, does it?" Her grandfather asked. "Although the empire is divided into east, west, north, south, and the center, these places are not completely separate. Whether we like it or not, the families have various connections and trade dealings. We can't just ignore them because the north is far away. Take the mines, for example. Only when the north returns to normal can our Lombardy family's mining industry recover. At a time like this, we must roll up our sleeves and actively help. I believe that in the process of helping the north, there must be ways for our Lombardy family to profit." Her grandfather stroked his beard and continued to ask, "So in your opinion, what should we do first to help the north?" "Rebuild their homes," Tia said. "The most important thing is to help them rebuild their homes so they can get back on their feet. And another thing, make them take responsibility for this." "Responsible?" "Yes," Tia said. The Eben family expanded their logging operations. As a grandlord, they bear a great deal of responsibility. I think besides the Eben family, there's another family that should be held responsible for the landslide. Her grandfather was extremely pleased with Tia's suggestion. "You think just like me. It's so reassuring to have a granddaughter like you." Of course, the most important thing right now is to help the North rebuild smoothly. Yes. And in this process, our Lombardy family needs to be high profile too. Good. How high profile? The trading company has a lot of Treva lumber. Grandpa Frent wants to return that lumber to the north, Tia said. Her grandfather looked surprised. Frent actually has that kind of idea. That's remarkable, right? If we were to sell the lumber to the Anna's family now, they would buy it no matter how expensive it was, Tia added. Of course. After all, the final decision-making power of the right trading company rests with me. And from the beginning, my purpose in collecting Treva lumber was to deal with this landslide. I don't regret not making a profit, because compared to making money off the Anna's family, I have another objective. Mr. Corfin plans to sell Treva wood to the northern families, including the Eben family, without even charging for shipping. I hope the Lombardy family can participate in this as well. For disaster areas, technicians are just as important as materials. Isn't that right, grandfather? Grandfather thought for a moment and said, "It seems you're referring to Lombardi's civil engineering technicians." As expected of grandfather, Tia continued, "Although they should be busy now because of the Anna's family's development project." Grandfather nodded. Tia stealthily observed grandfather's expression. Because of the Anna's family's Western development project, Vierge signed a deferred payment contract. Coupled with the difficulty in supplying lumber, grandfather must have a headache right now. But it just so happens that several technicians from the follow-up team are about to leave for the West. Having them stay in the North for a while wouldn't be a problem, grandfather said. So, Tia asked, "What should we do?" "I'll write to Corfin," grandfather said. "Wow, grandfather will definitely be the most impressive at tomorrow's meeting," Tia praised, once again coaxing grandfather into a good mood. "Haha, you little rascal. Before the meeting, call the acting head of the Eben family and tell him about this." "How about that?" grandfather asked. "Isn't it better to deliver good news in person?" Grandfather asked, "How about you take charge of this?" Grandfather explained, "You personally tell the acting head of the Eben family about this. For me to directly speak formally, with someone acting as the head of the family. That's quite remarkable." Tia thought excitedly. "As long as you entrust it to me, I'll definitely handle it with flair, grandfather," Tia declared, patting her chest. At this moment, the acting head of the Eben family was restless, recalling the letter from the head of the Eben family. Compared to the scale of the landslide, the casualties aren't that serious. This is all thanks to someone from the Wright Trading Company who warned us in advance. Although the sudden, unprecedented downpour was an act of God, that it was our Eben family who recklessly logged the mountain without regard for the consequences to supply the lumber needed by the Anna's family. We even pulled other families into it. From this perspective, this landslide is a man-made disaster. But how should I convey this to the Empress? Just as he was thinking, he heard the announcement. "Her Majesty, the Empress, has arrived. Why is she looking for me so early?" The acting head of the Eben family wondered. The Empress asked as she walked in, "What's the matter?" The acting head of the Eben family stood up, stammering. "Forgive me, Your Majesty," the acting head of the Eben family said, handing over the letter. "The head of the Anna's family, in this landslide, that has perished. What did you say happened to my father?" The Empress asked incredulously. "The head of the Anna's family has passed away," the acting head of the Eben family repeated. "This is a letter delivered by the Eben family this morning." The head of the Anna's family rushed to the logging camp despite being advised against it. He encountered a landslide on the way. The carriage the head of the Anna's family was riding in was unfortunately buried by the falling debris. After receiving the news, the Eben family immediately dispatched soldiers to search for the carriage. Regrettably, by the time it was found, the head of the Anna's family had already passed. The acting head of the Eben family looked up at the Empress. Even the notoriously cold-hearted Empress would inevitably be saddened by the news of her father's death. "I know you must be very grieved, Your Majesty," the acting head of the Eben family said. "Our Eben family will do everything in our power to return the remains of the head of the Anna's family to the imperial capital." Unexpectedly, the Empress asked, "What about the Trevelwood?" The acting head of the Eben family was taken aback. "You mean?" The Empress continued, "The accumulated Trevelwood must be brought back. My father has been personally participating in auctions in the north during this time, accumulating Trevelwood. Can your Eben family help transport that lumber back?" The Empress asked, this?" The acting head of the Eben family stammered, somewhat bewildered. The first thing she said after learning of her father's death in an accident was about the wood. Gathering his thoughts, the acting head of the Eben family said, "As long as you tell us which warehouse the lumber is stored in, we will transport the lumber the head of the Anna's family acquired to the Anna's household. However, we may not be able to supply the Anna's family with Treva wood anymore. After all, rebuilding the Eben territory will also require Trevelwood. I hope Your Majesty understands." Naturally, the Empress said, "I understand the Eben family's position." "Thank you," the acting head of the Eben family said. "Your Majesty, I have other engagements. I'll take my leave." After the acting head of the Eben family left, the Empress coldly ordered, "Summon Dowaji. This matter must be resolved quickly." And then we stop. He's done all sorts of insane things for his own desires. The acting head of the Eben family thought, "We must keep our distance from the Anna's family. The Empress is too dangerous." "I'm here, sister," Dowaji said. What is it? Why did you call me in such a hurry? Dowaji asked. Father has passed away, the empress said flatly. What did you say? Dowaji was stunned, more in disbelief. You said father passed away. That's right, the empress said. After we leave the palace, you must act quickly. Father has passed away. There are many things you need to do. That's too much, sister. Dowaji roared. Father has passed away. How can you not show any grief? Don't be so emotional, Dowaji, the empress said. If we don't pull ourselves together, the responsibility for the landslide in the north will fall entirely on our honest family. However, father's death can shield us from all of this. From another perspective, this might be a good thing. Sister, Dowaji couldn't believe the empress would say such a thing. Dowaji, the empress ordered, you will succeed father and become the next head of the honest family. Emmy, Dowaji asked. That's right. We need someone to succeed father and take that position. Of course, the head of the Dura merchant group probably wants it too, but I can put you in that position. The empress said, this happened suddenly, so you'll need help. For the time being, follow my instructions. Can you do that? The empress's words calmed Dowaji down. Understood, sister. I will do as you say, Dowaji said. Then you must quickly inform everyone of father's death, the empress ordered. From now until the funeral ends, our honest family will be in a period of mourning. So, naturally, we will not be attending tomorrow's assembly. But according to the rules, even during a mourning period, we must attend the assembly. If you say one wrong word there, that old geezer from the Lombardi family, that will bind our honest family hand and foot. The empress glared at Dowaji disapprovingly. Can you handle that? And no, then I'd better not attend, Dowaji quickly said. Good that you understand. You may leave now. Yes, sister. After Dowaji left, the empress angrily swept the things on the table to the floor. Go and inform his majesty immediately. I wish for him to come to the empress's palace. This means, after returning to her chambers, the empress specifically changed her clothes and wiped off her makeup. His Majesty, the Emperor, has arrived. Hearing the announcement, the empress flew into the emperor's arms and burst into tears. I heard about it on my way here. Empress, you must be heartbroken. The emperor consoled her. Just cry as much as you need to in my arms. Sobbing, the acting head of the Eben family limped down from the carriage. This is outrageous. I frequently interact with people from the royal capital. I thought I had built good relationships. I didn't expect them all to reject my pleas for help. They're all so cold and heartless. While complaining, he suddenly heard a question. Are you the acting head of the Eben family? Why, yes. The acting head of the Eben family quickly turned and replied. And you are? I am John, the Lombardi family's butler. The head of the Lombardi family wishes to see you. The Lombardi family. The acting head of the Eben family was puzzled. Soon, the acting head of the Eben family arrived at the Lombardi estate. Tia observed his expression. His face was stiff. Please come in. I'm very sorry about what happened in the north, the head of the Lombardi family said. Thank you. Just surviving is a blessing. The acting head of the Eben family stiffly replied. His tone was polite, but the icy atmosphere was palpable. Tia thought to herself, it makes sense. I heard he spent the whole day seeking help from others, only to be turned away. It's natural he'd be distraught. I am Lantia Lombardi, acting head of the Eben family, Tia said respectfully, bowing deeply. You're the one who saved the young master. Han, the acting head of the Eben family, said stiffly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tia said, extending her hand with a smile. The pleasure is all mine, miss. The acting head of the Eben family hesitantly took her hand. I was shocked to hear about the disaster in the north, Tia said, clasping his hand with both of hers. I asked my grandfather to arrange this meeting because I wanted to offer my assistance. I'm sure you have a lot on your mind. Tia's words deeply moved the acting head of the Eben family. I'm very grateful for your kind words, miss. The head of the Lombardi family cleared his throat. Not to brag about my granddaughter, but although she's just come of age, she has a generous heart and a brilliant mind. This Lombardi Express delivery service is her creation. Oh, is that so? The acting head of the Eben family asked in surprise. Tia nodded with a smile. I prepared some tea to help you relax. Let's talk over a cup. After taking a sip, the acting head of the Eben family praised. This is excellent tea. How was the situation with the disaster? The head of the Lombardi family asked. From what I understand, thankfully, there weren't many casualties, the acting head of the Eben family replied. However, if this continues, the residents of my territory will likely be unemployed by next spring. Is next year the problem right now? The head of the Lombardi family asked, sounding somewhat dismissive. You should be more worried about the impending winter. The northern winters are harsh, aren't they? The acting head of the Eben family paled. You're absolutely right. I heard he went to the Empress's palace this morning. It seems his relationship with the Empress is different now. If he had a good relationship with the Anna's family, he wouldn't have let his guard down like this. Tia mused, maintaining her smile. Now that the Eben family can no longer supply Trevelwood, the Empress naturally won't uphold her end of the agreement. The North is like a kite with its string cut. This incident is the result of the Eben family's recklessness. You shouldn't have overlogged, the head of the Lombardi family said. It would have been better to just apologize. But what about the people who died in the landslide? No one could have predicted such heavy rain, grandfather, Tia said. However, as a lord, you should be prepared for such situations. Oh ho, grandfather, you're so wise, Tia thought to herself. Actually, we're not really disagreeing. Grandfather and I are simply playing our roles according to the script we've written. One of us plays the intimidator, the other the protector. That way, people will naturally rely on the one who protects them. What's the point of assigning blame now, grandfather? Tia said. The most important thing is to help people get back to their normal lives as quickly as possible, right? Acting head of the Eben family. All right, the acting head of the Eben family stammered. The families in the North are currently focused on rebuilding after the disaster. That's wonderful. Actually, the reason I requested this meeting today was to offer you some assistance, Tia continued. The acting head of the Eben family gasped. To rebuild the North, the most crucial resource would be lumber, wouldn't it? Yes, indeed. But we're worried about another landslide, so we can't resume large-scale logging. Because of the landslide, the road to the Trevel logging camp is also blocked. Oh dear, it's fortunate that a trading company has a large supply of unused Trevelwood. They've heard about the situation in the North and are willing to sell the lumber at the original price, Tia said. Is that true? I'll pay any price. The acting head of the Eben family exclaimed excitedly. Immediate payment might be difficult, but give me some time. I could take out a loan. You don't need to worry about that, Tia said understandingly. Our Lombardi family intends to purchase half of the lumber and send it to the North as relief aid. And no, that's too much money. How can I? The acting head of the Eben family stammered, nearly speechless. Yes, the acting head of the Eben family suddenly realized. This is the Lombardi estate. Then we will, with all due respect, accept your kindness. Thank you. All day today, I've been going around asking for help, and everyone refused. I don't know how to express my gratitude. The acting head of the Eben family said, looking at the head of the Lombardi family. The head of the Lombardi family asked, "Why are you looking at me? This matter is entirely being handled by this child." Thank you, Miss Lombardi. The acting head of the Eben family stood and bowed. Natural disasters can happen anywhere. It's at times like these that we should help each other, isn't it? Tia asked, is there anything our Eben family can do to repay this kindness? The acting head of the Eben family asked. Finally getting to the point, Tia smiled. There's one thing, Tia said. What is it? The acting head of the Eben family asked. I hope that at tomorrow's meeting, you'll present a strategy to prevent this from happening again. The best way is to identify those responsible for this landslide and punish them accordingly. Punish them, the acting head of the Eben family thought. The northern part of the southern kingdom has suffered a landslide, Tia continued. It can be said that they have already paid the price. So, they just need to focus on rebuilding. The North has already paid a heavy price for the landslide. This means that the Anna's family, as the culprit of this incident, cannot escape punishment. The acting head of the Eben family pondered these words. Seeing their reaction, Tia was very satisfied. Good, it seems they understand. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. As she was leaving, the acting head of the Eben family bowed respectfully. Well done, the head of the Lombardi family praised. You too, grandfather, Tia said. What? The head of the Lombardi family laughed. All right, you truly are my granddaughter. The way you brought the acting head of the Eben family on board today. That makes me want to cry every time I hear it, no matter how many times I've heard it. I was just showing off the Lombardi family's resources, Tia said. What's wrong with a Lombardi showing off Lombardi resources? The head of the Lombardi family mimicked Tia's tone. Tia laughed happily. Grandfather, you're so cool. The next day, let's begin. Everyone, share your proposed solutions, the emperor said. Like the drought in the east last time, how about reducing taxes for the north? A minister suggested. Ahem, the emperor coughed twice. Reducing taxes. That ultimately means reducing the national treasury's income. It doesn't cost them anything, which is why they dare to make such a suggestion so easily. The emperor was dissatisfied with this proposal. After glancing around the room, he continued, are there no other solutions? Your Majesty, the head of the Lombardi family called out. The emperor looked at him as if he were savior. Oh, do you have any ideas, head of the Lombardi family? The North has been our friend and ally for many years. We, the Lombardi family, cannot ignore their tragedy. Therefore, we have carefully considered how to provide assistance, the head of the Lombardi family said. The others listened, puzzled. Friends and allies for many years. What have they discussed privately? We have reached the following conclusion, the head of the Lombardi family continued. To facilitate the North's swift reconstruction, the Lombardi family has decided to collaborate with a Wright trading company to provide a large quantity of Trevor wood. We will also dispatch the top 5 core technicians from Lombardi Construction to assist the North. Furthermore, we will send a supervisor to the Eben territory to oversee the entire reconstruction process. Oh, a supervisor. The emperor was intrigued. That's a significant responsibility. Who is this supervisor? Your Majesty, the head of the Lombardi family replied. The supervisor for this relief effort is my granddaughter, the daughter of Galen Lombardi, Lantia Lombardi. Lantia. So, Galen's daughter. The emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. The second prince's childhood companion. Yes, that's the one. But you didn't choose Galen. Instead, you chose a young woman to be the supervisor. Addressing this question, the head of the Lombardi family explained, currently, the Wright Trading Company possesses a large supply of Trevor wood. Moreover, Corvin, Wright has been Lance's mentor for many years. I believe my granddaughter will be an asset to the Lombardi family. And the Wright Merchant Guild. Even so, the emperor continued. The head of the Lombardi family was already feeling disgruntled. I'm using my own money to help the North. Why is he being so nitpicky? Suppressing his irritation, he continued to explain, although my granddaughter is young, she's sharp. Even Lombardi's primary business that could be safely entrusted to her. This time, the Lombardi Express delivery business was also her idea. So, the express delivery. The others stirred with excitement. To think that business was the work of the Lombardi granddaughter. As expected of the Lombardi family, not just their children, but even their grandchildren are so capable. It seems the head of the Lombardi family has nothing to worry about. The head of the Lombardi family swelled with pride at the praise. Damn it, I've lost control of the conversation again. The emperor grumbled internally, but maintained a smile. Since the Lombardi family is stepping up, I can't remain idle. The imperial family will also contribute 5,000 gold coins and relief supplies to support the North, and I will dispatch a supervisor to oversee the efforts. If more is needed, we will provide further assistance. The supervisor will be chosen from among those present. The emperor's gaze swept across the room as he spoke. I'm willing to go to the North, Your Majesty, Pears quickly interjected. Like the East, I have also served in the North for a considerable period, Pears stated. Therefore, I am well acquainted with the geographical environment there. I will do my utmost to successfully complete this aid mission on Your Majesty's behalf. The emperor was very pleased with Pears' words. Excellent, truly reliable. Then I appoint the second prince as the supervisor for the Northern Relief Project. Go and assist the North diligently on my behalf. Yes, Your Majesty. Please rest assured and leave it to me. Indeed, different from the first prince. If only his mother wasn't a commoner-born maid. The emperor chuckled, then continued. Now on to the next matter. The next matter is, but Your Majesty, we must investigate the cause of the landslide and hold those responsible accountable. The landslide was a natural disaster. Why investigate the cause? The priority now is to help the North rebuild quickly. Listening to their arguments, the head of the Lombardi family produced a document. Please take a look at this, Your Majesty. What is this? The emperor asked reluctantly, accepting the document. The head of the Lombardi family explained, the reason the landslide didn't cause more casualties is because a geographer hired by the Wright Merchant Guild, while surveying near the northern mines, predicted the landslide, and they informed the head of the Eben family of the danger in advance. Is that true? The emperor looked towards the acting head of the Eben family. Yes, Your Majesty, the acting head of the Eben family nodded. I have confirmed it with my father. The geographer's report clearly identified 2 causes for the landslide, the head of the Lombardi family stated. First, the high rainfall. Second, excessive logging. And, just as the scholar predicted, a severe landslide did occur in the North. The landslide in the North can be considered a man-made disaster. Acting head of the Eben family, the emperor called out, Yes, Your Majesty. What are your thoughts? The emperor inquired, speculating internally. He'll surely claim it was a natural disaster. Who in this world willingly accepts punishment? The acting head of the Eben family began. We, the Eben family, have failed your majesty and the residents of our territory. With a heart full of remorse, we are willing to accept punishment. What? Willing to accept punishment? The emperor was astonished. Yes, your majesty. The acting head of the Eben family lowered his head. Although there was pressure from the Anna's family, we, the Eben family, should have prioritized the well-being of the residents of our territory and the people of the North. We failed in our duty to express our remorse. For the next 5 years, aside from providing for the basic needs of our residents, we will cease all logging operations. Are you saying you will forego lumber for the next 5 years? The emperor was shocked once again. The acting head of the Eben family nodded. Yes, forestry is a crucial industry for the North's profits. They're actually giving it up. This way, the honest family too. The emperor gritted his teeth. Furthermore, if your majesty wishes to impose any other punishments, we will humbly accept them. The acting head of the Eben family bowed deeply as he spoke. Damn it, the Eben family has already said this much. The emperor frowned in displeasure. If I don't punish the Anna's family and let this go, people will surely accuse me of being unjust. And he just mentioned the Anna's family's oppressive nature. So, no matter what, I must punish the Anna's family. The emperor then asked, what about a fine? A fine? I think that's appropriate, Pears said. A fine is the lightest punishment for nobles, and it allows them to save face. This should work. The emperor thought to himself, this landslide not only caused the wall to collapse, but there were also casualties. The head of the Lombardi family said, this isn't something that can be resolved with a mere fine. Pears retorted, but a fine has its advantages, doesn't it? Your Majesty, you can impose a hefty fine and use a portion of it to subsidize the reconstruction of the North. I think that would be very meaningful. Pears' words made the emperor hesitate for a moment before bursting into laughter. That's a wonderful idea. Fine the Anna's family 10,000 gold coins, 5,000 of which will be used for the Northern Reconstruction Project. Hearing the emperor's final decision, the head of the Lombardi family glared at Pears with displeasure. Annoying fellow. Pears, however, turned to the head of the Lombardi family and gave him a bright smile. Thinking to himself, I'll be able to see you soon, Tia. 10,000 gold coins. The empress roared. It might be all right usually, but now when funds are tight, are we going to sell the Western territory? Dowaji asked. If we continue to sell off the territory to Western families, it might jeopardize our position as representatives of the West. Dowaji asked, then what should we do? We need to sell the land to someone who, even if they hold the Western territory, won't threaten our position. Send this letter to the Sexiu family, the empress ordered. On the uphill road leading to the north, Pears sat in the carriage, looking out the window, recalling his conversation with Rigny. What exactly are you looking for? I haven't found anything. I think continuing to investigate the Light Trading Company will only be a waste of time. I don't have any concrete evidence either, but something feels off. Is strange. As a merchant, not seeking profit, even willing to incur losses. This is purely a political move, with the Anna's family frantically buying up lumber. The profit from that batch of Treva would be astronomical. After spending so much, they ended up using it as relief supplies for the Northern Reconstruction. Investigate the Light Trading Company again, and focus on Kali Van Light. That should unravel all the questions. What was the Light Trading Company's purpose in hoarding Treva wood? Could it be, like me, because of the Empress's Western development? Pears kept pondering this question. But the Light Trading Company didn't sell the lumber they bought to the Anna's family. They've been buying Treva lumber since a year ago. At first, they only bought a small amount. The large-scale purchases began after the news spread, and, surprisingly, they ceased all activity before the landslide. Kali Van Light, what is your perspective on this world? What's your next plan? And don't you intend to become one of my people? Although Kali Van Light was closely associated with the Lombardi family, after becoming independent, he took a different path. Despite their long history, the only remaining connection between Kali Van Light and the Lombardi family is a student Tia. Tia sneezed. Pears quickly asked, have you caught a cold? He then took off his cloak and placed it on Tia. Thank you, Pears. Tia smiled. I think I brought some cold medicine. Wait a moment. It's all right. I can take it later. No, Pears said firmly. You should take medicine as soon as possible. Isn't that what you told me? You're a little warm. Let's stop the group for a moment. I'll get the medicine. Wait for me. After taking the medicine, Tia fell asleep. But when she woke up, it was already dark. How many hours did I sleep? It's so dark already, Tia muttered to herself. It seems Pears' medicine was very effective. Tia stretched. Miss Tia, you're awake, Avinos asked. Oh, Master Avinos. Yes, I had a good sleep. I feel much better, Tia replied. That's good. I heard you had a cold. I was worried about you. You needn't have worried. Are we staying the night here? Yes, we are. Tia looked around and asked, Where's His Highness? He stepped out for a moment, Avinos replied. After a brief silence, Tia asked, Would it be all right if I went for a walk? Certainly, Miss Landia, Avinos nodded. There are guards patrolling the area, so you needn't worry. But please don't wander too far. I was just feeling a bit restless. Oh, good. There's a knight coming from that direction. I suppose I can walk a little further that way. Tia hummed a song as she walked. Wow, her eyes lit up. There's a place like this here. So beautiful. What's that sound? Pears. Tia froze. Pears was bathing in the lake. Startled by the sight, Tia accidentally brushed against a branch behind her, making a noise. Hearing the sound, Pears quickly turned around. Tia, it's me. I'm so sorry. Tia quickly turned her back. I didn't mean to peek. I just heard a noise and came to check. I'm really sorry. Wait, Pears called out. Tia kept backing away, continuing to apologize. I'm sorry, but I didn't see anything important. I only saw your upper body. Really, I just slipped. Tia suddenly stumbled backward. Luckily, Pears reacted quickly and caught her in his arms. Tia, that was dangerous. Be careful. Pears leaned in close to Tia's ear and whispered, The most dangerous thing here right now. Tia's face flushed crimson, is your breathtakingly handsome face. Seeing Tia's blush, Pears reached out and touched her forehead. Are you all right? You still feel a little feverish. Huh? Tia snapped back to reality and quickly stepped back. I'm so sorry. Pears, I saw the lake and just came a look. I formally apologize. It's all right. I should have gone back as soon as I realized someone was there. Calming down, Tia suddenly noticed the scars covering Pears' body. Where are all these? Tia asked. So many scars. How badly were you hurt? It's normal to get injured during training, Pears replied. What kind of training is this brutal? And wouldn't training be with wooden swords? Tia asked, frowning. Sword fighting is ultimately a contest between the intent to kill and the instinct to survive. It's hard to improve without real swords. Then tell me, Pears, who gave you these scars? This is clearly being done under the guise of training, but with another purpose. I don't know, Pears said, because these aren't from training. Tia was stunned. It seems the Empress sent assassins again. I always forget that even though I've entered Pears' life, wanting to pave a better path for him, it's not that easy. Your life is still so dangerous. It must have been so painful. Tia reached out to touch a scar. The sudden touch made Pears flinch instinctively. Noticing his reaction, Tia looked up. Their eyes met. After a few seconds, Tia took a step back. They both spoke at the same time. I should head back to the carriage. It's getting late. The next day, we arrived safely at the Ebon territory. The residents, seeing us as if we were a relief supply vanguard, raised their hands in welcome. However, the problem arose after we entered the Ebon estate. Welcome, Your Highness, Miss Lombardi and Mr. Lumen. I am a second son of the Ebon family, Eugen Ebon. Avinos and I are one thing, Tia thought, but His Highness brought relief supplies to the Ebon family on imperial orders. The acting head of the family coming out to greet us. Politically speaking, this is a grave discourtesy. Where is the head of the Ebon family? Pears asked. There was a new landslide early this morning. My father rushed out to deal with it. He should be back for dinner to greet you. Eugen replied, I apologize, Your Highness. I'm glad to see the head of the family prioritizing the safety of the residents. Pears said, Then I'll go and have the dinner prepared. Please rest and recover from your journey. I'll send someone to fetch you later. All right, Your Highness. See you later, Tia, Pears said, turning to Tia with a gentle voice. Okay, Tia nodded. Things have been a little awkward between them since the incident by the lake. It couldn't be helped. After all, the atmosphere that day was bound to be awkward. It seems the head of the Ebon family is trying to make things difficult for Pears, Tia thought, recalling the events at dinner. We won't accept the funds, the head of the Ebon family said. Father, Eugen exclaimed. You're defying the Emperor's orders, Pears stated. I'm only saying we won't accept the money, but I will shamelessly accept the relief supplies from Lombardi and Lumen, the head of the Ebon family replied. Why? Pears asked, puzzled. This incident was caused by our Ebon family's mistake. We simply want to take responsibility, the head of the Ebon family explained. There's no need to take such a roundabout and risky path. These are relief funds gathered out of concern for the North. Please reconsider, Pears urged. But the head of the Ebon family remained firm. The Ebon family will take full responsibility for the incident in the North. Once the opening is clear, I'll have to go back out. I'll take my leave now. With that, the head of the Eben family departed. Very well, Pears nodded. Thank you for coming all this way. Miss Lombardi and Mr. Lumen, I'll see you later. The next day, Miss Tia, Lumen, it's been a while. Was the journey tiring? Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. It's you who's been working hard so far away. But you seem to be adapting well. Thanks to Miss Tia. Let me take you to the office. So, how have you been lately? Tia asked. Since we stopped buying lumber, I've had a lot more free time. I almost feel bad for the others, Lumen replied. You've worked hard during this time, Tia said with a smile. You can rest now. According to Kali, the Mona Company has been causing trouble. I heard their head, Nosy, is in the capital. But who is this person giving you trouble in the north? Tia inquired. Lumen scratched his cheek and said, well, they're not easy to deal with. Not easy to deal with. Are they deceitful and cunning? Tia's interest was piqued. This is the first time I've heard Lumen give such an assessment of someone. This person doesn't seem to rely on schemes or tricks. They're young, but they never miss a single auction. And they always attend in person, Lumen said. This woman possesses the necessary boldness for auctions. Almost all the items I couldn't attend the auctions for myself were snatched up by the Mona Company. Tia was stunned. Are you saying the head of the Mona Company is a woman? Yes, a woman named Ramona. Judging by the fact she doesn't use a surname, she's probably a commoner. What did you say her name was? Tia asked again, incredulous. Ramona. Miss Tia, if it's Ramona, she was Pear's lover in the past life. So she's here now, as the vice head of the Mona Company, handling matters related to Treva Lumber. It seems she's been handling all of it, Lumen explained. She and Pears graduated from the academy together, so I figured I'd hear her name sooner or later. I just didn't expect her to be with the Mona Company. Tia's mood suddenly dampened. Noticing the shift in Tia's demeanor, Lumen quickly asked, Miss Tia, is something wrong? I'm fine, Tia replied. I'm just curious about her. She must be quite talented to earn such high praise from you. Honestly, Lumen said, she really is talented. I've even considered trying to recruit her for the light company. Seeing her passion for work, I feel like I can entrust her with anything. Lumen was always strict, and Ramona had clearly won him over quickly. Miss Ramona is still in the Eben territory. You might run into her. She's still in Eben. Like you said, Tia forced a smile. I really hope I run into her. Elsewhere, it's been a while. Ramona, Pears said, removing his hat. Seeing Pears, Ramona stood up with a bright smile and exclaimed, Your Highness, I'll get you some refreshments. Don't you have a sweet tooth? Ramona said, blushing. No need, Pears replied. I have to leave soon. Let's hear the report first. Ramona glanced at the cake on the table with a disappointed look. Let's discuss while we look over the report. You've worked hard, Ramona, Pears said, looking at the report. Thanks to your steady supply of lumber to Alaska, we successfully tricked them out of their budget. It's fortunate to have someone as reliable as you by my side. Thank you, Your Highness. I'm glad I could help, Ramona said, blushing. Did you investigate the head of the Eben family? Pears asked. I did, Ramona answered. He's a typical northern nobleman. While lenient with his own people and the residents of his territory, he's very exclusionary. I hear he originally had a bold personality, but long-term illness has changed him. Has his personality really changed? Pears asked, did something happen between you and the head of the Eben family? Ramona asked, puzzled. He refused the relief funds, Pears said. What? Ramona exclaimed. To be precise, Pears explained, he refused to accept money from the royal family. He accepted the supplies Lombardi and Lumen prepared, though. But I don't understand, Ramona said. Given the current state of the North, he should accept all the help he can get. Not to mention anything else. Just the Eben territory alone suffered casualties among the guards due to the collapsed wall. And the wall fell towards the residential area, crushing many houses. The people who lost their homes are still living in tents nearby. Ramona, I have a favor to ask. Take me there now. Soon, the two arrived at the disaster area. Down there, Pears said. Yes, Ramona agreed. That's where the commoners' houses are concentrated. But why is it so quiet? Because there's another area. Since that area is close to the forest where monsters appear, personnel have been dispatched there. I see, Pears frowned. Suddenly, the sound of crying came. A child was sitting on the rubble, sobbing. Child, why are you crying? Ramona asked, approaching. I'm hungry, the child cried. Oh, Ramona crouched down. Then, do you want to go to the bakery up ahead with me and get something good to eat? Go tell your parents. We'll be back quickly. Mommy and Daddy aren't here. Daddy went to work at the north wall. The child replied. Mommy. Ramona froze, momentarily unsure how to comfort the child. After a long pause, Ramona consoled. It's okay, don't cry, child. Pears stood by, silent, his face grim. Suddenly, Pears strode towards the rubble. Ah, wait here for a moment, Ramona quickly said to the child. Your Highness, do you need my help? Ramona asked. No, this isn't something you should get involved in, Pears said. I apologize, Ramona said. Pears stopped and turned. All right, once the matters in the north are settled, you can return to the royal capital. I'll fulfill my promise to you then. Yes, I understand. Come on, let's go get you some bread. A few days later, this will cause a disaster if it continues. Father, Eugen said anxiously. It's nothing, the head of the Eben family said coldly. The residents of the territory are suffering much more than I am. If you truly want to help them, accept the royal family's relief funds. I have to go. The head of the Eben family ignored his words. Father, Eugen called out. Don't you understand? The head of the Eben family roared. We can't have any more entanglements with the Dullery royal family. It won't benefit us. This incident is also because Lang Chin-tae involved the royal family. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have entrusted family matters to Lang Chin-tae. I didn't expect his judgment to be so flawed, but he's completely blind. Listen, you've met the second prince. You should know, the first prince is no longer our lifeline, even though it's relief aid. But it's still Anaskar's money. Accepting it will have consequences. So, it's better if we handle this ourselves. Father is a man of principle. He prefers giving to receiving. But Eugen is very worried. This can't go on. Father has become increasingly suspicious. If he continues to resist, the only ones who will suffer are the people of the north. So, Eugen went to find Pears. What is it, Eugen Eben? Pears asked. Eugen swallowed. Although I'm prepared to be punished by Father, I'm not afraid. I'm sorry, Father. Your Highness, I heard you're managing the relief funds and are preparing a document for the Eben family and the neighboring territories. Eugen began, then paused. Pears prompted. This is a detailed damage report submitted by the lords of the landslide-affected areas, Eugen explained. And this is the compensation they've requested from the Eben family. With this document, that even without Father's consent, you can directly distribute the relief funds to each region. Although I've been in Eben territory for 10 days, the transfer of lumber to the northern regions is still nowhere in sight. Lumen came to see me to report on the Wright Trading Company. Starting tomorrow, we'll open the second warehouse. Besides the 50 timbers for the Eben family, the remaining 130 will be distributed evenly among the surrounding territories. Why has the warehouse opening been delayed? Is a shortage of manpower? Tia asked. Lumen nodded. Yes, so we plan to recruit some people from the neighboring Joring territory. Do as you see fit, Tia smiled. You must be busy. Thank you for coming all this way. Lumen quickly replied. Everyone's busy these days. Autumn has arrived in the north so quickly, Tia said, looking out the window. It gets cold here soon after summer, Lumen replied. You should keep warm, Miss Tia. Don't mention it. Father has already sent so many autumn clothes through the family's tailor shop. It seems Lord Gin is also worried about you. After all, this is your first time away from the Lombardi family. He didn't need to send so many. I can't possibly wear them all. Well, I should change for tonight's banquet now. I'll help you. After changing into her gown, Tia fiddled with the hair clip in her hand. Why does this clip suit this dress best? After what happened with Pears, is it appropriate to wear it? Should I wear it or not? Seeing Tia lost in thought, Lumen quickly asked, What's wrong, Miss Tia? Tia snapped back and asked, Does this hair ornament suit this dress? It's quite large. Lumen looked and nodded. Yes, it's like it was made for the dress. Tia continued to look at the clip in her hand, thinking, it suits it so well. It would be strange not to wear it. After putting on the clip, Tia walked out, saying goodbye to Lumen. I'll see you at the Wright Trading Company tomorrow then. Lumen turned and saw Pears already waiting outside. Akalu, paras. Tia quickly greeted him. Why would I run into him here? Hello, Tia, Pears said. I'm here to escort you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Glancing at Lumen behind Tia, Pears asked, Is that person? Dot from the Wright Trading Company. Lumen bowed respectfully. Tia looked over. It seemed he already knew who Lumen was. Yes, Tia explained. He heard I was in Eben territory and came to say hello. We've known each other since we were young. We're quite close. I see. Well, let's go, Tia. Pears extended his hand towards Tia. Tia's heart was racing. Calm down. He's just escorting me. They quickly arrived at the entrance to the banquet hall. We're here already. Tia felt a pang of disappointment. All right, let's go in. Tia withdrew her hand, but the next second, Pears grasped it tightly once more. Pears! Tia looked at him questioningly. Tia, this is for you. A token of my vow, Pears whispered. Tia's heart leaped again. Why has my heart been beating so fast since earlier? It keeps making me think of that. It's that very beautiful. I wear it often, Tia said. Really? It looks good on you, Pear smiled. Tia looked at their hands, her face flushing crimson again. Is my hand crazy? Why am I holding Pear's hand so tightly? Tia, Pears called. Tia looked up. He's so handsome. Even his voice is so pleasant. Pears, Tia calmed herself. We can't do this. Do what? Pears asked, puzzled. Tia mumbled, avoiding his gaze. Don't you have someone you're seeing? I'm not interested in men who are already taken. Someone I'm seeing. Do you? Paras kuntarat. Tia, realizing her awkwardness, stammered, Pears doesn't know yet that I mean about Ramona. I mean like the women you see at the academy. I'm not seeing anyone. Pears stated. No. Tia asked. No. Pears nodded. Tia looked at him. His expression didn't seem like a lie. Pears would never lie to me. So they aren't in that kind of relationship yet. The banquet ended quickly. The head of the Eben family was absent again today. Eugen Eben didn't stay long either. But Miss Tia, does he not like me? Avinos cried, tugging at Tia's skirt. Who gave him alcohol? Tia didn't know how to handle the situation. Behind her, Pears was striding towards them. Quickly, Pears firmly pulled Avinos' hand away. I apologize, Miss Lombardi. I was out of line. Avinos apologized. Tia breathed a sigh of relief. He finally sobered up. It's all right. By the way, who is he? Tia asked. A young lady I admire. Avinos replied. I fell in love with her at first sight at a reading meeting in the capital. After that, I saw her several times at banquets and various gatherings. I gave her gifts and invited her to tea. I thought she felt the same way about me. But then I heard that her family is arranging a marriage for her soon. If she marries someone else, I feel like I won't be able to live. Avinos started crying again, and she personally told me about the impending marriage. She told you herself. Tia asked. Yes, and it's not even a love match. It's an arranged marriage. Right, Master Avinos, have you confessed your feelings to this young lady? Although I haven't confessed directly, I've expressed my feelings. For example, I found rare books for her, sent her flowers, and invited her to tea when I had good tea leaves. It seems you've done everything but confess. Master Avinos, you need to confess. You have to make your feelings clear. Tia said, I think there's a reason she told you about the engagement, even though it's not finalized yet. You need to confess your feelings, Master Avinos. Love without confession isn't love. Love without confession isn't love. Pears repeated Tia's words. That's right, Tia nodded. Exactly, Avi. Tia stopped, turning to look at Pears. Why are you listening so intently? Southern Sir Schwill, are you feeling better? Carlton Schwill, the new head of the Schwill family, asked. Much better, the old woman nodded. Are the preparations for your trip to the capital going smoothly? Very smoothly, Aunt. I was quite worried when you suddenly summoned me. Is something the matter? I heard something strange today. I heard you're going to the capital tomorrow because you received a letter from the Empress. Yes, that's correct. You've worked in the palace for so long. You can't possibly be unaware of the royal family situation. I trust you'll make the right judgment for the Schwill family. Be wary of the Anastasi family, Carlton. You absolutely cannot trust them. I'll keep that in mind. Aunt, is this where the royal administrators distribute food to the people? Yes, over there. They're distributing food not only to the Eben family, but to all the residents of the territories affected by the landslide. Also, it seems the royal family has also allocated relief funds to the lords. Relief funds? Tia asked. Yes, Lumen nodded. Didn't I tell you yesterday? The Joran territory hired people from outside to start the reconstruction project. But it seems like it's not just the Joran territory. All the territories have increased their support. The only person who could do this is Pears. Tia interjected. Even though the Eben family stepped forward to resolve this issue. But they don't have this much money. Was he planning this yesterday when he was talking with Eugen at the dinner? Pears did a good job, Tia said, turning around. Because of the head of the Eben family's stubbornness, the ones who are truly suffering are the residents of the territory, Lumen observed. But His Highness and the head of the Eben family have grown distant because of this. What should we do? We need the northern votes when it's time to elect the crown prince, don't we? How long do you think the head of the Eben family can hold out? Tia asked. What's important is the future appointment of the crown prince, isn't it? So that's why you're going to see Eugen Eben today. Lumen asked, surprised. I came to the north for 2 reasons, Tia said. One is to build a bridge between Lombardy and Right, and to ensure the North's reconstruction is completed smoothly. And the other is to establish a connection with the next head of the Eben family in advance. The head of the Eben family accepted the lumber prepared by Lombardy on the spot, and it was Eugen Eben who suggested meeting at the bridge reconstruction site today. Haven't I accomplished all the goals of my trip trip to the north. As expected of Miss Tia, Lumen said admiringly. Tia laughed. I feel like Lumen's reactions are becoming more and more like Pear's. Then I'll go prepare the carriage. Please wait a moment, Lumen said. Wah wah, mommy. A little girl fell to the ground and started crying loudly. Oh dear, are you all right? Let me see. Tia hurried forward and helped the girl up. We need to put some medicine on this. Looking at the little girl's wound, Tia felt a pang of sympathy. Lizzie, are you okay? A figure came running over. Oh dear, your clothes are torn. I'll sew them up for you later. Tia looked at the newcomer, puzzled. Is she this girl's guardian? The little girl's words of thank you, Sister Ramona, surprised both Tia and Ramona. Excuse me. Ramona turned to Tia and said, did she get your clothes dirty? No, it's fine. Tia said, because of the landslide, these children have lost their homes. I'm temporarily responsible for taking care of them while their parents are at the reconstruction site. But this is my first time taking care of children, so I'm still not very skilled, Ramona explained. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. Looking at Ramona, Tia felt a pang of guilt. She's so kind. I thought she wasn't a very good person. I'm so ashamed. You're such a good person. I'm just doing what I can, and I haven't been very busy lately. By the way, my name is Ramona. I work at the Mona Company. Ramona introduced herself. Ramona was a genuine and pure person, not pretentious at all. Tia even felt a sense of inadequacy. But at the same time, a feeling of not wanting to be outdone arose in her heart. So, Tia stepped forward. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Tia Lombardi. Tia extended her hand towards Ramona. Elle Lombardi, Ramona stammered. But by the way, are the relief supplies for the children insufficient? Tia asked. I heard you say you were going to sew her clothes earlier. Ramona sighed. The children here only received one piece of clothing each, although they also received fabric that can be used to make clothes. Listening to Ramona, Tia also sighed. Where would they find the time to make clothes for these children who have lost their homes due to the landslide? I understand. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. It must be hard work doing good deeds, Tia said as she turned around. It was an honor to meet you, Miss Tia, Ramona said. Tia turned and looked directly at Ramona. Goodbye, Mississippi, goodbye, Miss Tia. Ramona froze after saying this. Ramona watched Tia's departing back as she was about to get into the carriage, puzzled. Did she misspeak? She really is an amazing person, Ramona thought. It's only natural for someone like her. Miss Ramona, a voice called out. Miss Lumen. Ramona came back to her senses. The Wright Merchant Guild has a building nearby. I think the children could play safely there. What do you think? Lumen asked. Ramona hesitated. If you're willing to let the children stay there, we would be very grateful. Also, please go and get some refreshment for the children. Miss Tia wanted to help Miss Ramona, so she specifically asked me to do this before she left. What? It seems Miss Ramona made a good impression on Miss Tia. Thank you, Ramona said. Someone like her, the second prince's childhood friend. Wow, it's so spacious here. They even gave us cookies. Arriving at the place Lumen mentioned, the children were thrilled. You need to stop this reckless behavior immediately, the head of the Eben family said disapprovingly. Reckless behavior. Pears asked, your behavior in disregarding me, the head of the Eben family, and arbitrarily distributing relief funds to the Northern Lords. The head of the Eben family stated, you say charity. I don't quite understand. If this isn't charity, then what is it? I made it clear to you. The North will not accept relief funds from the royal family. This is our matter. We will find a way to handle it ourselves. The head of the Eben family roared. But even so, you still distributed relief funds to the Northern Lords. Isn't that right? Even now, you still refuse to accept relief funds from the royal family. Of course. In that case, there's nothing I can do. Jiro Eben, Pear stood up and said, I gave you a chance. I gave you the chance, as the person in charge of this landslide disaster, to fulfill your obligation for post-disaster reconstruction. But now, I believe you are not qualified for this opportunity. Pear's words made the head of the Eben family tremble. These are letters from the Lords, using the relief funds I distributed. Pear slapped the document on the table. Food and medicine, as well as manpower that could be invested in reconstruction efforts. All of these are necessities for the disaster area. The Lords and residents of the disaster area couldn't receive timely assistance. They could only wait. This is all because of you, the head of the Eben family. Even so, they still chose to wait. Because they believed you when you said you would take responsibility, but they didn't know that you didn't have the ability to bear that responsibility. That's why I took action personally and gave you a chance. But now I think you're hopeless. Once this matter is settled, I will propose to His Majesty that your position as head of the family be revoked. Jiro Eben, you're no longer qualified to represent the North. Why you can't do this? The head of the Eben family became agitated. Think carefully. Who exactly am I? Pear said. Make your choice, head head of the Eben family. Jiro Eben, do you want to admit your mistakes and relinquish your position? Or do you want the entire Eben family to bear the responsibility? As soon as Pears finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. This is a landslide. Thank you very much for coming to inspect the bridge reconstruction site in person, Miss Lombardi. Eugen said, I received a letter from my brother last night and understand the situation. I heard that when everyone else turned a blind eye, you were the first to extend a helping hand. It's all thanks to Miss Lombardi's efforts that the bridge reconstruction project has been able to progress so quickly. I won't forget this kindness. You're too kind, Mr. Eben. Tia smiled. Someone came rushing towards Eugen. Master Eugen, the head of the family is looking for you urgently. You should hurry back to the mansion. Understood. You go back quickly. I want to stay here and look around a bit more, Tia said. All right, then I'll see you at the mansion. Eugen bowed and said. After looking around, Tia got into the carriage and stretched. We should need more supplies for the next few days. I really want to go back and take a bath. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. What happened? Tia asked. It seems the wheel of the Eben family's carriage has fallen off. They're stuck up ahead. What should we do? Oh, is that so? Then I'll make him owe me a favor. I've imposed on your help again, Eugen said apologetically. Thank you so much, Miss Lombardi. It was nothing, Tia smiled, but I didn't help you for free. I'm going to hold the Eben family head accountable for this favor. My father rarely calls me back in such a hurry. Eugen said, I wonder what happened. Although he said that, I could tell from his expression that he probably already had an idea. The news of Pears distributing relief funds to the lords should have spread by now, and the person who helped Pears was Eugen himself. Now that the Eben family head is urgently calling him back, he must be very anxious. Just as she was thinking this, the carriage suddenly shook violently. I'm sorry, the road is slippery. I lost control for a moment. The coachman apologized. Tia smiled and smoothed things over. It's been raining since dawn. The roads must be very slick. Wait, something feels wrong. It's too quiet here. Tia looked out the window. It's as if all the wild beasts in the mountains have left. Hurry up, Tia shouted. We need to get back to the city quickly. The next second, countless pieces of rubble rained down on the carriage. Get down. Tia quickly pushed Eugen's head down. Elsewhere, Pears was rushing towards them with a group of people as fast as possible. Before the landslide, someone witnessed a carriage traveling on the road get buried under the rocks. Pears recalled the recent report. Did they see whose carriage it was? The carriage bore the Lombardi family crest. W.H. what? Pears grabbed Jiro Eben by the collar and demanded, Eben, do you realize what you've done? Tia, you must hold on until I find you. Soon, they arrived at the scene. The rocks are too big, Jiro Eben said. Move all the stones that can be moved. And you, go back to the city immediately and bring any tools that can break rocks. Lancia Lombardi cannot die here. If she dies, it won't just be me giving up the position of family head. Everyone, hurry up. Make way. Pears yelled. Ow, my head hurts. Tia forced herself to sit up. Eugen, she called out. Eugen was lying there motionless. He had fainted. Tia looked up at the carriage roof. So, we're trapped here after all. At least air can flow in through the cracks. And, thankfully, the carriage I'm in is sturdy enough. Someone should come to rescue us soon. To prevent this from happening again, I think I'll have to carry a survival kit with me from now on. This is so scary. Even though I know there's airflow and wind coming in, I still feel a little short of breath. Where are we? Eugen opened his eyes and asked. You're awake, Tia said quickly. Eugen, we seem to have been caught in a landslide and are trapped underneath. Oh, is that so? Eugen said. Miss Lombardi, are you all right? I'm a little injured, but I'm okay. That's good to hear. I need to get up. Eugen struggled to sit up, but a sharp pain stopped him. You might be injured too. Don't force yourself to get up. Just lie down. All right. I'm sorry, Miss Lombardi, Eugen said. What are you sorry for? Tia asked. This slope that should have undergone further landslide prevention work. Eugen said, I should have argued with my father more forcefully. It's all because of my indecisiveness that Miss Lombardi has been dragged into this. Eugen struggled to sit up. Will we ever see the light of day again? Eugen looked up at the carriage roof and asked. We just need to hold on here for a few more days, Tia said. Hold on for a few more days. Sunlight will definitely shine into this carriage again. But I know, generally speaking, once a landslide happens, everyone trapped will die. But this time is different, Tia said. Miss Lombardi, Eugen said. Wait a moment. Tia turned around and rummaged through her things. As expected, Ramona was worried I'd get hungry on the road, so she packed me some snacks. This is a huge help. This bread was just baked this morning, and there are 2 bottles of water. I'm sorry to say this, but if you were trapped here alone, it would be very difficult for you to hold on, Tia said. But now, I'm here with you. That means there must be a lot of people mobilized outside, searching for our carriage. Because I'm a Lombardi, they'll definitely use all their resources to save me, including His Highness, the second prince, of course. Everyone will come to save us, Tia said with absolute certainty. So we just need to hold on until they remove all the soil and rocks above us. Actually, I'm not just saying these words for Eugen Eben, but also for myself to calm my growing unease. So I must persevere, because he will definitely come and save me. Lombardi family estate. Head of the family. A butler rushed in. What's all the commotion? The elderly man asked. Miss Tia Lombardi has been caught in a landslide. What? The elderly man was startled. This is a letter from the Eben family. The elderly man took the letter, opened it, and quickly scanned the contents. Father, Gailhan asked anxiously, Tia, the head of the Eben family says in the letter that Tia Lombardi was caught in a landslide, the elderly man said. She's currently missing. Gailhan stumbled back a few steps, his face pale. Shauna quickly supported him. Gailhan, what did you just say? Shauna asked, her voice trembling. A landslide? That's impossible. How could Tia be caught in a landslide? The letter doesn't say that Tia is injured or anything like that, the elderly man continued. It just says that her carriage was swept away by the landslide. Gailhan's body trembled uncontrollably. Calm down, Gailhan. The elderly man roared, gripping Gailhan's shoulders. You're Tia's father. If even you lose your composure, what will she do? Father, you're right. Gailhan regained his composure. My Tia must be waiting for us to rescue her. I'll go to Eben immediately. Please allow me to take the Lombardi Knights with me. Take the entire Knight Order with you. The twins are fast on horseback. They will definitely be helpful, Shauna said. I'll go to the Lombardi mine in Eben and see if there's any equipment that can assist with the rescue. We'll handle the rest ourselves. If there's any news from Eben, I'll send you a message by carrier pigeon. Gailhan, you leave now. Thank you, Father. John, prepare the carriage. Yes, head of the family. I'm going to the palace to request that the Lombardi Knights be allowed to pass without inspection. Father, Shauna called out. The elderly man stopped. Tia will be all right, Shauna said. Indeed. After all, she's my Lombardi granddaughter. She's a strong child, so she'll definitely be all right. Shauna turned and quickly wrote a letter. Take this letter to the Wright Merchant Guild immediately, she instructed. And you must give it to Corey Van Wright personally. Don't give it to anyone else. Northern Guardhouse. We haven't rested for 2 days. I am exhausted. Tell me about it. Do you think Master Ugent is still alive? Don't say things like that. Pears hacked at the rocks. Even though he was breathless from exhaustion, he refused to stop. Your Highness, please rest for a while. Let go of me. If you continue to overexert yourself using your sword aura, you might never be able to use a sword again. Let go. Pears yelled. If Tia isn't here, I have no reason to use my bow. Damn it, if only we had more men. Captain, someone's coming over there. T looks like soldiers from other regions. That crest. Captain did it south road. We are from Paysent, Wirtz, Bonape, and Impalia. We've been dispatched by the royal family to assist in the rescue of Miss Lombardi. How many days has it been? Tia curled up, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Eugen Eben should be asleep by now. But is he really just asleep? Tia felt a pang of anxiety. Calm down. He must be asleep. Focus. Listen to his breathing. Hearing Eugen's even breathing, Tia sighed in relief. That's good. When we were first trapped here, we still talked a little. But as time passed, our conversations became less and less. Fatigue and hunger gradually set in. To conserve energy, we started sleeping more. Now, all I can do is occasionally look at the carriage roof or check if Eugen Eben is still alive. And when I'm really thirsty, I take a small sip of water. Sometimes I have the urge to just not drink all the water at once. But I can't give up, because if I just hold on a little longer, just a little bit more, I'll definitely be rescued. I'll definitely leave this cramped, dark place as if nothing ever happened. Return to my normal life. Meanwhile, outside, I have to say that the Lombardi family is truly powerful. On the second day, soldiers from the central region arrived. and soldiers from other regions also gradually came to help. The mercenaries hired by the Right Merchant Guild that were also ready for the rescue. Immediately after, that equipment transported from the Lombardy mines arrived. The rescue efforts picked up speed, but in the face of fleeting time, human strength seemed even more insignificant. It was the 4th day since the accident. Miss Lumen, have some warm tea. Thank you, Miss Ramona. You seem to have a good relationship with Miss Lombardi, Ramona asked. The reason I work at the Right Merchant Guild is because of Miss Lombardi. She gave me a bigger dream. Lumen said, I think besides me, there are many others who are indebted to her. Because she's a good person, Lumen said in a low voice. It seems many people like her, Ramona smiled. Someone's coming over there. Someone shouted. It sounds like the Lombardi people. Hearing the voice, Lumen ran over as fast as she could. Miss Ramona, I have to go. Young Master Galehan. Lumen called out. Her mind was filled with disbelief. Even riding as fast as possible, it should have taken at least a week to get here. He arrived in just 4 days. Where's Tia? Galehan asked abruptly. Where is Tia? Faced with Galehan's urgency, Lumen didn't know how to answer. That she's still down there. Galehan's body trembled again. Young Master Galehan. Corey Van Wright supported him. Master Corey, Galehan cried out. Are you all right? Corey asked. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Galehan said. Where is His Highness the Second Prince now? Galehan asked. Wait, that person. Could that be Pears? The twins stared at Pears' figure in disbelief. Lumen explained. He finally collapsed from exhaustion. He can't even lift his bow anymore. After the accident, he just kept swinging his sword. We tried to stop him, to make him rest. But everyone who tried to stop him was seriously injured. To split the large rocks we needed. His Highness's help as a master swordsman. Young Master Lombardi. The Eben family head hurried after him, shouting, Please listen to me. But Galehan glared at him. Startled, the Eben family head dared not go any further. Galehan walked up to Pears and said, Stop, Your Highness. Pears stopped at the sound. Turning around, he saw Galehan Lombardi. Galehan was stunned, looking at Pears in this state, just like Tia had said before. Back then, although Pears' eyes were red, he gave off the impression that he would shatter if touched, like a falling leaf. Yes, it's me, Your Highness. Galehan knelt down. I'm sorry, Pears said. I couldn't protect Tia. I should have been with her. I will find Tia. I will. If Tia saw you like this, what would she say? Galehan's words stunned Pears. It seems you already know the answer. She wouldn't just scold you. She would also blame me for not stopping you, for letting you become like this. Your Highness, you need to rest now. Pears shook his head fiercely. There's no time to rest. I'm asking you to rest not for yourself, but for Tia. Galehan said, to break that large rock, we need you to use your insight. Only then can we rescue my daughter quickly and safely. But right now, you're no help to her. From now on, you need to rest properly and conserve your strength. I'll have all the loose rocks removed by tomorrow. Then we'll need you to break the bedrock. So until then, leave this to us. After all, we're sword aura masters now, the twins said. Pears considered for a moment. I want to rest here. Only by staying here can I feel at ease. I've had the same dream many times. I'm in a crowd, watching her pass by from afar. Pears' eyes were full of warmth. He wore a warm smile that only I could understand. He opened his mouth to speak, but the dream always ends there. This time, I really want to hear what he has to say. Just as Tia was about to close her eyes, she suddenly heard a voice. Here, hurry and move it. Move all the rocks here. Quick, there's someone here. Tia shouted, there's someone alive here. Can you hear me outside? Tia, Pears' voice came. This way, Pears. I'm over here. Tia banged on the carriage roof and shouted, Pears, I can't. My body has reached its limit. Tia collapsed on the floor. The next second, the carriage roof was split open. Light poured in, followed by Pears' face. The moment they saw each other, they embraced tightly, afraid that the other would disappear the next second. It's all right now. It's all right. Tia, Pears comforted her softly. After an unknown amount of time, Tia opened her eyes, but found she couldn't see anything. What's going on? Why is everything dark? Was that a dream? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Could it be that her injuries are too serious? A voice asked. It's Gio, Tia thought. Miss Tia only has a minor abrasion on her forehead. You don't need to worry. How are your shoulders? You too. Do you need me to prescribe more ointment? This was Asti's voice. I think the one who stayed up late last night, writing a reply, needs it more than I do. Right, Lumen. Haha. Well, maybe you could give me some too. My wrist is quite sore. Father. He came all the way from so far away. Tears welled up in Tia's eyes. I'm so glad. I'm back. They said I slept for 3 days straight. Because I was in darkness before, I need to wear an mask to let my eyes adjust to the light, so I can't see their faces. But thankfully, I can recognize their voices. My father, who came all the way from the Eben estate for me. I don't need to guess to know that anxious voice is his. It said that Eugene Eben's leg became crippled because the rescue was delayed, which also delayed his treatment. Well then, we'll leave you two alone. Tia, you two take your time. Pears and Tia waved. Tia, Pears rushed to the bedside and took Tia's hand. Ayu, Vadas. Have you eaten? Pears didn't answer. Tia called again, Pears. You know I can't see, right? If you don't speak, I won't know anything. After a long while, Pears whispered, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? I shouldn't have let you go through that alone. Thank you for worrying, but don't think like that. It's thanks to you being out there that you were able to save me, right? Besides, it wasn't as scary as I imagined, because I knew you would come for me. Especially thinking about you being out there, I felt so much safer. Tia's words made Pear's nose sting. Thank you. Your voice still sounds weak. There's nothing I can do about that. It is what it is. Tia thought happily. Tia reached for her mask. Pears quickly shouted, Tia, don't. I knew it would be like this. Tia touched Pear's haggard face, her heart aching. You've lost so much weight. There's no flesh on your face. Even so, you're still handsome. Tia sighed. Why do I feel like you're in worse shape than me? I'm fine, Pear said. My sword energy has recovered well too. Compared to me, Tia trailed off. It seems we both need to eat well for a while. What about the head of the Eben family? Tia asked. Jiro Eben voluntarily stepped down the day you were rescued. Then, the next day, he officially handed over the position of head of the family to the recovered Eugene Eben. He seems to want to take responsibility for your landslide accident as well. But I won't let him do that. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No, Tia shook her head and said to Pears, just let him take all the responsibility. If you are appointed crown prince, Eugene Eben will definitely vote in favor. If the North changes leadership at this time, then all the hardship I suffered in the North will have been for nothing. Seeing Pears staring intently at her, Tia asked, What? Why are you looking at me like that? Tia, you united Lombardy and the Right Merchant Guild to come to Eben. Could it be for me? Pears asked. Of course, Tia replied to Pears. You'd better be prepared too. As far as I know, they seem to have started moving as well. Padas. Pears didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and gently cupped Tia's face. Tia's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? I've just touched his face too. Why does it feel strange when he touches me? Then Pears stood up and gently kissed Tia's forehead. Seeing that Tia didn't resist, and after a moment of gazing into each other's eyes, Pears' hand gently caressed Tia's lips. The next second, Pears kissed her deeply. So warm. I want Pears too. Realizing her own thoughts, Tia suddenly opened her eyes. What am I thinking? She pushed Pears away. What? What are you doing? I was almost seduced by him. Tia's heart was racing. She reached up and touched her lips. Tia, didn't you say before? Pears said, love without confession isn't love. Hey, I only said that to make Avinos. I almost lost you once. Pears interrupted Tia. So I won't hesitate anymore. From today onwards, I will express my love more often. And I think I know how you feel too. Pears touched his chest and said, After the landslide, although I returned to the capital, I still needed to recuperate for a while to recover my strength. Winter passed and spring arrived, and the social season began again. As if after a long wait, the queen held a magnificent and grand banquet, raising the curtain on a new social season. He really is impressive, Tia exclaimed. Honestly, I thought he would just promote Western tourism, but I didn't expect him to hold such a grand banquet. Half of her words were sincere. Even though forced development left others financially ruined, even though the incident in the North not only resulted in fines, but also the loss of connections, the queen ultimately overcame these adverse conditions and gradually pushed forward the development of the West. The queen's voice rang out just as I was thinking. This is all thanks to Lombardy's efforts. Haha, this is a royal matter after all. Of course, I had to help, I flattered, speaking for Egypt. Of course, I won't forget Seisha's help either. The queen turned to Gailhan and said, You're too kind, your majesty. Gailhan replied, So that person is Gailhan Seishu. I heard he was once the captain of the Royal Knights. So even from this distance, I can feel it. His aura is different from other nobles. How should I put it? He seems more suited to being a knight than the head of a family. Lost in thought, I was startled by Pears suddenly appearing. The only people in the capital who have this kind of oppressive presence are grandfather and Pears. I muttered to myself. Are you talking about me? Pears asked. I jumped, quickly turning around. You scared me. Why are you so quiet? I wanted to surprise you. After returning, I'd intentionally kept my distance from him. I didn't expect to run into him here so soon. Hello, Tia. Long time no see, Pears said. Hello, I replied stiffly. He's become increasingly sly somehow. It's worrying. What do you think of their collaboration? I asked. I heard that because of them, the Queen and the First Prince's popularity has been rising recently. And something Vij and the others are completely unaware of is that Lombardy Construction hasn't received the loan yet. What do you think, Tia? Pears asked. If Vij and Lombardy contribute to the Western development, will it cause you any trouble? No, I said. My express delivery business has been very successful. It's earned me quite a bit of money. It's still going strong. Greetings, Your Highness, Galehan approached. Long time no see. Long time no see, Head Seishu, Pears replied. I paused, glancing in Pears' direction. Since he was once the captain of the Royal Knights, it's only natural that he knows Pears. It's not strange. However, his attitude towards the prince is far too arrogant. It's hard not to notice. After tonight's banquet, there's bound to be another uproar in social circles. Just by greeting Pears in front of everyone, he's given the impression that he and Pears are at odds. The Queen, watching this scene, laughed heartily. I could almost hear the sound of Head Seishu's credibility rising in her mind. But he'd better be careful. Pears isn't an easy opponent. Teacher Corlevin, I called out. You've arrived, Miss Lombardy. What are the others saying? I asked, taking Corlevin's arm. Corlevin replied, Miss Lombardy, your intuition is spot on. To compensate for the shortage of travel wood, they've started using lumber from the Seishu family's southern forests. Then wouldn't that mean Annas owes Seishu a lot of favors? The Western Territory Annas sold to pay the fine also belong to the Seishu family. This matches the information Bet gave me. Perhaps he naively believes he can repay his debts by developing the Western tourism industry. Are the nobles interested in Western tourism? Most nobles are quite optimistic. After all, they have plenty of money and free time. As long as they're entertained, they're happy. It's almost time, isn't it? I said. Yes, Miss Lombardy. Then let's officially begin, teacher. The next day, Miss, young Master Avino's lumen is here. Hello, Miss Lombardy. You look dazzling. I always thought you shone like the sun, but today, even more so. Thank you for the invitation. Avino's grinned foolishly. Something feels strange. I was a little puzzled. Please, have a seat, young Master Avinos. Do you have any other special plans today besides seeing me? I asked. And no, it's just that the weather is so nice today, Avinos said. Oh, I nodded. I see. He's clearly dressed up. This is Alia flower tea. The tea is very fragrant. Can you tell what kind of tea it is just by the smell? Yes, the tea culture in the East is richer than in the Central Empire. Also, I've been studying all sorts of tea knowledge recently, Avinos said. You said you're studying. I asked, because the person I mentioned to you before likes tea, Avinos said, blushing. Actually, the reason I asked you to come today was to ask you a few questions, young Master Avinos. Ask away, Miss Lombardy. What kind of place is the East? That's a bit of a difficult question, Avinos said after a moment of thought. The East is a warm place. Whether it's the wind blowing in from the distant sea, or the white sand beaches warmed by the sun. Even the people there are warm and friendly. And in the large cities on the eastern coast, most of the buildings are white. The narrow alleys there are connected like a spiderweb. If you look out over the entire city, but it's like admiring a painting. It must be beautiful. Tia said, wow, that sounds lovely. Yes, it is. Oh, and one more thing. There's a long-standing tradition in the East. Whenever the people who went out to sea in the morning are due to return, someone on the shore plays music for them. They do this so that those who sailed far away can hear the sounds and find their way home. So, at sunset, you can hear music coming from everywhere. Because of this custom, everyone in the East plays at least one or two instruments. Just hearing you talk about it makes the East sound like a beautiful place. But if it's so wonderful, why is it still so unknown? I think it would be a great place to travel, Tia said. Even by carriage, it takes 3 weeks to get there. A round trip like that would make even a healthy person sick, Avinos explained. What if it wasn't a round trip, but a one-way trip? Tia asked. Wouldn't it still be worth traveling to? Of course, Avinos nodded. The journey is halved in time. The main problem is that traveling by carriage is so tiring. I wish there were some other way to travel instead of by carriage. What if there were? Tia handed a document to Avinos. What's this? Avinos asked. Tia explained. This is a brief overview of a new project the Right Merchant Guild is working on. I thought it would be helpful to the Lumen family, so I prepared it in advance. This is why I asked you to come today. Avinos was surprised. You said before that you didn't want the East to remain isolated. I think this is the perfect opportunity, Tia said with a smile. I know you're close with Corlevin, the head of the Right Merchant Guild, but how did you get this overview? Avinos asked. Because I also contributed some ideas to this project, Tia explained. You'll have to ask the Right Merchant Guild for the details, but Master Corlevin is already aware of it. Okay, thank you. Avinos smiled brightly. Miss Lombardi, shall we end our conversation here? Tia said, the weather is so nice today. Would you like to take a walk with me? Avinos extended the invitation. Also, Avinos continued, walking and talking enthusiastically. We have a lot of delicious food in the Lumen territory. If Miss Lombardi could visit personally. As he was speaking, Tia noticed Laura not far away. Ah, young Master Avinos, Laura called out, blushing. Miss Laura, Avinos' face also turned red. Seeing the broken pieces on the ground, Avinos rushed to Laura's side as quickly as possible. He took her hand and asked anxiously, Miss Laura, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. My hand. Laura pulled her hand back. Oh, right. Sorry. No, it's okay. I'll clean it up. You can go over there. No, I'll do it. Tia watched this scene from the side, understanding dawning on her. So that's how it is, Tia thought. He said he likes someone who enjoys tea and reading. So the person he likes is Laura. I should probably excuse myself. They look good together. Laura is like a flower meticulously cared for in a greenhouse, and Avinos will surely be the sunlight that shines on her. I don't want to see Laura wither away alone like she did in my past life. If she were in the East, with a warm breeze and beautiful music, wouldn't she be able to bloom without any worries? Yes, the East is more suitable for her. What I can do for her now is bring Avinos to the greenhouse. Speaking of which, I must ask Laura later who that person she was supposed to marry was. Lost in thought, Tia saw Pears in the distance. Pears also saw her. Hello, Tia. Tia stared blankly at Pears, momentarily speechless. Tia, Pears called again. Were you thinking about me? Tia snapped back to reality and quickly said, I wasn't. What are you doing here? I was just on my way out and thought of you. I've noticed. You always associate desserts with me. Of course, I do enjoy sweets, Pears. Tia chattered on. Anyway, thank you. I'll enjoy it. Tia accepted the cake and said, he's really extravagant with his spending. I definitely can't finish all of this myself. Would you like to stay for a cup of tea? It would go perfectly with the cake, Tia asked. Pears said delightedly. Would that be all right?